Let's see. Let me just set everything up. Is that gonna work? It's gonna work fine. A little bit tired. Well, it's Sunday, right? So it's not the worst thing, is it? Like so, I think. I might as well mess around in Counter-Strike a little bit until we actually get into, you know, the show, which is not that long, I suppose, so that's good news. What is going on, guys? I had a pretty relaxed day, but I managed to do some pretty decent workout, I would say. So I'm happy for that, you know. Just a little bit every day, you know. How many Irish coffees did we end up with at the end of the day? Shredded Anders? Yeah, that's gotta be the fucking goal, right? I feel like I need to start taking it a little bit more seriously again. It's just so much easier to just not care, you know? And just kind of, you know, let things be. Unfortunately, it's also a way to become super unhappy, so. Okay. God. The only thing that's saving me is these guys suck more than I do. Nah. But yeah. I do feel like it's it'd be good. It'd be good to step up a little bit. Wait. Did I not hit that guy? I'm confused as fuck. This is gonna be the cocaine could do wonders for weight loss. Okay. I'll take that into consideration, you know. Go away. Ugh. I feel like that was going to connect. I definitely felt like that was going to connect too. Am I still working with Blast? Yes, I am. Every once in a while. Don't worry. But, okay. There's no downside to cocaine usage. I think certainly, if nothing else, money is an issue, right? Also feels like prolonged use might be an issue. Hello? Jesus Christ. But yeah, otherwise, it's not a bad idea, you know? We're not ruling anything out, okay? Okay, whatever. We do just print the money anyway? Yes, true. Hello? Wait, I can't zoom? Does it just lag? Okay, it's just on the server, it's not on OBS, okay. Come on. Come on. It's ridiculous. Does make you wonder why we don't just print our own money, you know? Like, I have a printer in my house, you know? How hard can it be? Ridiculous. Lack of ambition? Yeah. Does feel like just a lack of willpower. Come on. Okay. There's too many people. Whoops. Okay. Been a while? Yeah, what's up, Mosfa? How are you? You ready for a grand final? Nip vs. Zamcow? Unfortunately not. Alright, guys. Let's turn on the... Just for the feeling, you know?
Looking for more. Oh, he's got another. Stunning from Torji's off. He changes the dial. Oh no! Headshot is. This is able to get Buster back to Psyche.
Okay. It's pretty loud, I'm not gonna lie. Jesus.
Bon dia, Lisbon! And hello to all the Counter-Strike fans around the world. It's Championship Sunday.
It is time, final day. Everything that is
I'm
beautiful
backing
comes to
quite
an
far
end,
away
but
from all the
guys,
UFO stuff.
let's
I
make
feel
this
like
a
it's
special one. Yet again, we got the same
I feel
group,
like there's
but
too much
is it
craziness in the
time
world right
finally
now, if I'm
something
being
to
totally
happen
honest.
Right in Lisbon,
Oh, come
of
on.
all places.
And Lisbon has shown us that they deserve great Counter-Strike. This arena has been fantastic. You have done yourselves proud with the energy you gave me yesterday. But you know I want more, right?
Okay, he wants more Lisbon.
Okay.
To make some noise, just to warm up Twitch chat. Everybody's waiting.
Like, the problem I'm
YouTube
having
as
with the
well.
UFO stuff is that,
Everybody's watching.
like,
Ready to make
I
some
know
noise?
way too many people right now who are just totally crazy from,
Okay.
you know, the world
On R3, you
and the
ready?
media landscape, and it's making me super nervous.
Lisboa. 1, 2, 3. Barcelona!
All right. Let's do this.
I think they're warmed up enough, but guys, are you actually ready for all of this? This is an epic grand final. This is two teams that have faced off against each other again and again. 3 consecutive grand finals for both teams, and one of them's lifting that trophy at the end. So let me hear you. Are you ready? That's pretty damn good.
We are.
In the Queen of the Sea tonight, we will be crowning a king. One more best of 5 separates either Vitality or Mouse from lifting that coveted trophy down on the show floor. My name is Ferris Beers, joined by
Vitality
Ryan
will win
Gibson.
it.
What's gonna be an
I don't know, man.
epic
They look kind of
final
human in some of the games yesterday, or the game yesterday, I
It's
guess.
so exciting. We've got 2 of the best teams in the world. We got one of the best players in the world on top of that, and this crowd is.
They probably should win it, but I'm not.
Another great
I don't wanna
best
get
of
too ahead of
5
myself.
battle between 2 teams, as you said, who's been doing themselves proud throughout the entire
Anything can
tournament.
happen,
We
okay?
watched from the group stage as well. I think we're in for a good one.
Speaking of making history, Jacob, you made your own history yesterday. You finally had a pastel de nata. How did you like it?
That was a 10 out of 10 experience. You know, I had no idea what it was. I thought it was a pasta, to be fair. It was a cake, I found out, and it was a delicious cake for you. So I actually went and bought another one this morning.
I'd say it's more of a tart, Smaui. Would you not agree? It's not really a cake, is
It's like
it?
an egg tart.
cake.
It's like
It's
an
a
egg
cake.
tart.
Yeah?
A little pastry. I mean, I think it's the first time I've seen Pimp eat sweets, actually. Did you have to bike it off immediately or what?
I went for one afterwards.
Burn all the calories.
Well,
immediately.
either way, to be setting up for this best of 5 grand final, unfortunately, 2 teams did have to be falling yesterday in our first semi-final. That was, of course, Eternal Fire
What do we
Crumbling
think about
versus
this?
Mouse. A close 2-map affair, nonetheless.
MVP
with
for the
Torty closing out
tournament.
Nuke in an absolutely ridiculous fashion, but sadly for Eternal Fire, they could not answer back on
Thing
Dust
is,
2. Spirit, unfortunately, also joined Eternal
so
Fire on
boring
that
just to pick
journey home.
Cyber,
That was
isn't it?
after our first 3-mapper of the playoffs with 2 very one-sided maps.
But I
to be
mean, you
starting.
probably have to.
Vitality stole Anubis, Spirit stole Nuke.
I will say this, I feel like
Arguably, it was
Toshi's
Zion
had
who
some
stole the
fucking
entire show
insane
Mirage
impact
to
in
keep
some of these
that
games.
streak alive. 15 series
So
in a
probably
row,
between
and
Sawu
looking
and
to
Toshi,
continue
maybe?
that in the
Hard to
grand
say.
final today.
That's a hard call to
Jacob,
make.
what has been your biggest takeaway
But yeah,
coming
it is a
off
best
the
of 5.
semi-final Saturday?
I mean, to be completely honest, I'm mostly focused on Eternal Fire. Getting straight into the semi-final, another great result for them, being part of the playoff, another great tenure. But I'm starting to feel, as we discussed yesterday, that they don't have it in them to win trophies. They don't have it in them to get that extra step and be on par with the likes of Spirit, Mouse, and Vitality. So the way I want to phrase it is that it's almost a little engine that couldn't, right? They get there, they get so close, but at the end of the day, do I believe they had championship quality? Not right now.
I know that Xantares said some stuff afterwards about feeling sick and all that, but I feel like everybody
3-1. Damn, you're giving them one single map.
Sort of carving your own fate when you choose to attend every single event possible in the calendar. Although I do hope
What
that
do
it
I
gets
think of
better soon.
this?
Yeah, and that's only going to continue moving on forward as they are literally attending
So
every
Anubis and
single other
Ancient are
event
gonna be
moving forward
out
for the rest of the 2025 season.
instantly.
Maui, though, what was your takeaway
And then
coming
it's
off
just
of both
down
of those games as
to
well?
After watching it all break
the
down,
like
I feel
the-
like
the-
we have a clear
I guess the-
hierarchy of the top 3 teams. I think
the
we've
other
got
5?
a little special here in terms of just the Pimp Snake power ranking.
So we're
I think this is something
basically,
that Jacob and I
ooh, it does
both
look kind of
agreed
tough.
on.
It really really actually does.
1, 2, 3. I don't care what the HLTV or
So like
VRR
you're hoping that
stuff reads right
Nuke
now.
is gonna
This is
be
who I say are the
probably,
best
hopefully
three teams
early
in
on,
this
and then
order. 1
that's gonna
Vitality,
be the map
2
that they win on.
Mouse,
But I mean, that's
and
not
3
guaranteed for
Spirit.
Mouse
And I think
either.
that's incredibly fitting given
Every
Spirit
other
knows that
map,
they pushed
Vitality is just
Vitality in
looking
some
better on.
aspects, but at the end of it, they couldn't get over the line.
They also gapped the rest of the teams. I feel like right now there's 3
Yeah,
teams
unfortunately,
who
the
are
3-1
top
might be
3,
correct.
and you can debate
I
whether or not
kind
you
of-
put Spirit as the second.
I hate to
Personally,
say it.
believe as well, Mouse is the second best team in the world, at least in a power ranking. But when you look at the 4th, 5th, and 6th, I feel like there's a bit of a gap right now. We have 3 teams now that have distinguished themselves for the rest, and heading into the major soon, heading into all these tournaments, we have 3 teams who are the favorites at pretty much every single tournament they show up for.
Did you guys agree on that name as well for the power ranking?
That's our new casting duo name, you know?
Yeah, exactly. We got 2 rounds casting together, and we said we need to come up with a duo name, like Scronders, you know? So Pimp Snake is what we went with.
It's got a ring to it, but either way, it does all boil down to this: a coveted
not
best
bad.
of 5 grand final, Mouse versus Vitality.
Lastly here, Robs has never won a Blast trophy, and when you joined the team, you said you wanted to get that thing for him. Are you getting it done today for him?
I hope so. He told me he lost 3 finals. It's his 4th final. Once he lost to Heroic in Copenhagen, then he lost to us in Copenhagen, and then he lost to us in the World Final. So we fucked him pretty much on the Blast trophies. So
Okay.
now it's time for us to give what he deserves.
Know we can beat them. We know we are capable of it, and we know that we can take only one, but we can take many maps. So we are really confident going into this grand final also because we saw every time we play versus them, we improving all the time. And we feel like we have a leap over them this time.
Tonight in Europe's second oldest city is where we write
Good
the next
mentality, you
chapter
know?
of Counter-Strike history, and there's been one name that has been filling page after page after page. Their 3rd grand final in a row, Vitality arrive in the arena looking to go 3 for 3 and sweep up another trophy tonight. Their only remaining hurdle is Mouse, and they've been one that they've jumped over cleanly, not once, not twice, but
Sup,
3
B-Sod?
times in the past 21 days. But guess who is back in business today, Jacob?
It's kind of cool that he took the first flight out
Yeah,
of
that's the
Denmark,
problem,
from
but I mean,
his
even
brother's
Nuke is
wedding
not
into today to be
guaranteed,
alongside
right?
the coach that has been
That's kind of the issue
as he
here.
was attending his brother's wedding. He's now back ready
Like,
for
you're
the grand
right,
final after
unfortunately.
Siblings have led them
I hate
all
that.
the way there. Siblings, by the way, with a 100% win rate as a coach.
I was
And
going to bring that up. I mean, he's in a rarefied
And
era
they got
with
Cyclone
Eddie
back.
for guys that are just undefeated on LAN as stand-in coaches. Glad to see that Cyclone's back. That's obviously going to improve them tremendously in terms of being able to reset after timeouts. String of rounds doesn't go their way. Cyclone calls the timeout. He goes for a little bit of a back rub, but then he calls some tactics. So he's really got the whole picture, and he's got some meaty claws.
Got to be hungover though, right? It's his brother's wedding. Come
yeah,
on.
the first hungover coach in
Is
existence.
that the excuse now? If the timeouts aren't good, the hangover excuse.
I mean, either way, he's going to be taking this matchup hella seriously, right?
Sip did
Because we
good,
said
yeah, he
3
did, but that's not
head-to-heads
really.
in the
it's
past
not- I'm not
3
surprised
weeks,
by
but
that.
we're gonna
Like,
take a
Sip
look at the
is
most recent
smart,
one going down
and
the group stage because, yeah, Vitality,
you know,
they said they played their C game when Apex joined us up
I'm
in
not-
Budapest,
not
but
surprised by
Mouse,
that.
So close. All 24 rounds required in both maps.
Yeah, I just want to give the context for people at home.
What
who
if
maybe
Cyclone's
didn't
the
watch that game in
problem?
the group stage.
The meta will
Obviously,
be a
as you can see,
fragging
Vitality
coach.
ended up
Nice
winning
idea.
13-11, 13-11, but on both maps, Mouse were in a winning position. On both maps, I would argue that up until the last 4 or 5 rounds, Mouse were actually the better team.
That
They
is the
had a
problem with
great
Cyclone, you
opportunity
know.
at closing out the game. Unfortunately for Broland and the boys, they lacked that
He's
little
like in a
finesse, they lacked
tough
the killer
position
instinct,
suddenly.
But if anything, it gave us a sense of if there were to be a rematch, which we now have to date in the grand final, Mouse are coming in, you know, having been so close. winning
Instantly
against
on
that first
fraud
map
watch.
versus Vitality.
Yeah, but it's after a string of losses. The fact that they've now lost 7 maps
He's
straight
like,
to
"Can we do it
Vitality,"
after the game,
they're getting
please?
closer, which is a promising sign. But when the pressure is higher, this is where I feel like Vitality has a chance to further prove that maybe it was their C game, that they
Let's
actually do have more to
go.
offer because they're so well oiled. And Mouse, they play a great brand of CS, but it's one that is almost in a mirror.
The one thing I
image
guess you
of
could say
Vitality,
yesterday,
just
I
a
mean, there
smidgen
was some
worse.
pretty
I feel
rough.
Like from what we've seen from Mouse so far
There was
in
some,
the playoffs, right,
like one of the
handedly
maps at
dismantled
least.
G2,
It was
and
like
then in the
Mezzy
Final Fives
and
matchup, they were put under some pressure,
Robs,
but
I
they
think,
withstood it to
were like
close
both
out, right?
performing
Yeah, and I think,
super
you know, when
badly.
Apex said that Vitality played their
I mean,
C
it
game,
wasn't
I
enough to
think
lose
it
the
would
whole
be fair.
series,
Mouse
but
came out yesterday and said they didn't play their A game. I don't think we saw the best of Mouse versus
if you're Mouse, you're hoping that
Messi
Mezzy and Robs are good. But
I mean, they were under pressure.
I even
sure,
said
but
it
wasn't
going
like
into
they
the
were
third
close
map.
to
Like,
losing
you're
the
just not
series.
going to
I
see
didn't- I
Robs
wasn't
performing
worried
that
they were gonna be
badly
part of the grand final
across
today.
3
So I agree with
maps,
you.
and he
They
didn't.
look solid in the playoff, and I think Mouse is getting
So, like,
better and better.
even
I
that
think
is
the
like
result we
pure
saw from
copium,
the
isn't
group
it?
stage where Mouse probably could have and should have won against Vitality. That was another step in the right direction, and they've been keeping those steps up on par every single time and keep that development going on for them. So if they take another step today, then at the very least they'll win a map tonight.
And that's why, I mean, when I think about rematches between teams, I always say that the team that lost has more to learn from, and they're going to want to learn more. If you're resting on your high horse, if you're Vitality, you say, we won 15 matches in a row, we don't really need to change all too much. Sometimes that complacency leads to staleness, whereas MOUZ are constantly looking for ways to innovate, to get better. And so I think that they can put up an even better fight today, MOUZ.
Particularly when you're looking at X-Hornet in Spinks, so we don't even have to presume how he feels. He just straight up tweeted it, right?
I mean, Spinks is just on a level right now where he's playing so consistently,
God.
but he also has so much to prove. Being in the shoes that he is in, where he seemingly chose to depart this Vitality roster, and seeing them, it is like looking at your ex and seeing that she's doing better than you now.
And I know it's cheap points, and I know it's
Resting
easy to
on
say,
your
but
high
trust me, these players,
horse,
they
yeah.
feel it. Whenever you're playing
There's a
an
name
X
for that
team,
when
you
you're
are
mixing
extra
metaphors. I
motivated.
can't remember what
For
it is.
Spinks, this is a massive matchup. Not only a
But
grand
there is
final,
like
not only
a-
chance for winning
it is- it
trophy
has an
together
actual
with his new
name.
team, but giving it to your ex-team who, let's be honest, as we said, he wanted to leave back in the summer last year around, so he was staying within Vitality for a long time. You can only imagine that Apex wasn't too happy with that. Maybe he wasn't feeling too good in the Vitality jersey for the past 6 months. Now he's coming in with a plan, I guess, and a mission, and if that doesn't
I feel like
go,
resting on your
if
high
that
horse
doesn't
even makes a lot
fire
of
you
sense,
up,
doesn't it?
nothing will. Trust me, from a player perspective, Spinks is the most motivated guy on the server.
And we've heard it a lot in the smack talk between particularly Apex shouting at Spinks in those group stage arenas, right? We won't be hearing it here in the arena, but there's definitely a little bit of extra blood in this,
Maybe
right?
we will, you know, maybe we'll turn on his microphone and get a bit of a snippet of that. I'm sure Apex also uses that to fuel the teammates, right? Let's make sure that Spinks did not make the correct decision by leaving us be.
Either way, let's check in with the AWPer on the side of MOUZ. It's Twilzy, courtesy of James Banks.
With all the experience you have playing Vitality, what's the hardest thing for you guys when facing them?
Asleep in the saddle?
Probably that
Yeah.
they have like 5 stars, you know, like they have also just like us. I think we have 5 really good players, they have 5 really good players, but you know, of course they have Ropes and Zyvu, you know, best players in the world, obviously. And
How
it's a
come
little bit
Torshi
difficult
looks
if
like
they are
he's
all really
just
sharp, you know, they
he's
have 5
just
players who
went
can
to the
just, like,
kitchen
run
to
you
steal
over.
some
If you
cookies
do
that he
this
shouldn't be
small
allowed to,
mistakes, they will come
and
to
he's
trap
got
and
away with it,
capitalize
you
on
know?
it, and
Like that's the look
they
on
can
his
just
face
run you
like a
over.
whole
they
time.
play really good
It's
and
like I've
really
got those
sharp, like,
cookies, and you
even
guys
though
like you don't
in
know
case
about it.
they couldn't play the best team CS, they can just win on individuals as well, you know?
Makes me love him.
So, yeah, that's really difficult to play against, but for example, grand final, we need to match them in sharpness.
That's what you've got to be astutely aware of when you're going up against Vitality. And Twilzy saying himself, it's obvious that I'd like to play against Vitality. He felt so close last time around. And arguably, they did throw it away. They did have
Horse-based
round
versions
advantages
of
in those very
sayings.
maps in the group stage.
Damn,
And
okay.
Torzy, he's just been such a backbone for this team. So
How do you
for
know
him
that
to
face so
actually
well?
say
Listen,
in
we
so
all know
many
that
other
face,
interviews
okay?
with players, say, we don't care who we're facing.
I'm not the one stealing. I'm the
Torzy's
one
out
making
for
the
blood.
cookies. I don't
Spinks is out
steal
for
them.
blood.
I make
the
them.
motivation for MOUZ as a whole is at an all-time high, and I think that's also epitomized by the fact that Cyclone took the first flight to get here to try to get revenge on top of that.
It's the self-belief, right? I think if you ask MOUZ, and if you were to ask them to be bluntly honest, I think they believe they can beat Vitality. Sometimes players will obviously say, going into a tournament, we're here to win a trophy. Yes, we believe we can beat this team, or yeah, we can take down Spirit at the major, but they don't believe it deep inside themselves. I think MOUZ right now is oozing confidence. I think they believe
Yeah.
that they can be the best team in the world if they
I'm on
continue to progress. So I love that confidence
making
coming out from Torzy.
duty the
Twilzy's
whole
been
time.
very consistent so far throughout 2025.
I also make really good
What's been the
cookies,
story
okay?
of
I'm
you
just
on the other side
putting
of
it
the
out
server
there.
in Zywu?
I mean, what more can you say about him? Like, just superlatives galore. The most well-rounded player in the world, the most versatile player in the world, the man that's always in the right spot at the right time, that is so good at predicting the opponent's next move that it looks like he's radar hacking. Like, Zywu is a freak of nature when it comes to knowing the macro aspects of this game, and his mechanics are not too shabby either.
It's the consistency of this man, right? You look at throughout his entire career, the first
It
year
is
he
kind
played
of
professional
insane.
Counter-Strike, absolutely one of the world's best players, and ever since, the worst placement he's ever had in that whole ranking is a 3rd place last year. That was his worst year ever, and he played some beautiful Counter-Strike. Zywu right now is the best player in the world when you look towards his individual output and when you look towards the team he's playing on. He's winning trophies, he's putting up MVP-like performances. As you said, he looks like a cheater from time to time. He is the whole package.
And it obviously helps when you've got a player like Rops joining your roster who's just bringing, you know, a breath of fresh air, some new life and new motivation to Vitality, right?
What are the best cookies, by the way?
The team that last year oftentimes
When I make
wasn't
cookies,
sure
I
what
I
that
usually
other side
use
of the
like
map is going to
milk
do.
chocolate, dark
Rops is a
chocolate,
guy
and
that
white
is
chocolate, which
vocal
I guess
in his
technically isn't
positions.
chocolate. I use
He's
like all
able to
3,
maintain so much
so you
space
get
for
like
the
a little
team,
bit of everything,
and
you know?
he's incredibly sharp himself. you're not going to bully this guy. If you want to take
But there are a lot of
some space, you're
variations,
gonna
you
have
know?
to fight
Some
for
people
him,
use, like,
and he
you know, peanut butter and
himself
stuff,
is
you know?
just this brick wall on his
I feel like there's a lot
that
of
is
options.
so difficult to penetrate, and he's also impossible to guess where he is.
And I think it's a guy that also helps out Apex a little bit with the game
Oh,
planning,
the
you know,
chicken
coming up with
predictions?
new
That was a
ideas,
good
coming up with
idea.
new strats, coming up with new ways of
Maybe
approaching
pay them a
things.
little bit less this
Apex
time, but
told
yeah,
us during the
otherwise.
group stage that he talked a lot with Robs, brought in a lot of inspiration from him as well. So not only is he a great player on the server with a great output, he also helps in the tactical department.
Oatmeal
Well, from the grand
raisin.
finals, we do
It's
progress
not a
from best
bad.
of
By the way,
3
welcome to
a
the
best
stream.
of 5. So I'm curious
Dorino.
to see exactly where the picks and bans lie.
I think oatmeal raisin is pretty incredible.
Okay, bans coming out first, which leaves 5 picks remaining. I don't think there's going to be any surprises in terms of the bans. It's just the
Heroics
order in
esports
which these
history,
maps
they've
are
had a lot of
played.
second places at big tournaments. They're
They're
doing an academy now,
Unfortunately, the fact that
aren't
Mouse
they?
do ban Anubis, it's the one map that Vitality's been good on it, but a lot of people think it's a punish. Now, first pick out from Vitality, they go for Inferno. My big question for this pimp is Mao's going to bring out the train early? Because they got to know they're the underdog, and they actually go with Mirage. That's a little bit of a surprise for me, given that their comfort has
Hey,
been
what's up,
seemingly
downrange? That's That's a good point. Why didn't they pick train? That might have been like the.
Okay, and Mao's, they bring it out actually 4th, which leaves Train as the 5th map. I'm
Oh,
a bit
that-
disappointed in Mao's as a
Yeah,
map.
I actually am. I agree.
Tried to change this one up a little bit. You know,
How's
the
things?
audience
Things are
wants
pretty
Train,
good. You know, I did
Train,
some workout.
and
I did
we
some
have really yet to see it played
I
out in the playoffs.
benched some weights earlier. Feels good, even though, you know, you always feel like you don't want to do it before you start, you know.
That would be fantastic for you.
Well, fingers crossed we do make it to the
Shoulder, yeah.
But we do need to head things to a quick break
I'm trying to fix my shoulders. I don't know if I have.
A best of 5 grand final going down between Vitality.
Yeah, I don't know if I have some sort of built-in like weakness for shoulder stuff, or if I just suck at like maintaining them. I don't know what's going on, but like I've noticed that like there's a lot of movements that I do where like there's like this pinching sort of pain in my shoulder. I honestly think it's just because I'm not like doing a good enough job at keeping them stronger, and so as a result, like they don't have enough support or something. I'm guessing that's the issue. So I just have to try and do it like I think slowly, really slowly, like with like not that much weight to begin with, and then just kind of like ramp it up over a couple of months or something. But yes, I do want to fix that issue because it's stupid. Will this be another 3-0? I think, well, it's honestly quite likely. If not, it's probably going to be a 3-1 with Nuke going to Mouse. Which is why I think it's a good point what Maui and Pimp were talking about just now, which is that it sucks a little bit that Train is the 5th map, just because it would have been fun to see. Although I say, like, we don't have a lot of data on it for either team, but, like, Vitality are really good on Train, too. So, I don't know. Tough predicament. It is what it is, as they say. But yeah, I'm trying to I don't know. I should probably try to come up with a bit of a routine for what I'm trying to do here with the weight stuff. Should film some of it just for, you know, social media stuff. Otarian with the Prime sub. Thank you so much. Oh, I appreciate the support. I appreciate it. Hebe Kane, how am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. I managed to get some pretty good workout stuff today. What's the logic in Heroic getting an academy team? I think the logic generally for academy teams is that you have the ability to talent scout and talent build, and then you can use that later to either you have substitutes for the main team, which is nice, or you can presumably sell talent to other organizations. I love it. Firefly with the subscription. Holy shit. Thank you guys. I really appreciate the support. It's super helpful. Goes a really long way. I actually was speaking to I was speaking to Wood one of these days, like 3 weeks ago or something, and he brought up this idea of like essentially becoming sort of a coach, but you know, but just as like a, not as like a paid position, just as for like a low level team, and you're, you know, so you're not obligated to be there like 100% of the time or anything, but you can sort of lend your wisdom or whatever. And actually, there's a part of me that's like, that actually would be super cool, just to find like a group of younger players and just be like, okay, let's try and see if we can make you guys better. Not in terms of playing the game, like I'm not going to be able to teach these guys how to aim, obviously, but in terms of everything else, you know, that could be super fun. Would it be profitable? Good question. This suit looks sick. Or this dress or whatever it is.
There we are! This is it! Final day! Blast Open 2025 Lisbon. So far on the first day, it was a clean sweep. But yesterday, we got a beautiful show. But not as beautiful as you, everyone. We love you very much. But you know,
that can also turn into maybe YouTube series having the team. Yeah, it could.
It is vitality.
Although I don't know, like,
before they walk in, they want to hear your hype.
I don't know, it might just be fun just to do it, just to like, from my experience too, you know?
One final time, let me hear you roar!
Yeah, it's also like, it looks super hot. Yeah, it does. Oh, this is fucking cool. Is this like some traditional Portuguese thing? Is it like a carnival kind of thing? Is it called carnival in Portugal? I don't know anything about this. It looks fucking sick.
So many what ifs, could have been, should be's, but there is only one is.
Yeah, I think that's Kazi. I think that's basically the plan. Like, that's what you do, which is kind of fair enough. Like, if you give them stuff along the way and you don't make it sort of ridiculous, you know, I don't think it's a bad idea. But yeah, I think the cool thing about coaching like a younger team like that, just for the, you know, is I feel like there's a lot to learn about communication and stuff like that, that I think I could be pretty decent at trying to communicate to people. I think being a little bit older helps as well, you know. Pretty sick. What a wild ride for Broland, you know? Thrown into IGL, everyone was mad. And here we are.
Trophy to their name. It would be a dream come true to make that 2 if they can beat their nemesis at the end of this battle. This is where mice
unless you sign a donk or something. I mean, that's what people try to do, you know. It's not totally crazy. There are a lot of good players out there. It's not out of the question.
Developing their strategies. Now it will take more than we've ever seen from the bees and march to that trophy. This is the mighty Mouse!
Ronan was a last minute signing because Frozen went to phase. Yeah, something like that. It's kind of crazy. Can't wait for the spicy. Yeah, I know. I'm actually really genuinely curious about that too. Like the fact that nobody has really said anything just makes it so much more suspicious, you know? But it's the problem is, especially for me at least, like I have tons of thoughts about it, but I can't really speculate about any of it because it just would. I just think it would be super irresponsible, you know. But if I was like a random person, I'd have a lot of thoughts about it.
Can change a map, and one player can change everything. That change has unleashed what was hiding inside the rest of the team. The crushed dreams and the missed opportunities of 2024 are forgotten, even if it gets close.
If it
looks scary, they always find a
the
way.
white sparkles on Apex, like the slightly grayed out hair, just makes him look like this veteran sort of drill sergeant, you know? It's a great look. Yeah, I don't know. I think Vitality are. It would have to be some fucking monumental collapse for this not to be, you know, not working out for them, you know. But collapses do happen, and we've already seen a couple of those things, you know.
I don't know who says that, but it sounds pretty smart, I'm not gonna lie. And I do think there's a pretty good chance that we get a competitive game tonight. Mouse have been edging closer and closer and closer to be able to compete with Vitality. Now, there's no denying, Maui, heading into this grand final, the team you see on your screen right now, they are the heavy favorites, they are expected to win, but I have firmly believed right now that Mouse is a team that is getting closer and closer and closer, and I at the very least expect them to win a map tonight.
I'm in the same boat, Pimp. I feel like Mouse have proven too much over the course of the last 3 tournaments to count them out entirely. Yes, Vitality has had their number with 7 consecutive maps over them. However, I feel like every time I see Mouse playing against Vitality, they're gaining confidence, they're understanding their opponent even better.
It's getting closer and closer and closer. And talk about a close head-to-head as well when we talk about Xerxan and Flamesy, because Xerxan, he's just been powering up and really feeling it on stage.
And I'll tell you why this is a super, super cool duel, because they represent something for each their team. Obviously, Flamesy, the soldier of Apex, he will do whatever is needed, he will do whatever is told, he will jump in first, he will create the space for the players around him.
I'm not sure there's a really good chance that we're going to see 5 maps, but let's stay open-minded, you know? Let's see what happens.
And he's involving himself in 33% of all opening duel attempts within the Mouse camp. 1/3
Welcome back, Morpheus. Good to see you.
From the Mouse camp, it comes from this man, and his success rate is above 50%.
I don't know if Eli is
there's a great chance that we get a hyper
that passionate about Counter-Strike, but you know.
Everything that I've gotten from Xerxan in the Brolin era of calling. Last year with Shuhei, I felt like Xerxan, he looked like an F1 car stuck in New York traffic. Now, I feel like Xerxan, he's got the freeway, he's got everything to work with. The entire racetrack is his, and he is revving up every single game, even in the arena ones now.
What about Jimfat, though? Because we had our eyes on him coming into this very playoff, saying he hasn't delivered on the level that perhaps we have been used to of yesteryear. Are you content with what you've seen so far in this tournament?
He hasn't been bad, but he hasn't been at his best. There's no denying that Jimfat still has more potential. Still, I wouldn't say he's struggling to find his way, but he's maybe struggling to find the same amount of impact that he used to have within the Mouse camp. On the other hand, they're winning more now, right? So maybe he has to take a step back and allow for the rest of the team to work a little harder. Maybe step in when it's needed, but we saw in the semi-final versus Eternal Fire.
Yeah, he's just playing some annoying roles at the moment, Jimmy.
He also did say that he wants to be the best anchor in the world, and what better way to to do that by beating the best at the role right now in Rob. So if you're gym fed, you should be super motivated.
I don't think he's far off from actually making those words a reality. Sure, the numbers aren't popping off as if it's an MVP performance, but there's only so much you can do in his positions, and I still think he's been thriving. I love what he's brought to the offense of this team. He's become an X factor on his lurks. He's definitely taken a page out of Robson's book. I've no doubt he's going to do similar today.
Talk about another juicy head-to-head that we get to see going down more from the brain side rather than the aim, although we would argue though Apex has been putting up some fair numbers too. We're talking about one of the in-game leaders.
How's your Sunday been?
Who may be in the conversation for one of the GOATs of all time versus one of the newest minds we've seen take on this mantle in Brolin.
It's going to be a fun duel. You know
Apex studying in the last second.
That is vitality, the emotion, the control, the CT side calling, the T side calling. Whenever he needs a little more from Saivu, not
good apart from the allergy. Oh,
all
right. Allergies. Is it allergy season?
What vitality is all about. This is Apex Team West for Brolin. He's slowly but surely nurturing into becoming a great in-game leader, but I feel it's more joint effort when in the mouse camp.
There is no leader or captain I would rather sit next to in 2025 than Apex. If you want anybody else, I'm just going to tell you, you want the easy way out, because Apex is hard on his teammates. He's hard on Zaiwu. He'll tell Rops what it is if he needs to, and he almost said so much that Spinks wanted to leave the damn team. I feel like every single person around Apex is getting the absolute most of themselves, but for some reason, I don't know why, this Portuguese crowd seems to have it out for him.
Yeah, for some reason, Vitality the villains in the arena tonight. But for Spinks, though, it is kind of hilarious. He finally leaves Vitality.
Yeah, crowd is loving this.
For so long, and it feels like every single
good feeling.
They're facing Vitality at least once.
I kind of love it, you know. I love a roster move where everyone is winning. Spinks got to leave Vitality. He's better off. Mouse is better off. Vitality's better off, and now we have another grand final.
And we've got a grudge match for the ages set to be going down once again. Vitality versus Mouse. This time in a best-of-5 grand final.
Okay.
Lisboa! Tonight history is made for one of these two teams. For Mouse, a chance to win an S-tier event versus a top 3 team in their biggest rival. And for Vitality, a chance to go on a 16-team winning streak and keep the hope of an era alive.
Yes, era, a word we don't get to throw around too often, and definitely not as of late. And other words important to Counter-Strike when I think about our beloved game are things like passion and history. And in the third instance of being in this arena, from the bottom of your heart, Lisbon, let me hear you! We go again!
Yes, we do. You know, I got a fun fact to kick this off. You know, Mouse would be on a 16-match winning streak if not for Vitality. The only team that's beaten them, and have beaten them 3 times in a row.
You have met your maker. That's how it feels. But getting up and dusting themselves off time and time again, that is what Mouse have done. And that's what they'll try to do yet again. Kicking it off to the CT side of Inferno. Everybody settle in.
Okay.
Robs into the apartment. Get used to that
This is such a careful start for both sides.
It's an important thing to pay attention to. The landlord.
Oh,
It's a very
wow.
tactical, utility-heavy map to kick off this
If Sershin dies here, the round is over.
Normally don't get the start here, and the aim is looking a little raw.
It should be over.
Look at pit side, empty.
Damn. It all
There's
comes
nobody
down to
else on this side.
plenty of bullets to have gotten that frag either
Okay,
direction.
well,
In fact, Jimmy's able to peel
that
one off through smoke.
actually does
Maybe
change a couple of things
saving
around.
grace. If you're Mouse, you'll take it. Because for a second, this round
Hello,
felt
bomb plant?
gone.
Oh, he's
Immediate
planting
flood
deep.
of Vitality. We saw it happen all
That-
day versus Spirit, especially, particularly.
It's,
on
it's
maneuvers.
probably not an issue, but that is a very, very
Game
deep bomb
plan
plant for people to try and stop the defuse.
Vitality that just
Like, some of
had
these
their
players could be in a lot of trouble.
outclassed.
10-second
The
defuse
series
as
was
well.
flat. But it just goes to show the ceiling of Vitality at an all-time high. Right now, we get this close play up from Mouse. They are indeed taking a sniff at this site. You've got a bit of positioning going the way of Truck. It's, of course,
Yeah,
Spinks
they're gonna
and
fall
Jimmy
back.
down there, but the fact they don't
Yep.
see anything, right? They keep them corralled.
It's actually,
inside that bomb site,
it's a
keep
bit
them
boring, but
controlled
it's super fair
but if Mouse
to try and do
are already
this.
banking on the bomb to do their job, safe to say that A site's fallen.
A clean
Yeah.
round 1 from Rops.
Don't hate it.
Yesterday really wasn't needed to be able to take the victory.
It's a bit
Rops
risky
overall,
to
though,
put
in
that
terms of
much on
comparing
one set of
debuts,
dualies, but
we
it's a
look at
pistol round,
Spinks,
so
and he's been a part
I mean,
of
you're
the
more
winning
likely to
formula
take
in
risks
every
anyway.
series, except for the ones versus Vitality, they
Weird
win.
fight.
But his output,
It's all good, though.
not top of the line star player output. You know, a +2, +3 on each event that they've played. For Rops, however, he's putting up
What's
the
up, Defense
Shanghai
Trader? How are you
numbers
doing?
in a debut versus Vitality. And these two teams, it's no surprise to see them in a final versus each other.
Ouch. Oh, the fact he gets away with that, all right. Force buy out of it. There's another 5-7 right here. They're trying to keep it up, and another one connects.
Yes.
Dude, those headshots deadly. Not to mention MP9 here behind the sandbags catches him off. Look at the scramble. But it goes both directions, and Vitality do still find him on the edge of that smoke. We'll see if Jimmy can run forward. All of these small guns, but the Zafam is here in hand. And if he had taken to the top rope, then maybe he gives over just the glimmer.
Look how much they're talking, though. They know this round is still alive.
No doubt.
After seeing the third player on Banana, they're clearing everything carefully.
Oh, you bite back onto me here? Nice. Yeah, hopefully this... I think this has great potential. But, I mean... You never really know, do you? No helmet on Torshi.
I'd rather have the Galil, but now both positions known. Torshi's going to try to soften him up. Good amount of damage off the nade. The swing! It's so cool! 8 health, 3 kills.
That level of confidence on Robs, like he just looks... He's just the hardest player in the world to stress out, you know?
You can see the active reaction, how quickly he stopped shooting. He knew that he got the frag right there.
Iced.
And we have seen it with the 5-7, where sometimes he doesn't get the kill, but he thinks he does. It's a great 1v2. It's 2 rounds now that come because of Robs' kills. That 1v1 duel in apartments, leave it to him.
Yeah.
It's actually an extremely well-placed grenade. That zoned Robs, took some HP off, slowed him down too. I think Torji, the key was to go wider.
Boost upon boost.
Robs come to, get his full speed back, and then let him take control of that fight again.
Hello?
At the end of the day, rounds will come down to the minute.
Oh, this nade.
Oh.
Oof.
This could be really fun. I wish they would have double naded it just for their lols. But they don't smoke it, which is what the boost is for. Okay, they do smoke it, but not before they peaked.
Doing a good job of just plucking a player off the edge of these
Pretty good
smokes.
defense.
5-7's been damn well worth it here for Mouse. Pressure remains high.
They're ready in the push.
They're going to jump into this. The moment they hear that bomb plant, anticipate something. Spinks actually doesn't wait. He just takes the fight on his own accord into the AK for only a moment. Rob's looking to be the savior yet again.
Is he going to walk through the wrong side of the smoke?
Unfortunately for Jimmy, it's a USP, but he still faces into the MAC-10. Saiwu snaps over.
Oh, quick.
Yeah, he knows exertions out there.
In front of his one last opponent. It's a sprinted around, but when? That's the question. On hits.
Couple of very close rounds there. That's so good though for Mouse. Like that's a very cool round.
Maps that they played, there was not a single game in the last 3 series where Mouse have gotten more than 10 rounds. It has been clinical, and we heard from the man himself, Torzi, who has been the most improved player, one of the most improved elite operators period in Tier 1. Saying that they can beat Vitality. He says that with conviction because they got 11 rounds twice.
Damn, they found Maui.
But without rounds like that, that's where you lose 13-11, not win.
They may not have been able to beat them yet, but they have gotten closer and closer through the smoke.
Oh, the adjustment.
And as you'd anticipate, spam comes back from Zaiwu to make sure it's not for free. But beyond the 2 deaths between Zershin and Mezzi, you've also got Zaiwu
The way to drip.
low here.
He's ready to serve some hot takes, you know.
This is bare knuckles, man.
Good.
Last 2 1v1s, yeah. And we are getting to the point where, you know, there's always that saying, it's not even a rivalry if it's this one-sided. That's how it feels. But for Mouse, they've gotten closer than ever. There's both the discussion of, are Vitality setting up the potential for an era in this game? The discussion used to be, is that even possible for anybody to do? So this match will be the first step in proving that. There's so much more to this game than just winning the series.
Oh, damn. Again, this is a great call.
Empty pit.
For Vitality.
Back sight. Spinks and Brolin doubled up on
oh, the backup is coming though.
Call from Apex.
Just gets out. Trying to duel with those players towards the pit. Jimmy takes a slightly wider angle. Still hasn't been able to get into an action.
This is such a good call.
I mean, only so much you're going to be able to do. If you have one tucked cold, you have one holding for the balcony walkout, maybe you have a better chance. But playing from Moto, that's the duel you can take from inside of the halls, not even having to leave.
like everything about the timing, the read on the round, setting up the smoke for library, just really well played.
Looked incredible individually.
Trying to think how Jimmy could have played that in. Like, the problem is he's in the bomb side. He's just such a bad position to do anything.
The most confusing score box you've ever seen in terms of frags. Spirit literally kept up with them that entire way through. And yet, here we are today. Vitality still won that game. Their hardest possible test.
You go back and watch that Anubis game, and it really is just a testament, I think, to the game plan and the tactics the Vitality have been able to use, soaring forward to world's #1.
Poor Cyclone must be so hungover right now. Just ripped it back to Lisbon.
No.
It's one vacation to another anyway.
There's definitely going to be a photo of him at his brother's wedding. Tablet in hand, sketching out the strats.
No. Someone tapped him on the... He's Danish, so someone tapped him on the shoulder and went, hey, that's how they got Hooksy, man. Excuse me.
What is that? What's happening?
Yeah.
And that's how Mouse have to feel at the moment, because Vitality already on their back. 4 rounds straight. Guns did not make a difference, despite that clash on Banana.
It's pretty brutal.
Xyp9x's coaching career retired for the time being.
I mean, as smart as Xyp9x is, he doesn't really have the hands for the massage that Cyclone does. I think that's going to be a big bonus to them on stage. Also, Xyp9x just talked about how he doesn't identify as a coach. You know, he's here to help Cyclone, and when it's on stage, it's
AI, it's got to be.
About morale as well, and that's what Cyclone.
It's coming for all of us, you know.
Also say on a serious note,
nothing we can do about it.
That Cyclone has been behind the core of these young men coming up together. He knows them in and out. Yeah. Jokes aside, that's your bigger brother.
Oh, it's an insane setup.
You have a chance. And as he watches on, you get blown to smithereens.
Those didn't even land on the other side of the corner to Hobbit.
On his head.
That is targeted harassment here for Vitality.
It's one of the plays around that smoke that's in front of them now.
There is not.
That smoke is so fun.
That doubts. Mao's got out of bed today and knew this would be hard. Mao's got out of bed today and knew they were the challenger. All of those losses racked up against
but that's what I mean. It's like,
every time you'll step into the server,
it's one of those like game theory kind of things where it's like, as long as enough people are using it, then like, you know, those people are going to be doing better, and then it's like you have to use it to keep up with them, and then, you know, you've got to save.
And to just continue
it's not even a conversation.
Seed of doubt in the back of Mouse's mind. Save call must be pulled out. They've got to concede it. 2 easy kills for Vitality. One of them not even contact versus Xerxin. Just 3 nades dropped on his head.
That was amazing. I mean, again, they don't go around the corner. Xerxin, if he's standing on that side of the wall, the nades land Hobbit as they would for Torzy if he was opping. I mean, it's a very slight difference.
So
right?
this.
Like
it's actually okay.
He doesn't die around the corner. He only dies on that side.
Smoke is even a little bit further up than I was expecting. Maybe a misread. Hard to say. I think it's hard to recover from a round like that when you lose somebody that early on and you get smoked out.
That's not by accident.
No, Vitality been doing some real good reconnaissance.
That is that kind of double or triple nade strategy is something you see 3D Max do a lot on this map too.
2 close calls in this game, but that doesn't mean that Mouse are suddenly going to come back, or they're going to get it might get even worse if they're not careful. You know, we compare this to the Spirit match. This is where Hallie starts calling posits early, right? He gets involved before it gets too serious, just in case.
What's up, Hats?
It's going to be a mental block for this
How are you doing?
As close as they've been, they just simply not won.
Yeah, it's been, well, I was streaming the last couple of days to catch the playoffs here, but yeah, it's been a minute. I ended up getting super busy with a couple of different things, so just one of those life things.
They wait out the grenades, now they take it over. Brolin and Xerxin taking that step forth, but obviously this setup from Torzy is very key, and he gets the
it's also the map pool is pretty hard on Mouse in general, so like it's a very tough grand final for them, no question.
He's worried about the fact they're going to try to take advantage of this.
Doing homework and listening to my dulcet tones there is awesome. Let's go.
I actually love the utility for Mouse to reclaim top banana.
What's up, Skillers?
Nice. 40
Hope you're having a good day as well.
There's one for Mezzi.
This is excellent staging. Looks like Mouse may win their first round. Let's see if they can keep the good moves up.
You're not worried that Vitality sensing out this apartments could lead them into that A hit before? Nope, never mind. I was going to say Roland doesn't come back over. Torzi's reposition now very clear to Vitality. That's some information gained back at a critical point. 45 seconds.
Wow.
That while they take halls. What's interesting is Torzi left. They know it. They walked into halls.
Still numerically, the majority of Mao's inside this bomb site.
Cyber with a Molotov? I mean, if he throws it down here, that could set them up pretty decently. Ooh, but he throws it in front. Okay. Double and pit. They're going to win this every time. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy that they survive even this far. Never should have happened. Oh.
Gets him out of the pit with 2 kills to his name. He can try to go for the plant, but they're going to push through. He gets the kill.
Yes, time.
Just enough to clutch.
Oh my god. AK versus AWP as well.
And you've got a fully health Torzi on the other
No
end.
way. He's got 3 bullets left. 3 bullets.
You can see him in the
You
back
can
drop.
reload.
He has 3
So
bullets. Zywoo has 3 bullets.
Yep.
He can't reload.
He has got to hit this on its head, and Torzi
Oh,
plays with the time to
no.
create that uncertainty. From which direction does he
is there a
come?
kid somewhere in there? There must be, right? Yeah, there is.
Now
Okay.
just holds, and suddenly Torzi's close.
Oh my god!
Did you ever doubt it?
He had 2 extra bullets.
Only needs 1. Did you ever doubt it?
It's all about framing, isn't it?
Just sending a message to the whole world.
Well, then I'll use 1. Not to mention this. Getting Xerxin to
That's
come
just
through
so
with
insane.
literally less than a second left.
Xerxin checkmates that round if he pushes 1 second later. And there's no time to plan. 1 bullet clutch from Zywoo.
1 second on the bomb. 1 bullet from the gun.
This game is 6-0. There's 3 1v1s.
Yeah.
There is only 1 Zywoo.
Yeah, there is. And we talk about X Factor with players like Monacy and Donk. Well, we got the Z Factor now this year. That final at Katowice is where he really started showing it. It's coming out to his skin.
That's is so hard. Like imagine you're
His comfort zone 9-1.
imagine in general playing a best of 5, but then the problem is you play the best of 5 and you start out with this many really close rounds that you're not winning. It takes so much energy for a team to keep reconstructing the belief that, like, okay, listen guys,
And he's nice.
we've got him close, like, you know, it's gonna be okay, we'll win the next one, and then you don't win the next one, and you're like, I'll win the next one after that, and it just keeps going, you know? It's really hard to deal with.
Despite there being 2 players watching, that flashbang set him out well. Rops just
Unbelievably racked.
You know what, man? That 5-0 moment, that round had so much more than that 1 bullet clutch. That was a round that Mouse staged incredibly well. They got the opening kill. Torzi made the perfect rotation. Vitality had the perfect move to come back to the place he left while clearing B at the same time, so they would never think it. And then Mouse still had a double pit setup the first time in the half that they've used it. And then Vitality still win. This is basically a game where we see why these
Yeah,
two teams
7
are
is all they get,
finals.
yeah. That's what you have to try and say, right?
Every other
But it's just every time it's a little bit harder. It sounds a little bit more hollow. Every time it, you know, sounds like you're just lying more and more and more.
Not only do you sit comfortably 7 up, not only do you have 3 clutches to your name, but you're also going to try to drop this last rifle.
Why not?
to the steeple.
Your god is dead.
That's unholy.
You can't run, you can't hide, and you can't stop Vitality when they play like this.
So well played. That's when you start shit talking? Yeah, why not?
Yeah. They're the ones who want to get on the podium. They'll kill anyone trying to take it from
I don't know if it's over, guys. Let's give Mouse a little bit of credit, right? Like they are, you know, they're an experienced team. They've got like, you know, but the problem is, man, you need like you need something insane to get you back into this. That's ice cold. That's Messi's second and third kill in the game so far. And it's like a double kill at top banana.
They have the liberty to make decisions on their own, and the only way that
Stop being a mouse sim.
is to go out of prep sometimes. Because if you can get
I'm just saying that,
all your
like,
tactics fail before they start.
you know.
But with the player quality that you see,
But the worry still is for the longer term, right? Like, let's say by some miracle this goes to a 5th map on train. How are you going to show up to that 5th map if you're, you know, you have to spend so much of your mental energy at the beginning? And the same is true in the opposite direction for Vitality, right? They have to spend no energy here. They're laughing. They're actually gaining energy by doing this. It's just they're having a great time, you know? Okay.
On a personal level as well, has given them a reason to believe in him. We saw that stat increasing his average rating by 0.10 so far in 2025. On top of the killer calls.
Too reasonable for Twitch chat. Nah, it's alright.
And the excellent onboarding process of Rops. Safe to say Apex is truly carving out a place for himself as one of the greatest.
Yeah.
The longevity of his career.
Multiple roles now.
Yes.
And that might be him putting himself in a league of his own in that sense. Also, it's one thing to go from an Opera to a Rifler, but to go from an entry to an IGL? That's a level of impressive as
Co-stream with Thorin, yeah,
and
true.
IGLing at the same time when no one thought that that would be possible. Getting number
Listen,
2 in that moment.
I'm just here to enjoy the Counter-Strike, okay?
Accomplishment.
It's sort of like Donk becoming the #1 player of last year and doing it with a rifle. These unique paths.
Yeah.
The one-of-a-kind Counter-Strike careers. That's what
Nib's about to chew a Fnatic.
The next generation. I think Apex is
Oh,
starting to
shit.
put himself on a
Will
pedestal
they
where he
qualify if
can
they do
claim
that?
He has shaped this world.
We've seen many moments in this match already where the smokes are landing in the right place. The counter flashes are great from the CT side, but the comfort for Vitality to still push that smoke, for the second guy to come through blind and get the refrag right after.
8 is all they get, yeah, true. Gotta keep the delusion going.
Right now.
Utility pressure in an attempt to stop them up Banana, but it's a simultaneous peek from Torzy through the mid-smoke that Apex just pops him for.
Oh, poor Jimmy, all alone.
Yeah, tough to hold this one back.
Look how fast they move, man. They knew exactly what's happening.
All of Vitality swarming around him here. He is just pinned into this corner and desperate for an assist. Brolin trying to get over to the library to help, but first and foremost is Apex with his second
Insanely
kill of the round.
dead.
Gets the entry, calls all his troops to follow forward, and leads from
9
the
is all they get,
front like
guys.
a true leader here in round 9. Flawless
9
is
is
the
all
name
they
of the
get.
game tonight.
I mean, this is where the prep is just unbelievable because they know exactly what happens off the setup. It's the one moment Mouse have decided to risk it on the 3B early on this fall.
Yeah, they're reading them well. They're having a great time. Like, it's just, I don't know.
They didn't move that quickly around that.
This is where, 1, it's a big downside being on the CT side, and 2, it's a big downside that you're on Inferno, which means like any kind of aggression is going to be just very hard to do for CTs. And, you know, beyond that, like, I would say this is where you need somebody like Exertion or
They've had to change hiding spots other half of the
or
map.
maybe Torshi, who are like both players I think who could bring them back.
Yet it remains toasty in the Mayo Arena.
Well, they've got they don't have Sip anymore. They've got Cyclone back again now.
You guys love Vitality?
One map's all they take.
It's louder for
Clapping cheeks is kind of, you know,
Yeah, there are.
that's a bit of a almost like an understatement. Oh, nice! Thank you for the raid.
Find out.
Every timeout burned out of Mouse.
Oh yeah, they're going through
I
that.
appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome, guys. Hope you guys are Vitality fans. If you're Mouse fans, it's going to be a bit of a rough moment to show up for the stream, but
I think if you're Cyclone, you take this timeout and you just remind them there are potentially 4 more maps to go.
I left a wedding to be here.
Right?
Give me a round.
Something. Some kind of lifeline. A
yeah,
heartbeat out of Mouse
just
is
one
all we
round. Yeah, thank you.
Called them, and they have been showing that they're confident.
So far, we're having a great final, even if it is a bit rough, a bit one-sided. Turns out the real finals yesterday. Yeah, listen, it's a Counter-Strike classic. It really is. It happens all the time.
Nades go beyond him. And on the fallback.
No, Apex. What are you doing? Oh, damn. Trav with the raid as well? How you doing, Travis?
He'll send
There
some
are more
back in
people
the
showing up.
direction.
You guys are too kind.
Why not?
I want Mouse to get around.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why not.
No guarantees.
Imagine if Apex had just got that jumping shot. Like,
Actually, we don't believe in freebies.
why be cruel
See,
like
Mouse
that,
can
you
earn
know?
this one.
Orgy starts to get a little more active. He was just caught 1 round ago, trying to take that glimpse down middle. This time, almost gets the better of Flamesy.
Molly
Can I
Bell.
say it?
And now Spinks needs to. Spinks versus his former lineup.
K and then 7, is that...
He would be the most motivated player in the server. That's Apex dead. You've still got Flamesy wounded. Zywoo dropped by half as well. This isn't the fullest bars for Vitality to work with, but if they just keep hitting headshots,
Too complicated.
then what is there to hold them back? Meanwhile, Mezzi carves a path over towards B.
What a flashbang. They're still so good.
But everybody else is gonna leave.
Oh, they're going to run back.
Mezzi has cut his route
Now, they are low
to
on
the
health,
CT
but
spawn. We're sure
it
this
doesn't matter.
rotation's
Exertion's
back.
dead already.
It is all a ruse. It is all a
Jesus.
tease.
And Brolan.
Mouse for a moment thinking they had a chance at their
This is just
first.
insane.
They're literally chasing exits already. They know this round is over. Brolin will have to save. It's just too much.
Ah, so it's like...
Even when that site hit
Suri?
was still going
Is
well.
that it,
like,
Suri?
Mouse have the respect now. They got to rotate. They get a kill on the site. They're hoping it comes.
Hey,
through.
what's up? Technology, what's up?
Still, Mezzi's looking to make it a little worse.
So I got permission. I don't know. I'm assuming you do need some sort of permission.
Vitality are showing us the ceiling of this game.
But yeah, I just emailed Blast like,
Found out
I don't know,
Flamesy right behind
a
him.
week
There he
ago, and I
goes.
said, can I just do the
Again.
this part of it?
And we had good teams and good tries, but that ended up being sort of false promises.
Well, guys, it's looking a bit grim for the opening map. I'm not gonna lie.
In the beginning, you find a broken strategy or a perfect composition, and then that team will streak, and then maybe you get less errors as time goes on, right? In reality,
Oh, the LED backpack is back. I need one of those. I want to be in the future too.
Game was just too hard to be consistent. My wife.
Did he say it was a failed flash? It just worked anyway. All right. 10 is all they get, guys. 10 is all they're gonna get.
This map began with 3 1v1 clutches in the first 5 rounds.
Has a team ever forfeit? No, you can't.
Whether the flat half
We don't
beyond
forfeit
that
in
is just
Counter-Strike,
the
you know?
ramifications of
We fight
losing
till
those
we'll
straight
fight to the
clutches,
end, no matter
of
what.
being crushed that early on, of being reminded that you are not better.
Oh
Just
yeah, the other thing.
devastating.
For 10 Inferno wins in a row.
Yes, 2 9-0 map streaks within the 15 match streaks. Vitality are from a
2
different
girls, 1
cloth,
cup,
from a
and such a
different
backpack?
planet
No.
Thus far this year.
Listen,
And again, lesser weapons won't
I know
do
we
much in
intend
terms
to
of
use
holding back the
technology
B-play.
not for what
Orgy's
it's
gonna
intended
have
for,
to throw
but
the
let's
Hail
not do
Mary.
that,
He's
okay?
gotta do something. And just as you try to spam a smoke, Mezzi
I feel like we've
calls
already
it
done
on
terrible
you.
things with the internet, you know. AI is next. Let's not do that.
Kind of got lost in the sauce here, but we're nearing the end of the half now.
Yeah.
There's only one round.
We never
to
say
go.
GG after a
It's
lost pistol
11-0.
round.
It's a best of 5 grand
Yeah,
final.
true.
Just gonna say I can't remember the last
3 times 13-0? No. 1, no, that's never happened. Also true, like, no, it's not gonna happen either.
It is a short
You
road
guys
to
are
the end of
panicking so
Inferno.
quickly, alright? Take a
So
deep
the
breath.
hands
Calm
of
down.
Vitality want to claim kills while they can.
First 36-0 in history. I mean, that would be insane. 13's all they get, exactly.
This B-site has had nothing to hold Vitality back. Not to put the blame on them, because A offered nothing either.
Yeah. They found all the
I think I was talking to
opportunities
Zeus last, and he said, like, he basically
and
said,
then even the hard rounds, you get a 1v2.
you know,
You get a 1v1.
it actually might be a benefit sometimes to just lose really quickly like this. You know? Which I think is, we've heard this before, but it's fun to hear it from Zeus.
Straight up from Boiler into the bracket play.
Just lose
Flamesy
quickly,
feeling
it's all over, you know.
unstoppable surely at this point in the half.
Oh, nothing's more unnerving than that if you're Jimmy.
12-0 or 11-1, I'm sure it feels like nothing but a technicality for Vitality, so why won't they just play with disregard? Every single fight ends up with the
MR12
headshot.
or 15,
Every single attempt from Mao's deterred.
I mean, the thing is, there are things in MR15 that I prefer in terms of like what I would consider the tactical field is a lot deeper on MR15 than it is in MR12. But from a casting and tournament point of view, MR12 is just so much better. Like, MR15 makes for some just dreadful days. It's unbelievable how long the days can be with MR. It doesn't seem like it should be a lot, but it actually is a massive difference. And it's hard to defend, you know? Oh, okay, well, they're cheating as well. That's, you know, whatever, you know? MR15 with lower round and smoke times. Yeah, I mean, I would maybe prefer that, to be honest. It's not a bad idea. Well, hello guys. I'm just saying this didn't happen when Sip was coaching.
How are we losing that 1v4? How?
Because they don't have chairs, guys. It's the chairs.
Where are my bullets going?
Well, well, well. Looks like another victim of a crappy chair. If you're like this guy, performance isn't your problem.
This ad is so unnerving to me.
How are you in my...
See, here at Blacklight, we know what the key to victory is. It's comfort. And you're looking at it.
It's really unsettling.
Dynamic, adjustable lumbar support, specifically designed to benefit users of all heights. Loosen up. We've got your back. With just the right amount of support. Racing-inspired embrace design. Feel the grip of pure victory embracing your body, keeping you at the apex of the action.
He's definitely a skinwalker. Yeah, I know.
The magnetic head pillar, because
Skinwalker is a, you know, creature pretending to be human, but not quite succeeding, you know?
Dual roller PU silent wheels.
It's a real thing.
Stay both silent
Look it up.
and deadly in and out of the server. Integrated, condensed foam
Yeah,
technology.
Quark, thank you. Yeah, there was a bunch of gifted subs yesterday, which is unbelievably helpful.
For extended
You guys are literally saving my life at the moment. I appreciate it.
Come on!
My chair's just better.
And that is the power of the Kraken. Let us carry you while you carry your team.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit like that. I think typically they're meant to be sort of like forest-dwelling creatures. Like the idea there is that you go into the forest, you know, ready for a mouse 12 round second half. That'd be sick. But yeah, if you guys have any unused Prime subs, throw them my way if you want to. Don't let Bezos keep his Prime sub money, you know. Yeah, exactly, folklore. That's what I mean. Have I seen The Witch? Have I? I do like horror movies, but I feel like they're all super bad. Is my issue. It's like it's actually genuinely not that easy to find, I think, decent horror movies. I haven't seen this movie. Is it good? The last horror movie that I saw that I really enjoyed was called The Ritual. But I feel like most horror movies are just kind of boring.
Tapping into history, it feels, with streaks galore on maps in matches,
like,
and what, a total blowout and a best of 5. How many rounds?
It's all it's like creepy forest stuff. Okay, I like those kind of movies. Yeah, the Ritual was like that too. Nosferatu was pretty good. Okay. I feel like a lot of the time it's like
They're here to witness history.
You know, it's just like jump scares, which I don't consider horror at all. I just think it's boring and stupid. And then it's just like, okay, here we go. Don't lose this.
More engagement where that came from. 20 health between Rops and Flamesy.
Oh, don't let them win this with Rops on 1 HP.
For the sake.
I haven't. Oh no. I haven't really kept up with the Path of Exile stuff. I really want to. Man, it's so hard to manage time in general, you know.
Advantage here for Vitality. 12-0.
But
We haven't looked, but I can't remember the last time a score like this. And
I do kind of want to play Path of Exile. Also, my PC is a little bit better now because I put more RAM into it. Surprisingly, that worked better than I thought. And then I clocked the RAM with the help of sneakiness, and then I clocked the CPU as well. So now things are kind of, you know, looking better. It's actually playable, you know. Oh.
He's going to remain in that
oh my god.
Now they figured him out.
Oh no.
Cut him down and he will get the kill. Zywoo over towards the Moto, excuse me, Apex.
He's low on health.
Shooting,
You got the oh no. Oh no. Oh guys. That is a quick one.
For Mouse to have to stomach. Luckily for
okay.
them, it's a best of 5. You've never had more time to reset. But Vitality will sprint their way forward. 10-0 on
okay.
Inferno. And the first map of this best of 5 with
we're just gonna do like last time and fuck around a little bit.
Swing for the king, you best
if you guys are into it.
Vitality make history tonight in the first ever 13-0 in a CS2 grand final.
In MR12 we wouldn't have gotten phase choking. Yeah, I don't know. Those kind of things are it's always hard. Like I just think MR15 is hard to defend for tournaments, unfortunately.
I've ever seen any team ever run. Like Apex were running circles with mouse boards. Obviously, they didn't get the kills needed, they didn't get the openings needed, but every call, every execute, every entry into the site, that was the most clean Counter-Strike I've seen in a very long time.
It's just everything top.
What new items did I get? Wait, what?
There. If the call wasn't good, the players delivered. If the players were in a man deficit situation, the calls helped them out. Yeah. The clutches came out.
I don't really know.
The star players for Vitality. Zywoo just put them completely in their place. Rops put them in their place. Apex, I don't even know. It's like he blinked and he woke up and it was the second half pistol round and then he won a 1v1. Okay, I don't even know if he knew what happened there.
I was just sublime from Vitality. I'm simply lost for words. Considering the way that this map started, right? It was down to some of the Vitality players to be pulling out.
Oh, I have two. I don't know what they are.
It felt like this game was going to be incredibly close. You know, round 2, round 3, we see that the Mouse players are able to.
We'll
pick
check it
off
out
the
later.
Vitality guys. They get these kills with these scrappy buys, really push them to the limit, and you think to yourself, I mean, there is absolutely a world where this is an incredibly competitive series. But I mean, the whole rest of the map told a completely different story. We see all of these kills, the way that Mouse is so tricky, the nade stacks, the way that they're playing right behind the utility of Vitality. But people like Robs, they step up in the big moments, Pimp. When it really push comes to shove, the nade lands right on him. He nails him with 2 bullets, not a single one wasted.
No, and anything Robs can do, our man Zywoo can do even better. Fast forward, another round where Mouse comes dangerously close.
That's so bad. That's my bad.
The first kill, they stack correctly, they read the game correctly, apply a lot of pressure on towards Vitality. It gets very ugly at this point. Another 3v2 that then turns into a 1v2. But guess what? You have Robs alive, you have Zywoo alive, and one of them will show up. That first kill, it's instant on Jimfat. He then pushes the Molotov to isolate him, knowing that he's coming forward. And guess what? Instant headshot again with the Gilil. At this point, you thought to yourself, as you said, close game, back and forth. Mouse, you came so close.
Come on.
2 pistol force buys, half force buys. So once you get the guns
get the Davey. No, I'm not doing that.
Close, but guess not.
4 deaths and 2 deaths. Like, who can kill these guys? Like, what do you? I mean, what you're supposed to do.
I'll get 50% better. I'm pretty sure I won't be.
Right now is how do we outnumber them? How do we outplay them? They're looking for all these.
I feel like I definitely won't get 50% better.
Vitality into these bad situations. It doesn't even matter. The rounds in this one were just so frequently either lopsided or humiliating. It was pick your poison. You get a close round and you lose it at the last hurdle, or you just get comprehensively defeated.
And if you thought that last round was going to be the best Zywoo highlight of this first map, you'd be sorely mistaken.
Whatever.
Because then round 6 happens, Jacob.
I feel that's where I started to get the feeling, okay, this game may be over. You know, if you're not winning this round, you're not winning any rounds.
I feel like that view model is just, you know,
Jimfat in a fine position.
It's not pleasant.
As well, in a nice little double stack. Roland gets traded out. Again, you have a 4v2 just for a brief moment.
Oh no.
Comes alive with the AK once more.
I got soused by P. Diddy.
Nated to death, and then he just completely outplays his opponents. Look at the HP from Zywoo. Well aware that his only chance is fake planting, hoping for a reaction. Exertion, maybe a bit prematurely, gives him that reaction, and look at this. Mohan said it. Only 3 bullets left in the chamber of Zywoo. He could not reload. He could not reload because he would give up his position, and then he just instantly destroys his opponent.
What's so funny about the ZywOo clutch is that he really looked at Rops' 2-bullet clutch and said, I could do you one better, and he meant that literally with just the one.
I don't trust that one, okay? I just don't.
It's insane to see him performing with this level of confidence. Dare I say aura, Maui, up on the stage. I mean, he said Chauzy may be the most aura player on the side of Maui.
We're back talking.
He got cleared. He got hard-bodied by the ZywOo right there. I mean, there's nothing that went badly for the side of Vitality. ZywOo was flawless in this one. He was completely untouched. The trade fragging was
what the fuck
perfect.
is happening?
He gets a sliver of just a pixel of somebody on the Mao's team. He's nailing that shot with such precision, and this is what you want to see. ZywOo in big stages actually shutting it down, showing that the moment's not getting to him here. I like that they're the favorites going to this one, and they keep showing why they're the favorites, because we've seen in the past teams that say, oh, we were the favorites, like it's harder on us. It's like, I don't know what the hell you're even talking about when you say that, but Vitality has had none of those excuses. They know they're the world #1, and they're playing like it.
Not at any point in this game did he pick up the AWP. Not at any point was that even needed. Not at any point was it even considered. ZywOo is, per definition, an AWP player for Vitality, but it doesn't matter. He can do whatever the hell he wants to, and you saw the raw impact coming in with the rifles, the Galil, the AK, and no point where Vitality needed to change or do anything differently, because everything they did was working out. I want to give an awful lot of credit to Apex as well for the calling. There were a couple of rounds in the beginning, as we highlighted, there were a couple of rounds where Mouse found an opening kill. They always found a way back into it, and whenever they were executing into a bomb site, it gave
I mean, I'm pretty terrible too, but whatever.
Spirit yesterday on Anubis, where everything
what can you do, you know?
every single grenade is
have fun anyway. I think it's the correct answer.
Loophole they can go into. So if you can work with that kind of coordination and you can do that,
I wish I could. I just hate playing with the M4 is the issue, you know.
Vitality already making history here tonight, and it's only on map #1. So I'm curious to hear how Extaz is feeling after Inferno.
Extaz, I'm not sure if you know this, but you just had the first ever Grand Finals 13-0 CS2 history moment right there.
Both M4s, yeah, I do. Unfortunately, I do.
It was good. I think
I can't even play with the M41, to be perfectly honest. Like, it's just not a...
Then we had
I think mine just might be broken. I think it might be like a case that I just got like a broken version of that gun.
Because we picked those two, I think 3 or 4 times in a row. So yeah, the plan worked, so it's good.
Now, last time around, Mirage was very close against you guys. It definitely could have gone either way in this one. But when your boys are feeling like that, are you worried at all?
Well, let's be honest, they were better than us last time on Mirage. So we tried to adapt a bit for today, and hopefully it works.
Played to literal perfection. I feel like him saying, yeah, it was good. That's probably one of the understatements of the century.
I mean, even when Apex made arguably questionable calls, the flashes are perfect, the trading's perfect, so the execution is just befitting for how good these players are. Every single moment.
Anderson simple on a team. I mean, I would, you know.
The one that he said is the most efficient utility.
I feel like it'd be fun.
The amount of times
I mean, I will insist that we're going to get paid the same, obviously.
Fully blinded and have no chance of shooting back. Like, that's when everything's just going exceptionally well. I would easily argue at this point that Inferno is Vitality's best map. I know they like picking Nuke, but like, it's just that they can just barrel into any bomb site with one flash, boom, trades are afoot.
Nothing more to digest here. That was a one-off great performance from Vitality. Mouse were nowhere to be found. They have to find a way to recope and get back into the next map, but for Inferno in isolation, that was just a picture-perfect game for Vitality.
Yeah, of course I'm going to be AWPing. There's no question about that.
On this very map as well. If you're Mouse in this moment, I mean, the only thing you can do is just push this one aside. You do have potentially 4 maps to be turning this one around. I mean, maybe that's the good thing about this being a best of 5, right? There's a lot of reset room.
You need short-term memory if you're on the backside, okay? In fact, I would just say, everybody, let's headbutt each other. Let's move on. Just cause a little bit of amnesia because you need to forget this even happened.
And we are going to be moving swiftly on to the second map of this best of 5 series. It's Mouse pick of Mirage coming at you after this break.
Listen, I'm definitely going to be AWPing, okay? Hey, what's up? Oh yeah, how was the cash register, Seth? Did you register any cash? Grenadier, yeah, but that's not like a, you know, unfortunately not the most well-defined role. But yeah, if it was, I would be. Old people don't really fuck with credit cards. Might be there to their benefit, you know, when the whole banking system collapses soon. Customer riddles. Such an insane idea. They won't be alive at that point. I don't know. I think we're... What the fuck? I think we're right around the corner from that happening. Like... we count it in weeks at this point. The fuck? Okay. Why is everyone just permanently invincible on this? So stupid. You just got a Twitch ad for the Wuhan Marathon? Sounds sick. I feel like I need to start training for a marathon. Ah. No.
Now, how hard
The
is it
Gooning
for you
Marathon?
to prepare for a best of 5 comparing it to your normal best
That's
of 3?
probably more like a 2025 kind of thing, to be honest.
I mean, I think it's spread the same. Of course, we have played Vitality so many times recently, so we kind of knew what to expect from this game.
I'm so stupid.
But, we'll see how it goes. But I mean, of course, the game yesterday versus Vitality, the Spirit finished kind of late, so of course, we were preparing a lot. But yeah, I think this is kind of the same because we have played them so many times. So.
And I want to ask you, obviously, now you're the IGL, how hard is it calling a best of 5, comparing it to being just a player and playing through a best of 5?
We will see. I mean, obviously, we got 3-0 in EPL
barrels.
And in BR5. We'll see if it goes to 5 maps or not. 4 maps, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, I've never called in a best of 5 before if we skip the BR5 and EPL.
Reminds you of Sixer opening? I'll take that as a compliment, I
calling
think.
it a best of 5 is one thing. Calling it a best of 5 after you've been 13-0'd is uncharted territory because it's never happened before in CS2, and MOUZ are going to have to bounce back fast. Potentially an opportunity for them to do so on Mirage, considering it's their map pick. Maui, I'm curious though, why do you feel like they went for this map rather than Nuke, which they went for before in this best of 5 situation?
Well, I feel like the simple answer and the broad picture is that it was 11-13 last time they faced Vitality, so they know that they can play this one close. On top of that, getting 7 rounds on your T side, despite the fact that on that T side you only got 4
Where the fuck are the bullets
picks,
going?
I feel like Brolin as a leader has actually instilled so much faith
Hey, Jester, what's up?
and closing with MOUZ. Even if the opening
How are you doing?
doesn't go well, they don't just throw their heads into a wall and say, oh my gosh, that's it, we can't make anything out of this. They have actually put together
Shout out to MOUZ, yeah, true.
Lurking from people like Yimpat, sometimes the late route antics of people like Torzy, and that to me says to them and to themselves that it doesn't have to be the opening kill for us. I think so many teams are predicated on, do we get that pick? If not, we're gonna lose. But I
Never
think
happened
they have a little
before, I
bit
know,
more
it's
freedom now
fucking
in the
sick,
mid-round that
isn't
they
it?
believe in.
Very much agree. We also saw Vitality being pressured to the brink by Spirit yesterday on Mirage. Had it not been for a couple of Saiwu clutches, a couple
Oh
of
shit, thank you.
obviously the CT side performance from Saiwu
I appreciate the support.
With the AWP, I do feel that Spirit probably would have won Mirage. So I think MOUZ are sensing I wouldn't call it a weakness within Vitality, but they're sensing that after they played them in the group stage, a map they should have won. You know, they were in the lead, you said it yourself,
70 rounds. They were looking far superior to Vitality the first 20 rounds of that game. They probably have the belief right now that they were the better team on Mirage. So coming
It's
into the second
deathmatch.
map,
You're supposed to be moving at some point. Okay. Oh, what's up, laddie? Thank you for the raid. I swear we are watching the game. We're not watching me play deathmatch miserably.
I mean, stating the obvious to say, we're going to be looking at Zywu in this one as well, right?
Oh my gosh. I mean, the thing with Zywu yesterday on the CT side of Mirage is that he was just in the right place on maybe all but one round. He was always in the fray, always able to read what the action was in a round. His rotations were always so on point in a pivotal gun round.
How you doing, lady?
As he was trying to jump up in the window. It's like Zywu knows what the other team is going to do off of the smallest pieces of info every single time. That's why he makes the game look so effortless, so fluid, and he makes it all look like
I blame the other guy who apparently didn't hit this guy at all.
To basically play the hardest game in the world, avoid Zywu.
I'll give you a silver lining though, because one thing that didn't work out for Vitality yesterday on their CT side, and the reason why Zywu was called upon so many times, was Apex and Flameseed tried to be aggressive in Connector a couple of times. They were punished a couple of times. The strength of Mouse's T side has always been the mid control, the Connector control, Spinks coming up from out on the ground, you have Exertion coming out top middle with Roland being the support cast. So if we have that class again where Apex and Flameseed want to test that, if they want to be aggressive in towards Connector, they weren't successful with it yesterday. Zywu had to bail them out an awful lot of times. And if
nothing ready to watch. Yeah, I mean,
T-side, that is exactly those duels.
bit of a tough start, to be honest.
Mouse could have the upper hand compared to Vitality.
And this is where purely subjectively,
But it's gonna get better, okay?
I'm so gutted that we haven't got to see any of the individuals really firing up for Mouse just yet, because up until that very map, they were really owning it out there on stage.
Of course, I feel like every single time I'm seeing this Mouse lineup, they're leveling up. But in that single loss on Inferno, it feels like they took a step down. I want to see them be able to punch back up, because people like Exertion finally feel like they have some wind in their sails when it comes to playing on stages. Torzi has been...
am I involved with Renown? No, I'm not.
And so some people got to join these guys right now.
Well, not that I know of, anyway.
Every single one of them, because these late rounds, they're getting out of hand. You shouldn't be allowing Rops and Zywu, as world-class as they are, to win as many clutches in the fashion that they are.
Okay, listen, I can still do a little bit of warping, okay, guys? We're not playing 1.6 anymore, but
I have to make the difference.
I feel like I can still do a little bit of something, alright? Just give me a fucking break. Alright, guys, I'm gonna quickly run to the bathroom and I'll be back in like 30 seconds, right?
We've seen throughout the entire tournament. If you get tricked into that scenario where every player feels he has to do a little extra, that's when Vitality will pick you apart.
We've obviously been talking a lot about Zywu for good reason coming onto Mirage, but where are hopefully the duels going to be going down between Flamesy and Exertion? Because I want to see this explosive firepower coming out.
Without a doubt, and I feel like Flamesy is right now showing the world that he is an elite rifler, probably one of the top 5 in the world. So head-to-head's always going to be interesting here, Freya. Right now, though, with how Vitality's firing, I feel like the supporting cast behind Flamesy is going to push him over the edge too.
It is time to be diving into Mirage. Not just a question of whether Mouse can get their first map, it's whether they can get their first round.
Mouse may have came into this series top 2 in form, but right now Vitality are top 2 and not 2.
Yeah, not even close. I mean, yet again, we sit here talking about the streaks and the dominance and everything that Vitality are putting forward, and well, you never really know what the ceiling can be, and I think Maui Snake's saying it great when it comes to Flamesy stepping forward, inspired by Zywu, inspired by Robs, inspired by Lisbon!
I'm back. I can't play Fury Elise. I wish I could. I should learn that just to do it.
Heavy tactics,
just to be able to say yes.
On Inferno to now the brawl. I don't know if this helps Mouse or not.
We'll
okay, let's fucking go, guys.
Right? And I guess that's maybe where they find a forte.
Let's just get one round on the board here for Mouse, okay? It is a grand final. You are getting paid to play Counter-Strike. That's actually very. Oh no.
Holding off with a cross from jungle. That first frag made you think you had a chance.
The fuck is wrong with him?
Down goes the last one.
Why is he like that though? Why is he like that? Fraud? I know. Fraudulent piano player. Yeah, I can't. It's just I just have it here like people have books, you know, in their homes that they, you know, can't even read. I have the books too, you know.
It's Zywu who does it by fragging. He doesn't need to do any talking. He didn't like coming third last year.
His rebuttal in
There we
full
go.
force. How many rounds until Maus
Yeah,
get
cosmetic
their
piano. Yeah,
first?
exactly.
I didn't expect Freya to throw them under the bus like that.
That was good.
Didn't know she had it in her.
Anything else would be disingenuous at this point.
Honestly, glad
That's what
Cyber
Mouse
landed
was
finally
thinking.
destroying. Yeah, I
They
know.
didn't get their one round. Because you get that one round,
I know what you mean.
you could actually smile about it. Everyone always does.
There was that weird feeling at one point where it's like we all knew how good Cyber was, but you're right. Like some of those like final performances, you're like, ooh, okay, we're not getting the real Cyber. Now we are. Mouse is the testing ground, unfortunately for them.
That's going to come up in Blast Trivia one day.
Obviously nothing bought up here for Maus in the second round. Apex going to take his sweet time with the FAMAS. And we do get the Desert Eagle kill out. A little more damage as well than maybe Rops would like to handle. Just noticed Zywoo's down to 12 HP, so excuse me, there was suddenly a little sign of life here from these pesky pistols top middle.
Any prediction on 13-0? Jesus. I mean, I don't, you know, I think they're going to be back. I think Mouse are going to, they're going to roll back in here and it's going to be okay. You know, they win this map, everyone takes a peek, you know, no, they're not going to win this map actually. This is the problem.
Is sitting on your 15 match streak.
Because Nuke is the fourth map, we might not even get to it.
No, there it is.
Ugh.
Couple more racked up to the MP9. Synchronized.
Put it down. There we go. That's how you stay hydrated, folks.
Yeah, something like that.
15-0. Better to lose 13-0 than a super hard OT game. Yeah, I mean, that is true.
Guns in hand for Mouse.
I think, but the problem is, it's still hard to stomach because there were a lot of really close rounds at the beginning of that Inferno map. So you're still going to have that feeling that, like, oh man, we could have had some of those early rounds.
It's not a utility map, okay?
Everybody boo.
No missing.
I'm just saying,
Every time that mid
it's also a grand
misses,
final
you know
against
what to
Vitality,
do.
you know.
Messi in the corner. Ooh, not fully cleared.
Yeah, he didn't
Uh-oh.
Another bad nade. Rops is gonna pay the price
That's
for
actually a
that one 'cause they will
significant
capitalize on the jump out.
mess up.
Spinks goes ahead, kills Apex as he tries to push out through market without teammates behind him.
But Mouse going to win their first round.
God, they've done it.
We got the first round for Mouse in this series.
The first is the hardest.
And hey, it didn't take that long in a map too. One missed incendiary at a Rops.
Yeah, true.
It's a sour moment for Exertion, you know. I think, yeah, when we call back to Exertion at the worst of times, it's sort of moments like that. I think, unfortunately.
You wanted
It would've been
another
free clear,
13-0.
and if not,
was so
Rops missing
back.
that molly,
Yes.
it could have been another tragedy.
That's why it's so nice to see Xertion up there towards the top of the Mouse scoreboards with
It's such a-
in
it's-
playoffs. Right? You know, when Torji has
It's a bizarre fact that there are no real B executes on this map. Like, apart from like the two same smokes that everyone sort of knows how to throw on this map,
And I mean, with,
like the T sides have no real interesting utility. Unlike on the A bomb side, where we all know like, oh, you got like all these smokes. On B, it's like you smoke market, and you smoke the catwalk, and then that's pretty much it. You got Molotovs to the back of bench and to the truck, and like that's it. There's nothing else that anyone's doing. So it's so weird.
And men, with Shuhei, they were winning matches versus good teams in playoffs. They were doing that. They just weren't winning tournaments. That's why they got Spinks, and that's how they got the last round.
And they also just couldn't beat FaZe.
Yeah.
Now they have different nightmares. Apex.
Yeah. Now one of the FaZe players goes to their new nemesis.
A lot of space here for Brolin in the fourth.
Yeah, but look at this. 3 players waiting.
Oh, is it?
Gonna notice Messi making sound as he jumps around backside.
Hold on.
Brolin's gonna continue to wait.
We'll move it over here. Hopefully that'll be
Yeah.
better.
Zywoo actually skirting up along.
Co-streaming rights rejected. Yeah, we don't want to screw with the sponsors, do we?
Actually missing some really critical information right now.
But yet they
Worst
have good
co-streamer of
positions.
all time.
Or maybe singular. Brolin in the ladder room. We'll see if come of it because
they
he
did
lost
have
his
good,
closest player.
They did have good positions, but it's kind of like, how much value does it have if you don't know it?
Sure.
And in this spot, I think Brolin is a little surprised, or no, Zershin is a little bit surprised.
And saying that there were 2 CTs in that underpass staircase.
Yes.
Okay.
And now at this point, 30 seconds, and Maus are able to come back around. They'll see that it's clear
On
for
paper,
the taking.
on paper, B would be the weaker one, right? They exited towards A.
Yep.
It's a longer rotation.
Oh, the boost up as well. Now, you can Molotov this from the hallways, but nobody knows how to do it, because, like I said, nobody can throw any grenades on this map. Okay, that is a huge play from Spinks. That is actually sick.
Positioning for Maus off of Brolin inside of the ladder room. I mean, there was a moment in this round where Vitality felt like they definitely had enough to stave off a B hit. They end up giving over a little more slack. That's where Maus are able to come forward with presence. Now, ladder room was key for the T's. Soon, it'll be
Don't
the
lose this,
opposite way
Maus.
around. Spinks waits on bench, and he is just
Okay.
striking them down. So is Rops. Double kill off of the catwalk into the clutch versus Jimmy. Oh, where is he? Peeks and thrives. Jimmy steps it up and Maus ties.
Yeah, that's true, Lossy. That's a good point. Why molly it at all if you can just face check it?
Nice try there from Robs, but also well done from Jimmy trying to catch him crossing into the site. Another round, I think, set up a lot by Spinks in terms
Yeah, he got
of his
gooned.
raw impact.
That's an insane peak.
He's also the one to get the first entry off Cat, right?
Yeah, slams Mezzi in the middle of the site right after he boosted up Zywoo. Here comes the op pick. Torshi's got first blood.
Now we're in business.
Vitality's money gone. MP9 armor for Apex, Kevlar.
How's your
5-7
Sunday
there
been,
for
Lossy?
Robs. After that bruising back on Inferno, you cannot afford to start losing rounds like these, so let's keep a tight eye on Maus.
What are they booing?
Goal!
Yeah, I think it is important to kind of get some early rounds here. You know what I mean?
Not pretty, but he'll recover, and that is what matters more. Not dropping the op.
Yeah, I think that. I mean,
put forth by Vitality here in the 5th one.
this is where I think losing, 13-0 is like, okay, we lost 13-0. Now we're back. We're playing better. It's all good. Like, it's nice.
I can't be him.
Something wrong with this Deagle, too. Little damage comes out for Flamesy. He is surrounded and dealt with. Maus have a lead in this best of 5. Not if you count the first map, but for now. Here on
Timeout.
take what you can get, including opening kills on Zywoo.
So far, it's not like the
What
rounds have
first
been
map?
easy,
Yeah,
but they're
no.
moving better. They're winning the clutch.
They didn't even
That's their first clutch in the series, actually.
play it at all.
After losing 4 on Inferno.
Just memory hold that real quick.
To show you how close Inferno actually was. To some degree. It's not that Vitality were way better overall, but
3 of them in the first 5 rounds for the record.
Did you see how close
by
Inferno
the end of a
was?
half, when you have a game like that, mentally it just takes a toll. You forget about how close it was at one point. This crowd is roaring. Maus are surviving.
Streak of round wins looks good for the Maus camp. Can they keep the momentum off Zershin, making it quickly to the bottom of mid?
Yeah, you want to see the acceleration.
Do you
from
think we
him,
sometimes
never
get
slowing down.
game without casting in arena like another sports?
Beat up as bad as they did in the first, but look at this.
I feel like the game without casting is gonna be. I don't think that's gonna work. But I mean, I obviously have to say that it's literally my job. So, but I imagine that if you take away the casting, it's gonna feel super weird to people in the long run.
An excellent moment for Maus. Good patience on the A ramp. Spray through connectors, perfect. They call up the double stack on the stairs.
Like these quiet moments where there's not much happening is like hard to deal with.
And they're doing
like the audience isn't gonna keep the energy up here. Like there's not much to say, or there's not much like. It's gonna be a really quiet room,
So clearly the different style between maps starting to work out, huh?
Maybe it was just all about map picks in the end. Well, again, it was off trend. The fact that the last two maps, excuse me, they got 11 rounds each. Then suddenly they get 13.
Is silence bad?
That didn't seem right. Maybe there were some special words.
I don't know.
From Cyclone. Maybe Brolin.
Guess it depends.
Oh, they missed that smoke? Or did it land?
Looks good.
No, it landed. Okay. All good.
Passing grades for now. Round 7.
I imagine that it would feel, yeah, kind of empty after a while, you know? Yeah, Spinks is like, I'm not going to go down. I'm not going to
Last time they got crushed, for what it's worth,
go down without a
Spinks
fight.
was their best performer. They didn't have an amazing game. They obviously lost as a team, but did put up a good amount of kills in general. Power of facing your former lineup. You've got all the arcane knowledge about the way that Apex's mind works. Not many can say that.
I don't know, man. It's a big brain. There's a lot inside it. How much could Spinks really steal?
I feel like it'd be like your brain, just a lot of noises.
Ah. Not wrong. Nades come forward. Mezzi still unable to get much going on this B site. Can't really be blamed when he's
Good job.
just a pistol, but still
Look at
struggling.
Mouse. Look at him go. You guys were doubting.
Right now for Mouse.
You guys were ready to call it quits on that first
They
map.
finally get a kill.
About damn time. Spinks waits it out mid just to make sure nothing gets too weird.
5 is already pretty good, you know?
Nice to see him topping the charts.
This also was a key to victory for Vitalities. They were very methodical about approaching the exit frags. Got a lot of kills to make sure there was the most amount of saves possible.
Just wanted to see Mouse get humiliated. I mean,
there is so much money here for Mouse.
the truth is, I like both these teams. That's the issue, right? Like, I actually enjoy watching both these teams play, so I'm fine with either one of them winning, although I, you know, definitely think Vitality is favored for this one, but... Oh.
Something I definitely want to see out of Mouse this map as well. God damn, Lisbon. Look at this place.
You look good. You guys want a major?
I said, do you want a major?
Everybody at home knows you can hear those crowd mics. They sound fantastic.
Starts with the passion. We've had it since we got here. Now here comes Mouse back at it. This A site, a different target. We've got weapons in hand, so Vitality trying to hold it back, but
what feels forced, EverQuest?
And then he gets a little awkward
Well,
on the ladder.
aims.
Fine by him. It's an assist thanks to Apex.
Wow, he didn't even let a player drop off on a default. That was the minimum.
Great positioning.
Yeah.
Just a great instance and a reminder of what Flamesy was offering us back on Inferno, right? That 13-0 doesn't happen without individual levels as high as they were.
Yeah.
And it's good to know that despite this on-fire Mouse, 5 straight, Flamesy taps right back into it. Give the guy a gun.
The problem with that, like, kind of 13-0 from, like, a commentary point of view, I think, is that it can be kind of, it's kind of hard to, you know, like, you feel like you're carrying a lot of, like, you feel like you end up carrying, like, a lot of the energy because the game isn't really delivering that energy. Even if you have, like, really cool moments.
We'll give him that.
Just don't let it become a trend.
What if they still win the round?
And then now the problem is if it kind of goes the other way. It's just sometimes you end up in this weird spot. I feel like as a commentator where like you're kind of, you know, like you're either doing too much or too little, you know.
Vitality turn their heads back around. So third round for Vitality CT side, still 2 away from this streak of 5 Mouse put forth. And within that streak, you mentioned it, There's been very few deaths for Mouse to have to handle.
I've had events in the past where like the production crew or something, like somebody will come up and sort of tell you, hey, can we get like can you hype up the crowd a bit? And it's like, I get why they want that, but the problem is sometimes if the game is bad and the crowd is a bit bored, it's like, I can do it, but it's gonna feel weird. Like, to everybody, it's gonna feel weird to me. It's gonna feel weird to the crowd. It's gonna feel weird to people at home. But I guess we do get a shot that we can use in like a promo movie later, which is something, right? But it does feel sort of like, like I'm, like I don't want to force that moment, But I understand like sometimes it's hard. You kind of have to, because in a way it's also part of your job, Like, so what do you do,
Helping hand at the perfect moment. Now he has to turn to Khan, and that was almost the death. He will be tracked down.
Brolin, okay.
Shots still whiz by from sight.
How the fuck is he alive? Production farming clips for ads, yeah, exactly. I mean, it is nice to have some of those clips where you sort of you get everybody in, you get everyone hyped up and everyone's like excited.
Brolin comes in. Zywoo's awareness is at 100 right now.
He has reason to be worried about it. Brolin has managed to get through Murder Hole. He kills Flamesy. And he's just going to drop a Molotov. Zywoo has to peek in, misses his shot. Nicely done by Brolin.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man. Running and shooting to get to the wall.
The truth is that, like, one of the more underrated skills, I would say, is making a not very good finals still kind of watchable, which can be very hard to do. Because like a good final will also kind of almost cast itself, to be honest. Like, not to say that people shouldn't get credit for it, but the truth is, like, you're gonna the final will also carry the casters as much as the casters can carry the finals. Like, it kind of works both ways a little bit. But a bad game is, that's like, that's where you've got to put in really hard work. Like, it's really hard to lift that up to something where people will say like, oh yeah, that was actually, I really enjoyed my time,
Again, this is the map that even though Vitality, they also have a really strong record on. They beat Spirit yesterday. It's the one that's got
in a way, it's just so much harder. And very often, like, you get nothing, depending on where you are in the world. You don't get a lot from the crowd. You don't get a lot from the game. It's like, oh, like, this is just all me doing it.
Tricky smoke. It's coming from far away. They see it.
As he remains hanging around.
This actually creates an interesting situation because Mezzy could transpose this. They think it's just being jump spotted.
Do I rock with pistachios? Yeah, pistachios are, I think, they are, for me, if I could only pick one nut, it'd be pistachios.
Again, versus Connector, this is the best possible spot.
Time to shine, Zywoo. He's not sure when or where, but he misses.
Ooh, that's awkward.
The smoke is the question.
Oh, the flank here is insane, though. Oh, no. It's not insane.
Not able to capitalize on either of his first two shots. Into the fire tonight. Torzi then on the angle.
That's...
Wow, that's excellent out of Torzi.
You can't say he didn't have a chance.
No, he didn't.
If Apex gets the kill on ramp, it's on, like, immediately. Probably win the round.
Yeah, a lot rested on the first shot because who knows what happens at A ramp after that happens.
We go back to that game yesterday versus Spirit when the score lines were getting tighter. Zywoo played phenomenally on that A site, omnipresent on the ticket booth, and even sliding into this default position, offering up multi-frags.
After all these years of Zywoo's, consistent performances, I'm just happy to see him there, like in that spot, in a really opened up position. It's important to get the opportunities, and he's looking to generate them.
No saves guaranteed on the end of this one. We know it's already the one-off round for Vitality. Bottoms out again. Beast makes 13 and 6 as he clears out these last two Vitality players.
Fantastic half. It's the one who got this lead started.
I'm trying to think about like how,
Torzi was like one last chance for Zywoo, running through the default molly to go for another opportunity.
From like a casting or storyline perspective, whatever, like some of these rounds are also, it's kind of weird because some rounds are won and lost by like a couple of kills, and then the rest is all just, side stuff that you like, the round doesn't change based on it, And again, that can just be sometimes like if you need to find like what is the other story in some of these rounds, apart from the fact that they're just being won by a couple of kills. And that can be sort of annoying, or not annoying, but like that's another one of those challenges I think when you're casting stuff.
Vitality have just been playing catch up this whole half. He's trying to. Okay, that works. There's a flash of
That's
the
an
old
absolutely
Apex, but
insane
unable to double down
move.
as
I love
there's
it.
just so much presence out middle here for Mouse. This pack of players working like a well-gelled
But yeah, let's say they go back, pick up the bomb, go B, and then, you know, Vitality gamble A. It's like, there's not a lot of story, right? There's not a lot to talk about other than, you know, a lot of if about what they could have done in the middle. The story should always be hate maxing the player who fucked up with the new golden standard. Nice. It's not a bad idea. Just pick one player and just wreck them every time.
There was a moment there for Apex, and it looks like that would have been the last chance.
I think this is, I mean, for me, this is the fun part about casting, is that there is really always something to talk about, right? But sometimes you have to, you know, you have to find the story. You have to find out what is the interesting narrative, or what is the thing that I, you know, that I'm focused on, or that I care about in this game. Like, for instance, this round played out exactly like I said, you know. They go B, Vitality gamble A. There's not a lot to say, you know.
Not a bad recovery considering 13-0 map 1. And I think what really makes you believe is the fact that Spinks on an individual level is starting to
See how many times you can call out Spinks for baiting Jimmy.
His 15th as he guarantees that 8th round, not to mention a 9th that could be.
Spirit tried their hardest yesterday on Mirage, and they made it competitive. But
Kind of a crazy
they
kill.
lead like this. And so if there's one, again, small flaw, hole in the amazing map pool of Vitality, it might be here on Mirage. There might be a chance to take a map here or there. I'll still have to stick the landing.
Hell of a takeoff.
Pro line over Saiwu, that's...
Bold claim.
Just being in the conversation is great.
That's a bit of a crazy... It's a crazy thing. He's just baiting for attention. I'm calling it out.
W key any harder. Somebody get me a new keyboard. I think he's been great this map. I like the space that he's been setting up his teammates with. Feels like Spinks is benefiting from it. This one looks legit. This one looks legit.
Aww.
Loser. Yo, Lisbon, why don't we get those flashlights out? Let's show these players a little love.
That's got to be the best part about modern day.
The fact that this is no longer a fire hazard?
Yeah.
Man. Underpass challenge denied.
Okay, let's see if Spinks can make it ugly, man. He's thinking. Oh. Yes, he can.
Yes, sir.
Oh, he can. Big time. 17. Damn. Spinks right now, he's on another level. This is such a great performance.
Let's get those flashlights out.
Not the roster move has benefited both teams. It's moments like this where you see how that could be the case.
I think two great commentators once said, let's let this round speak for itself. This crowd reverberates throughout the Mayo Arena.
I mean, this is already like a big change up in the script, right? So the truth is, if Mouse win this one and then Nuke is, you know, the fourth map, like this could suddenly actually be very interesting. We could be seeing like a train decider if everything goes well, you know?
Beyond that, beautiful half out of Spinks to make the difference for Mouse. The one with the most experience steps it up a notch. 9-3, T-side, Mouse make this a game.
Love a train decider, yeah, I know. That would be
Oh my god.
sick.
I took a random guess. I was also going with B. It sounded like this could be it.
What is that?
I don't know.
Portugal trivia.
What language is spoken in Lisbon and throughout Portugal?
Oh my god. Portuguese. Portuguese.
How could
Portuguese.
what?
Portuguese. Really?
How could it not be?
That's the only thing I know about Portugal. That was a tough question.
What do you think of the train redesign? I like this train. I mean, they have some issues, but
Team has reached the highest
overall, I think it's pretty good.
HLTV global ranking.
Yeah, we didn't let him finish. Why do I need to wait for him to finish? Sal. Sal?
Pain. Ah, Sal. Sorry, I said Brazilian team.
What is the name of Lisbon's iconic tower found at the entrance to the city's old harbour? Belém, Galata, the Tower of London, Giotto.
Damn. Nossa. B?
What is that?
I don't know. Galata. I took a random guess. Raise your hand? No. I'm gonna shoot.
I don't make music. I just
Well, since it's a B, now
I just try to play a little bit every once in a while.
It's a B now? Galata.
Come on, just say something.
First one, the Belém.
Belém Tower.
Belém? So you do?
No, I didn't. I just thought that the London is no chance and stuff like that. So I tried to be logic with that.
I was also going for B. It sounded like this could be it.
But making music would be cool.
First big international
It'd be super cool to be able to do. But I need to practice a lot more.
I think I've been there, but
If you want to hop on a beat, then
Lisbon 2000.
I feel like Ivy is a bit weird. I agree right now on the new train. I don't know if I like the diagonal train that's out in the A yard. I feel like there's something missing there that I'm not a big fan of.
Last Lisbon. No, 19. 19.
Yeah, the only song I can really play right now is probably Imagine.
It's a common must try in Lisbon. Options are Poland, pastel di nata, cannoli, macaron.
Cannoli. Pastel di nata. Pastel di nata. B. Di nata. Pastel.
Name 3 teams in the tier 1 that have players in them who speak Portuguese.
Let's go. So. Well, in top what?
Anyway.
Real, Soul and Pain.
That is insane.
Furia? I don't know. Furia.
Play Titanic.
Sol. Sol?
What even is that?
Furia.
I could probably learn to play the beginning of Fury Elise, right? It's the next part of Fury Elise that's insane. The start of it's pretty chill, right? I just haven't looked at it.
Things heating up a little bit here inside the Mayo Arena. Vitality.
Okay, this guy wants to open a case. Can we let him?
Hot-handed Inferno performance. The fact they've got that in their back pocket will be a nice relief as this best of 5 goes on, but clearly we've got a game.
Ludwig, you can think a little bit about the call. I just want to say, we finally got a game on our hands, boys. We're fucking rock and rolling.
Okay.
Say it better myself.
That's that moral support.
Got a game on our hands, says Cyclone. Not sure when he said that, whether he knew the 9-3 half was coming. But safe to say.
Help him get there. Man, Spinks is having one of his best maps ever, period. Any jersey.
Insane. 19 kills on the first half.
So much impact, man. I mean, even the exit kills that he got destroyed the economy of Vitality.
Got 3-4 rounds. Vitality limp in with little pistols at MP9s. Zaiwu looking like a shell of himself, the one that he was able to put forward versus Spirit yesterday.
Yeah,
that was 24 hours ago. We had that Zaiwu just, miss smoke.
Okay.
That ain't pretty.
Here we go.
Although it won't affect this B commitment. Big pop into the back of sight. Jimmy gets the reload off. The back D escapes here. Nobody's able to kill him. Suddenly you've got CTs breathing down
Hello?
your neck.
Is everyone shooting blanks? What's going on? I've never seen so many bullets fired in a pistol round with nobody dying.
He's got himself 2 with Apex on the single frag. Hoping
I can't believe what I just saw. What the fuck is going on?
Able to find this last player fighting.
They're fighting him. Plant the bomb, guys.
Forfeit that bomb plant.
Robs trades for a better spot.
Changing position here is Xerxin as he just works his way up into the arch. Will it catch them off guard? Can he find the best of the timing? He has inched his way to sight at least, and now the T's will double up on that same column. There's the contact damage in, and Robs is going to be able to put forward another clutch.
Yo, these guys, they're site mates now. You know, we see them play together a lot on CT sides, and that's a moment where the amount of moves that they made right there made it impossible to figure out. Okay, a little Arc Rome luck. See if that'll help.
Oh.
No.
Right.
It won't.
Good on Mezzi. Just having a rough go of it back on the defense in that same bomb site. It's a pistol round win to set up the turnaround. That's Vitality's hope.
With a pistol, there's a conversation. I mean, even more so with
No.
an anti-eco win, so we'll start there.
Just bask in the glory of Spinks for a moment. 20-7.
Yeah.
4 teammates, not 10 kills between any of them.
I'd also love to see his HSP this game.
Okay.
I mean, I think that
Wait.
thinking back,
DC.
the amount of
There's
first
no
bullet
way.
frags, it was
Oh.
overwhelming.
I fucked up.
Ooh, good position here from Xerxin. Turns back round to hold back ramp and won't. Nicely tethered here from the other side of connector. Scout shot does tag Mezzi down to only 30. But that bomb still sits
that?
on the Brit in the back. And just enough of a presence flex to push
Something like that. Okay. It's not. It's gonna be easy. I guarantee it's gonna be easy.
Wow. Vitality. Oh, they got so close to being toppled.
Just about 30 health each, man. That was very close.
Felt like Maus could have robbed it away to end this second map quickly, but they're forced by close.
Yeah, I've heard the same story, Pope Dolphin. I don't know if it's true or not. I heard something about how, like, apparently she was supposed to learn it. And then, like, so that's why the beginning of it is sort of relatively easy. But then, like, they broke up and he was like, no, I'll write in, like, a super complicated part so that she'll never learn it. But I don't know which any of these stories are just true or not. You know, who knows?
Scoreline of 20-7. To be honest, the fact that he started that off on T side. You'd think this is the alley-oop, the easy part.
Respect the pettiness? Yeah, true.
Apex makes sure to create space. That was the second kill from Flamesy, but him emerging out of connector in the first place.
Sometimes you've got to be petty, you know?
Alleviated pressure.
It could be a real art form.
Still the scout out in the play. 2 sets of Kevlar as well for Maus. I think Spinks has earned our attention throughout this map of Mirage.
9-5. Spinks with 20 kills. My God. That's a bit much.
Seen some really strong T-sides out of Vitality.
Somebody should really tell him to calm down.
And a note once more, Anubis versus Spirit was just textbook.
Oh.
That is a couple of kills, you're right.
So it gets away from Flamesy. Long range back 10, a little awkward. It's because of Brolin's Kevlar. And the pistol's trying to press down.
Show him FL Studio. Is that like one of those
Ooh, down he goes.
mixing softwares kind of thing? Cubase or whatever, like. I think Cubase is the one that I looked at one point in time. When I was trying to get like a MIDI keyboard to work at, or I don't know. Digital audio workspace, alright, yeah.
3 rounds.
It's lovely to see. Health bars that low, individual frags that close.
It would be cool. I feel like music is one of those things. Like making music is a little bit like writing, you know, a novel or something. It's like you're so vulnerable if you make something like that because you're doing it and you're putting it out there and everyone could just laugh at it and say, "Wow, this is terrible. You have no talent." You know what I mean? Like I respect it when people try it, but like it's so it feels like a, you know.
Xerxin goes down with the bomb. 3-round game. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a 3-round game.
Dunked on.
Boom.
Spinks can't kill you if he can't see you. Well, we all leave tomorrow, actually.
No, I'm gonna soak up the race for a couple extra days.
That's fair.
Mozart the scat fan. Jesus
3
Christ.
rounds the difference.
You guys are going way off track with
See it,
this.
Mouse. Had to wait
Now, if that guy
patiently
knew
for
any
the
history, he would
funds
call. He
to
would have
pull
said.
this
He would have
body
made the
out of
sign D747, and not. What was that? A CS map? I can't actually remember. I just outed myself, I think. But there was a 747 map. I think it was a CS map, wasn't it?
Barrage could be the key to the 3-0 sweep here for Vitality. This could be the hardest of them all.
It was a lot of cat plays that ended up working out. Nice raw duel here. One from ZywOo, and they'll let him escape too.
Yeah, not bad.
It was a lot of the cat walk-ups from them versus Spirit. Also, Jimmy has not had a massive amount of impact. No one did back on map 1.
Yeah, 747.
Scorelines like Spinks and going, okay, he's
It's a
the player in this
bizarre
game,
map. It really
but
was.
Jimmy's going to be important here on beat.
Shortly. Right now, he's kind of allocated to Cat instead, and with a bit
Ouch.
of presence shown by Mezzi.
I mean, this is just drawing attention towards mid. Jimmy.
Oh, double
What?
spray down, easy. I mean, clean as it gets, really. But ZywOo's still given a chance for a second frag in the round. Looking to lay down utility, but the pressure's on. They are very quickly coming at him.
The movement is just so good for ZywOo. Like,
Just draws that line
in a way, even in that, if he just replayed that in slow motion, right? Like, he gets so much information, even if he's not ever firing the gun. It's like so much just to find out, like, where is everybody?
Headshot costs him half his health. Frag grenade destined for the player backside. Brolin down now to 38 health. All the better with a Galil, but missed Molotov. 20 seconds is going to start to make this one awkward. He empties out that belt, jumps across the up, and falters for it. That is Mouse to double digits when the guns make a difference.
Man, Brolin, Jimmy gets that spray down called on him. He's playing from Cat. No one in the back of the site to draw attention. Has to deliver, and does. 4v5 win here for Mouse to get 10 rounds.
I don't know about you, but that frag grenade had me believing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you are. That's one crazy spray.
I think the dink into underpass certainly helps. Jimmy was waiting around middle until the dink happens, but the moment that damage is in, you know that guy's deterred. Then suddenly
They have no more money Vitality, so this is it's time. It's time to shine. If they want to make it back here and surprise everybody.
Mezzi had one prerogative that round, and that was to get the connector smokes up to threaten Cat and keep Jimmy's attention. But they did a good job of fighting him. Back to the drawing board here for Vitality.
This drawing board features a lot of mid control. It feels clear for the taking.
Yeah, you don't really see a lot of late protocols.
Okay, I'm hearing, let's go Mouse, you know?
Approach this game. We'll see if that's too much of a risk or not. But yeah, these Cat plays.
Yeah, Furious is a beautiful song. Like, I should probably learn, you know, how to play it just for the, you know, it feels like one of those rite of passage things you just have to go through, you know?
And then pauses yet again. Spam comes out towards Zershin. He'll dodge it.
The song that I really, if I had to play like one of those tricky songs, it probably wouldn't be that one, but I have a couple that I want to learn how to play that are in that. Do you like Beethoven in gen? Yeah.
ZywOo's got a little magic in his hands at the moment, and a teammate over towards Murder Hole to cover to help him.
There's plenty of good like classical music that I like. It's probably not stuff that I would like. It's not often that I sit down and put it on like that, but there are moments where like it can be nice, you know.
That's how 11 goes. Nobody's been able to make Vitality lose rounds to time like that. Torzi sat behind Cat.
I really want to learn how to play some of the Jan Tiersen stuff. That's something that I really enjoy. I want to learn how to play Karma Police on the piano, Radiohead.
But that had to be around by elimination.
And
now it'll be Vitality.
I mean, if I could just snap my fingers, it's Y-A-N-N, Jan Tiersen. It's a French composer who wrote he wrote the song for the Amelie movie. There's like two different ones that he wrote for that movie that I think are really cool.
And now he's useless as a B player. So great game plan for Mouse. Makes Vitality look silly. We got 3 pistols to defend against map point.
Yeah, if you listen to, I think it's called Les Vals d'Amélie. It's like one of them. Yon Tiresome, yeah, exactly. Unfortunately named. Rush E would be like a really insane, like I feel like Rush E is the ultimate piano show-off song where it's like, you know, but also not a song that I'm gonna sit down to try to learn anytime soon.
Make sure Apex doesn't drop this bomb. You will open up ZywOo to continue his reign of terror that he tried to put forth in the 1 round prior. Brolin just walking up into the bench, sees this trajectory of the nade, so he knows this is the full-blown exec.
Hey, it's a bad smoke.
Yeah, there's a gap on that one. Could get weird, not to mention Spinks still sits back over towards that ticket. Bomb plant
He beat you to it.
Good. No challenge comes out from Spinks. And so we've got a retake on our hands for Mouse.
Bomb had to be planted kind of safely. Spray comes in, a little extra damage.
It's actually a really fast bomb plant.
Brolin ends up catching Mezzi first. And so suddenly this post plant begins to fall apart at the seams. Everybody dies.
Dream Theater, is that the Infected Mushroom song? Or is it something else?
Hands on that bomb. There is nothing Flamesy's going to be able to do about this. One kill, so that's a 12 for Mouse.
Betrayed by Pistachios. Hey, what's up, Egregious? How are you doing?
To have to be in that situation. But they played it cool. That was Brolin alone by the stairs. Oh, and their stair smoke missed. Yikes. Jungle smoke was off, stair smoke missed.
Oh, okay.
Stair smoke miss as well of this half for Vitality.
There's an Infected Mushroom song called Dream Theater as well that I like, but I don't seem. There's actually a couple of Infected Mushrooms tracks that have piano in them.
Honestly, though, how do you miss a stair smoke?
I don't know. Just remember, some people would ask, how do you throw a stair smoke? Smash smoke. Frag on Xertion. It's not going to stop him from
He misspoke. Whole career is over now.
And the wide swing. Okay. It's a 6-round run demanded of Vitality. If their hopes are to push this overtime, if their hopes are to yet again 3-0 sweep a best of 5 over Mouse.
And we got more haircuts here for Spinks, 25-9.
What is his limit? 19 rounds of play, 28 frags potential.
They do a good job getting him out of here. Oh, and even put him to a higher position.
Oh, you thought he's leaving? Now he will. Jimmy holds onto that smoke for just an extra second.
Look how carefully Rops played that. He ends up scaling. It's having his cake and eating it too. Stays alive, watches things, gets active.
Oh, freebie.
Wow. How would you read that he get in the ladder room if you're Mouse?
Yeah, Spinks was coming back through Murder Hole, but was just kind of 5 feet out from that. And there's Rops with the follow-up as well. Not a clutch,
that's a hard
moment here from the Estonian.
Hard one to win.
And Spinks to fall victim to a single bullet at this point. So his 2 kills in mid look good.
Imagine, yeah, if they get into overtime now and Mouse just collapse.
Oh, sorry, Torzy, no, 11-9.
You've got Spinks, yeah, exactly. That is actually one of the worst things if you're a commentator and you know people swap teams and now they're playing their old team and you're like, oh, the temptation to call out the wrong thing in the wrong moment. You're like, oh, Spinks, he's walking up. Oh no, wait a minute, actually he's on their team now. Shit.
And while
it happens.
ZywOo came close to performing a miracle, you know, what's half a miracle, right? The X factor is Torzy's close the other day. It's when you actually finish the round against all odds. So some impact from ZywOo, but not taking over.
The first of 6.
Yeah, I like the Galil. Rops versus FaZe, yeah. I don't know, what are they booing? What's happening?
We haven't talked about Xtaz much, and to be honest, with how they read some of the smokes and rotate off the...
Hate the M4. I know, yeah. It doesn't make sense. I can play with the M4A4. I just don't love it. Brewing is better than that girl wooing yesterday. I don't know. I kind of feel like we missed out. It was funny. But she was at risk of ruining the entire semi-final, you know? It's a lot of power for one person to have, really.
Trying to push out through the smokes doesn't bode well for him. Cover from the Opper. And Brolin able to disengage. We go 1 for 1, and then contact made by Spinks. Smoked
Bold Sontics.
but that is Flamesy nearly dead. What? Oh, the chase is crazy.
Hello?
Oh my goodness.
Who the hell do you think you are? You may have 25 kills, but that's a deserving 10th death. Torzy up in a close spot. Oh, still into the gut of Apex.
Crispy.
Find this A site vacant. Surgeon nowhere to be found, but is that a moment where Spinks thinks I've got to do it all?
AB6 to learn how to play Hello. There's another Adele song I want to learn how to play. Skyfall, the Bond theme, has like a really nice
What was going on behind Flamesy? No idea.
start to it at least.
Being held? I'm not sure. I mean, I guess in his mind, if someone's not watching for a second, I know Flamesy's not looking at me.
Not
then I can go to
Skyfall.
underpass. But just like seeing Zywoo, you know, play open positions and take risks, that's nice to see from Spinks as well, because the development throughout his career has been one that's...
It's not the
alert, that's
best
too slow,
Bond
doesn't take
theme.
opportunities. Same conversation was with him and Rops.
But I thought it was alright.
Into something like this, which you just don't see, ever.
Has Semler retired? I don't think he's made any official statements about retiring, but he's not working in esports any longer.
From our perspective,
So make it that what you will, you know?
call that one ambitious.
But I talked to him a week ago, I think.
2 of 6.
He's doing well, so that's the good news, you know?
It's the kind of move that when we get to overtime, then you go back and look at small decisions like that along the way that may have compounded, but it's not like they were in a winning...
What's Semler doing for a living? I think I'd probably just rather let him talk about it. I mean, not that it's anything weird or anything. I just don't want to be doxing him in some weird way, you know what I mean? Or say, like, I don't want to say, like, it's just, you know... It's just not esports is the answer, you know? Not that he's, like, you know... It's not like he started some super weird company or anything strange like that, but just, you know, just out of respect for him, just to be sure. Working for Cali's company in the States, exactly. Snooze business, good pitches so far, guys. He's moved to Romania to start a cam business. Working for Doge.
Not half bad.
Yeah.
All of Vitality right here to take over site, and so this game goes down to a 3-round difference.
You think Pansy would have returned to CS commentary after that?
Obviously, that round had no
good event with Machine and Sponge.
Now Mouse,
I mean,
great timing for Cyclone
I don't think she will, because she's doing so well in Valorant that it would be kind of silly to do that.
This will be nice as well for
but
Vitality.
she could, I think. I rate Lauren super highly. Yeah, I did. It would be an insane move for her to do it just randomly, you know. But I mean, if something happened in Valorant, like she could.
When they come.
She got fucked by CS. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
When timeout's called, and the other coach just has so much to add at that moment as well, always ready to go.
Do any talent work more than one esports? It's more common for like desk hosts and stage hosts and stuff like that. A lot harder for commentators and analysts to do it in general, because the level of upkeep on keeping up with like 2 different esports at a really high level is very, very hard to do that, you know. And as a host, there isn't the same expectation that you're gonna know everything. That's why you have desk members, like you have analysts, so that, you know, you don't necessarily have to in that way.
Good damage from
Maui works. Counter-Strike can also cast Jerkmate 1v1s. Yeah.
them down.
You thought the first one...
The fact that Rops doesn't... He gets the first, and he's like, oh, they wouldn't try
He's
that
also,
again. No, he's thinking about it.
yeah, Launders a geoguesser. I mean...
You know, you walk around that palace corner, if you're the second player in the form of Xerxen, you're thinking, all right, yeah.
It can be done. I always thought it'd be really cool to try and do Dota, but... Again, like... The issue is like the time commitment that it would take for me to be halfway fluent in Dota, and then, you know, like it's just a lot. It's a lot to deal with. But I actually would. I think it would be super fun for me to cast Dota. But I've said it many times. But it's like it's a you know, we're talking about me throwing in like 100 hours into getting up to date with everything.
Rops is going to be sitting pretty within
there is one.
The clock could make this one weird, but it's going to bank on one of these players from Connector connecting with the Vitality pack, and that is not going to happen on Rops' watch. Triple kill for him.
Yeah, King of the Palace sitting on his cushion.
Why do I like Dota? I don't know. I mean, I've just played it since Warcraft 3 days. So, and then I played Heroes of Newerth, and then played some Dota 2. Not as much as, you know, some of the other games, but it's just been like a long-term thing, I guess. It's just a fun game. Just like
this is just great, and we'll see this initial duel again.
Fun and frustrating in a
swing into Palace.
Close to a 50-50 mix, I guess.
Good to see Vitality catching Mouse off guard though in some of these plays, but this is just a bridge too far.
Surely this doesn't go to OT. Well,
once you give Rops a perch,
you say that, but
support that pack of players pushing across.
But it will.
Rounds toast.
Yeah, and again, because we haven't had Mouse trying to fight Vitality on...
You've never played Dota and you find it hard to crack into? Yeah, I mean, this is the big problem with all MOBA games, is that it is, you know, the learning curve is insane.
Oh, in the apartments on B, Jimmy just got a double kill for the road.
I mean, does that matter for Vitality here?
No, but it's exciting.
Yeah. It's nice to get the op upgrade, though, for Torzy. That's something.
And then we need like the next one is like I don't know.
You know, it's off the Cyclone tack. They took a little risk. And again, when you don't go for mid,
what are you learning slowly, okay?
Textbook, right?
Grab your popcorn. Yeah, grab your pistachios. Exactly right.
Becomes how many risks and how much confidence do they have in that?
Grab your pecan nuts.
Unfortunately for Mouse, their best
pecans are pretty underrated. Do I read sheet music? No, I don't, and I should. The only reason I don't is because I'm exceptionally lazy. It's kind of a shame, you know, because I can see the appeal of it. Okay, here we go. He started it. The camera's the other way. Yes, yes, my man. This guy needs a new laptop.
This is a nice slideshow.
He's having a real.
All right, back to the point.
Gambling, yes. The that is the funny crowd is like, yay, gambling, yay. Listen, this is all of Counter-Strike is based on this. Like, there's just no reason to complain about it. It is what it is. We all have to accept it. Skins and gambling.
Mouse pulled this round off.
Yeah, presumably when a laptop, if you don't have it plugged in, it's going to go to like the power saving mode almost certainly. And if it doesn't, it's probably going to burn itself out in like no time flat. So it's going to be on the power saving stuff. Gamba, yes.
Through the ramp, but they leave before he gets there. They can't really have a standard map and expect to have success here. But again, this was off attack. There has to be some idea. And we've seen moments where Vitality, when they don't see an enemy, they can take a little too long. Or is he in that golden spot that worked for them last time? But, you know, it's a much less well-supported map.
It's a little tacky when you see it so often. Yeah. Maybe it is. I don't know. The truth is, esports needs like something more, you know? Like,
Jimmy may still be hanging on to that M4, but this looks like a save queued up. We're going 24 rounds on Mirage.
Wow.
I had an idea once that I tried to pitch to different TOs. I wanted us to go to different football clubs and like find their supporters, you know, like get like the local fan club or whatever, and then basically get their help in coming up with like different charts for teams, and then do that like way before the event, you know, because okay, Flame's cheating now is one way to do it. Because I think one of the sad things about some esports events is you get the same kind of chant, right? It's like, let's go Mouse Sports, let's go Vitality, let's go Astralis, you know? It's all just let's go X.
Okay. Jimmy, 3 kills for the road.
I mean, none of this
yeah,
matters
so basically you film a piece of content where you have the football club, and maybe you coordinate this with, you know, Vitality have their fans. I think the Big have their Astralis have the Danish corner or whatever. So you get the esports fans that already exist, and then you get the football fans, and then you put them together, and then you teach the esports fans how to have like a really strong chant, you know, and that becomes their thing, you know. So Astralis, you know, what would you do there? It's gonna be something about like, you know, we're going to the stars, blah blah blah. Like where we have some sort of like, you know, like a really strong chant that feels different, and then the Vitality fan, you know, chant is gonna be different, and the Big chant is gonna be different, and so on and so forth, you know. And then you get CS Hooligans, exactly. That's the end game. Do I still keep in touch with Semler? Yeah, I talked to him like 2 weeks ago or something like that, maybe a week ago. Yeah, Counter-Strike Hooligans just fueled by pure gambling and skin addiction.
Man, Xerxion's walking into connector. Look how much health he has. 13 HP.
This is a crazy play to make with such little health.
And he's watching the
Team swap the national anthems, yeah, something like that. Camber and G Fuel, yeah.
Down to the final round of regulation.
Oh my goodness, there was another opportunity right there.
That's not a bad idea. Ooh, Mezzy along the way. So you hold A. That makes sense. That actually does make a lot of sense. It's a classic song.
Looking for that kill that he would have known is up inside the window. And a Molotov over towards Ticket, but he turns, and he doesn't get his crosshair back in time. Nade doesn't finish it. You've got 2 players posted up. Robs has been so clutch in this grand finals. 3 players to go, and he's denied. They will not be swept. They will not be
Imagine Counter-Strike Ultras just meeting. They meet in the parking lot before the game, and they just all bring laptops, and they just do like competitive skin openings to each other, and whatever like crowd, you know, gets the best skins, like they mark the other side, you know.
Yeah, they really did build up a great lead, and I'm pretty sure that they
Damn, meet ya, CS with a Steam profile sign. Yeah, hell yeah. Drop a link, either DM me or just throw it in the chat, and I will definitely sign.
We spoke about it coming into it, Maui. Someone had to step up. Someone had to lead the way. And Spinks, man of the hour, man on your screen.
Don't worry, I can still see it.
I mean, I want to say that Mao's built to lead, that they built a lead for themselves. They had a buffer, but it was Spinks, the guy on our screens. This is the guy that created the buffer for Mao's. His T-side play was impeccable. The way that he was clearing out angles, the way he was so aware of all the tricks that Vitality wanted to throw at him. It's like he played for this team before or something.
26 rounds.
That is pretty sick. All right, guys, one sec. I'm just going to go say hi to the kids because they came home in the same meantime. So let me just go real quick, say hi to them, and I'll be right back.
I wouldn't say you have a habit, you know, of getting less impactful kills, but the T-side and the way he was conducting himself, the way that he stepped up when needed the most. We just saw Mouse lose the first map 13-0. Someone had to come out there and make a statement from the get-go. As soon as they won the first round, you could see the entire team started believing. Spinks stepped up, had a couple of great moments. We'll dive into some of those as well during this segment. So fact of the matter is, without Spinks, I think Vitality would have done enough in the first half to come back in the second.
I think we should run that first round that Maus put on the board, not only in this map, but in this series as well. It came down to round number 3. What was the story here, Maui?
I just think that it's such a great way to start when you get 13-0'd to just do something together. Don't let the individuals think too much on Maus. Just go for a play with a team effort, okay? Spinks kicks it off with the double frag into the bomb site. At this point, the triple kill on top of it is the cherry, but it's really just, I like that it was just the pack mentality, because if you get 13-0'd, Pimp, I feel like if you just go in a spread out default, you get picked apart one by one, you can lose a lot of that mental fortitude.
100%. And as you saw in this round, Rob's messing up a little bit, throwing a Molotov in towards the wall, losing duel towards Spinks. You know, sometimes you just need a little bit of luck, you know, a little bit of faith. And once you pick it up, once you get into the groove, once you start believing, we saw a different Mouse conduct himself in that C-side.
Yeah, for the crowd as well, they were absolutely hyping up Mouse. They were doing a stellar job of that. Very happy to see them put their first round on the board. We can see them getting their flashlights out as well. It was a beautiful scene to be witnessing. But even more beautiful for Mouse because, of course, they get that round on the board and then they just absolutely capitalize upon that. It was a totally different scenario from what we saw on map number 1.
Yeah, gotta give it up to Brolan, gotta give it up to Mouse, gotta give it up to Cyclone. The game plan on the T side, the ability to come in and execute a well-drilled T side after getting absolutely nuked on the first map. That's something I didn't see coming, you know. I thought Mouse were gonna be competitive. We knew there was a reason why they picked Mirage. We knew there was a clear idea of what they wanted to do. Said it myself coming into the game. The T side and how they take mid control has been very, very strong for the side of Mouse. But the fact that they were able to do so consistently throughout the entire first half, that was a new level of Mouse right there.
Round number 9 as well. This was a situation where Mouse, they found themselves in a man deficit, right? And those were situations in Inferno which they just couldn't convert. Different story today on Mirage.
Yeah, that's what I liked about that T side. You know, it didn't matter how much pressure Vitality applied to them. They still found a way back. Rob's getting in with a nice flash from Flamesy, gets the first kill, falls back, does everything correct. And then you see some of that individual display. You see that confidence, Maui.
Yes.
Jimfat going for a duel. Exertion. Look at the timer right here. All the way up. He's finding these small gaps. Again, dying. Another 4v3, but good flashing, good spacing. Roland goes in for it. Overall, it was a Mouse playing with confidence for the first time tonight.
And it was a rare chance for them to capitalize on ZywOo just being in the wrong place, because yesterday, when ZywOo played against Spirit, he obviously was in the right place every single time. And so if you're fortunate enough, and yeah, I know we're using a little bit of luck here to say why Mouse was good. There was some preparation, great execution on top of that. But I feel like the main thing is that I like that Yimpat fought back into that one. Yimpat was doing some great work on the lurks. Like, we've been kind of wondering about him. Like, is he going to elevate his game or anything like that? But he gets a quick return kill. He has so many good moments in terms of his CT side as well, like this spray down into the apps. So really, to see him get going on stage, that's what exactly Mouse needed.
Just to circle back to your ZywOo point, it was kind of an uncharacteristically slow start from him and Robs as well on this Mirage, right?
Yeah, I mean, some of the big playmakers from the first map in Robs and ZywOo, we saw them clutching away on Inferno. They didn't get anything done, you know, and whether that's ZywOo having a bad game, sure, or whether that's Mouse, you know, kind of avoiding ZywOo or not giving the playing field that he would need to have a good game, I think there's a part of that as well. Mouse didn't give up any easy picks to ZywOo.
Look at this kill distribution. If we can just put it up one more time. I mean, like, he's got 3 kills in the pistol on CT, only 1 other kill for the other 11 rounds. Like, that's absurd to catch ZywOo. 1, not just killing people, but it's 2, because he was actually in the wrong spot a lot of the time. He was always kind of cheating over towards B. After Mouse went B a couple times in this game, he thought, okay, that's the bomb site I'm going to have to help more often than not. And even when he was there, actually, there was one round where he got boosted by Mezzy into the bomb site. Spinks just hard cleared him. So everything he did to try to get going in that game, whether it was tricks or positioning, it just was red completely.
Yeah, and unfortunately kind of a similar situation for Robs with this one as well. Very kind of sparse kills in that first half. I feel like he kind of started to come alive in the second, but ultimately it was just cosmetic for them, Jacob. And that is the most painful thing when you go to the full 24 rounds, which we saw last time around in the group stage. Vitality not able to spin this one around this time.
True, you could argue it was cosmetic. I think at the very least it installed a bit of fear in Mouse. I read the body composition of Spinks, you know, in particular. He was not losing it, but you could see that it didn't amuse him that they were coming back in that sense. He was starting to feel that, oh no, are we doing it again? We had the group stage game as well, where they were leading on Mirage, where they were the better team, and then slowly but surely Vitality claimed their way back in. So good for Mouse to win the map, good for them to get the job done, but they know that the second they let foot off the gas pedal, Vitality will be there to pounce.
Let's dive into a CT-sided round from Mouse as well, because obviously we saw those 5 T rounds in a row from Vitality, but just to precede that, what kind of piqued your interest about Mouse on the second half?
I feel like they were able, and mostly Spinks, to fight back in situations where sometimes in these kind of moments you just want to play to not lose. And I think that this round showed they're still trying to win this one, obviously. It's not like, this is kind of a concept I think a lot of people really don't know what we mean when we say it, like playing to not lose. Like the way Spinks comes out here through CT to just find fights in the bomb site. Like the lurk's not ready yet, the flank's not ready, Brolin's still behind a smoke, and he just pushes into the bomb site as Vitality's still getting set into their post plant. Like that's playing to win, as opposed to just saying, okay guys, let's play the 4v5 in the most textbook way possible. I love that Spinks just throws a wrinkle into it because he knew he was the best player in the server on Mirage.
It's also a great example again of how Vitality weren't able to capitalize. There were a lot of rounds where they got the first pick, where they're playing 5v4, they're playing 4v3, yet they can't find a win to close out the rounds. It used to be the other way around. It used to be Mouse that couldn't capitalize. It used to be Mouse that couldn't win those rounds they were supposed to win. So they kind of flipped the switch in that regard, and I gotta give it to Mouse Sports. When you consistently fight back from being a man down and you win the vast majority of those rounds, you're also showing me that at the very least you're on par with Vitality right now.
Yeah, and I mean, just to go back to your point about Spinks, you know, not being afraid to get into the action as well, I wonder whether that's kind of a symptom of him playing against his former team, right? He's got some extra blood on the line going against Vitality.
To some degree, you have nothing to lose, right? When you lost, what is it, 8 maps in a row? You lost the first map 13-0. You get up to a good start, and for Spinks, he had a couple of majestic rounds, as you see in this highlight package, in the beginning of the game. At a certain point, you're like, I got nothing to lose. I may as well go in CT spawn. I may as well go in and try to be the difference maker. And Spinks is a bit of a mood player. We know that as well. Once he's off to a good start, usually he continues to play well.
The level of focus that Spinks brought into this game was something that I usually see evades him, actually, in these kind of high-pressure situations. In a lot of the Vitality losses of last year, it was, you know, take your pick on who's not showing up that day. But oftentimes it was Spinks. Spinks had a hard time seemingly just getting locked in with the team. But I feel like this time around, with Mouse, he recognizes he's the big dog. It almost kind of reminds me of when Elige was on Complexity. Like, he'll go above and beyond as much as he possibly can. I just hope that it doesn't get him into trouble too often, as it did for some other stars that overexerted themselves in the past.
Well, Mouse, they do manage to change the tune on their map pick of Mirage, and I'm curious to see how Cyclone is feeling after that one.
Cyclone, map 1 was obviously devastating. I walked past you guys when you were having your team talk, and I saw Spinks was really vocal and just saying about kind of how to reset is what I was hearing. Can you just give me some insight into that?
Yeah, I think Spinks was very vocal outside. I think he usually for this group is that guy who has a little bit more experience, keeps the guys calm, keeps them focused. I think also he took matters into his own hands on this map, right? Yeah, he played great, and I think for us to continue that way, we all need to step up a little bit.
So you still think you all need to step up, because especially as they got close on this one. We're moving to Dust 2 next, which you've lost 3 times to Vitality. We know it's tough, but do you feel like you've made enough improvements here that you can show it, especially after they got the win yesterday against Eternal Fire?
It will be tough. I think the game yesterday against Eternal Fire gives some confidence. Also, last time we played Vitality, arguably we could have won Dust 2. We still know they're a great Dust 2 team, and we really need to be our best to have a chance here.
Hopefully you'll be at best, mate. Thank you very much.
To go back to the first point there from Cyclone, James Banks said, you know, went out to get a little bit of sneaky lunch, and he was walking in the ramp past where the players were, and he was saying it was Spinks that was talking the most to Mouse after that 13-0 loss. That totally makes sense. It's a team that you used to be in. It's a team that you probably understand how they play and maybe how to get into their heads a little bit.
Yeah, I think Spinks obviously knows tendencies of Vitality. He knows how Apex likes to react in certain moments. He knows how he would react when he's down. So obviously there's a lot of knowledge to be shared by Spinks, but also you gotta go with the flow sometimes. We know Exertion is a big voice within the team. So far he hasn't had the best night.
I've got food.
Moments, but I bet
I'm ready for a third map.
Gets going, once he's getting a feeling for the game, he will be a big voice as well. But as soon as Spinks is playing like he is right here, he may as well dictate the game when he's having such a great output.
I mean, it was clear that he knew so much of what Vitality was going to do as they were doing it. His live reads were very strong, and for
you found a
Vitality
ran versus Spirit yesterday. Dan, I haven't seen them run since the majors phase, so it might be interesting. Because it's pretty cool how they changed the strat since the last time. Ooh. Let's go, Vu.
We don't always know him as the vocal guy because when he was on Vitality, clearly
hard to keep strats hidden these days, but I guess you can hide them in not using them that much, and kind of just the fact that there's so much happening at all times, you know? Like you're drowning the strats in how many other strats there exist.
Into Dust 2, the second map pick of Vitality after this short break.
Dust 2. Insurgency Sandstorm? What is it? You shoot people, alright. I sort of miss like a decent Battlefield game. I think I saw Vince streaming the Delta Force game. I've never really played any of the Call of Duty games, so I guess I'm just missing out on that experience.
Dust 2 up next. Vitality's first pick 2 times before. Now it comes in
Oh,
as the third
yeah,
map
the
in
old
this
Delta
best
Force
of
games were
5
sick.
series. For Mouse, they do choose to start on the CT side of things. Any players you're particularly putting under the microscope in this one, Maui?
I feel like so much of Dust 2 T sides is fixated around just hammering that B bomb site. So many teams make that a priority in terms of their game plan.
It's triple XP weekend. Alright.
Spinks and Yimpat under the microscope. Both of those guys and their B dynamic is so important for Maus because it's one of the most difficult bomb sites to retake. And I like that Yimpat has popped off already on the CT side there of Mirage. We saw.
I'm gonna start by Googling it, okay?
And I like that Spinks is showing a lot of proactivity. So I think that duo can actually be the difference maker if Maus want to continue the upset.
Especially when you consider 2 weeks ago at the Pro League final, you know, when they were playing that grand final versus Vitality, they kept on holding into that B bomb side, and Jimfat and Spinks in particular had a terrible game, one to forget. And then we saw the instant improvement in the group stage when they played this very map where, as Cyclone said in the interview we just heard, they probably could have and should have won Dust 2 against Vitality. So they made some adjustment. They clearly looked way more comfortable. So coming into this Dust 2, I expect both teams to be super comfortable with their own game plan. Vitality obviously picked it for a reason. Mouse felt they should have won it the last time around. So essentially, Freya should make for a good game.
We're talking about that clash in Stockholm. Jimfat got 1 kill on the CT side of things. He was getting bodied left, right, and center. But you're totally right, Jacob. We did see some improvements last time around in the group stage of Blast Open. Anything in particular that you felt like where Mouse had adapted to and were more well-versed of what Vitality were going to be putting forward on that T side?
Bots already.
So putting focus on Torsi right there, because I think he was roaming around on the map a lot. He helps out, you know, installing a bit of fear.
I'm down to try it, you know, at some point.
Give them an essence that you
Fuck
can't
it.
walk all over the map, right? If you're T-side, your Vitality, you want to dictate the pace. This man right here, he has the ability with the AWP in hand in order to install a bit of fear. Or at the very least, force Vitality to use some
I think
utility
this should
and
be a
maybe
fun map,
a little bit
hopefully.
extra precautious wherever you're going. If he's in middle, if he's towards A long, if he's on the B bomb side, I don't really care. But Torsi got to roam around, so Vitality can never feel safe.
Yeah, Torsi seems to dictate so much of what it is that Maus are doing, what they're focusing on, especially towards A. And yesterday, when they played against Eternal Fire, I mean, he was also in the right place at the right time so frequently on the long defenses, the A site ones as well. He has been such a great player for this team that has really blossomed into something that Maus can depend on. And for a game like this, where the flashes are good, where the spacing is good for Vitality, you need people that are going to thin the herd, and Torsi is the guy that has to do that for Maus.
Is there a clear winner here if your money coming onto Dust 2, Jacob?
I mean, it's Vitality's map pick for a reason, and I think Vitality are playing Dust 2 to a very high level. The way Apex paces the T side, the way that he's able to go in towards the B bomb side, the way he's able to B-split B bomb side, and the A execute as well, him dropping down into CT spawn, be careful.
Either way, Mouse put an end to their losing streak as we do sit on 1 map apiece. It's time to dive in to Dust 2.
Time for another brawl, folks. We've got Dust 2 coming up. I was taught a little bit
All
of
right.
Portuguese during the break, so I just wanted to ask, Kerim Major aqui?
Not bad. You want to translate that for the folks at home?
We're going to have a major in Lisbon.
Ooh, big maybe. If the crowd's good enough, maybe. That's what I hear. A lot of the time it boils down to the fans in the house. And so we go 3 maps into this best of 5. Do we have fans in the house? They're busy.
That actually is another classic problem. You know, like you feel like you often you want to sort of like hype up the moment where like the countdown's happening, we're getting into the game, but like the crowd very often can't hear what you're like they can't hear you at all.
Dominated. 13-0. Didn't skip a beat.
So it feels kind of flat sometimes, like oh.
Tap back into that potential. Remind Mouse how this all started. But there has been an uptick in performance from Mouse as of late on Dust 2. They think they should have won it last time, and with a pistol setup like this,
okay.
You got players cowering in the top of middle, running for the hills. You can't run.
Man, Spinks is on a mission.
Not when Mouse want to fight. This is no longer the same team that got 13-0'd on Inferno.
It's a totally different day within the same match. That is a beautiful start to Dust 2 from Mouse. 2 brawly maps back-to-back between Inferno, between Mirage and here. And now we're in business. They struggled to make that decisive back on Mirage, but they got it out of the way. There was that tack pause early on. Cyclone chipped in and said, Brolin, go ahead and call. But I just want to say, we've got a map on our hands. And now maybe they have 2.
Zywoo's health gets shredded. These pistols will fall the same way. Beautiful.
All right.
Second map
Good stuff.
out of
Get these rounds out the way. Let's get into the action.
Off a little bit as that game went on.
Okay, I think we're back. Bit rough.
Jimmy, the hard dedicated B anchor.
Basically,
side. We'll wait to see whether he gets a lot of action. Because even going back to Mirage, you know, there was moments
just
of
crashed everything.
Jimmy,
that's wild.
Just hasn't really had to be kind of a talking point.
An actual blue screen. It's been a while since I've seen one of those.
That come towards him, where, you know, he's had them all.
Gotta wonder if that's the RAM thing.
And the last time that they played against Vitality, his B-site defense was really mediocre. He actually has had kind of a taper off a little bit. That was at the Pro League Finals. He lost as a team.
Yeah. They may have lost as a team, but they believe they had a chance in this
Okay,
map
let's see if we can get back on track here.
I can co-sign that. See if he is given a chance to become the life
and then
of
we
the party.
go.
For now, remains uncontested on that
Nice.
site. Looks like we've got another catwalk presence. Now, Torzi with Brolin over towards Long.
You know, Torzi has to be really shrewd here because he either gets every kill
Okay,
or
hopefully
gets
that
flashed
works.
twice and cannot get into this.
We're super back.
Insertion to reposition as he does.
Jesus.
Ooh. Oh, it's just the scout though.
A real blue screen.
Oh, little delayed there. Zertian lets him out. Bit more space offered over. Torji will find the kill on Long. That's the only player for Vitality to attack the site from that direction. But this measly scout's losing its support system. Bodies dropped all around it.
Looks like Zywoo did some stretching during the break.
Yeah. I haven't seen one of those in a really long time, but I guess it's probably because I clocked the RAM and the CPU and something just kind of... Some part of the system wasn't happy.
First shot towards Long, that elicited the cat play.
Get that Pentium back, yeah.
That was the winning moment, really. I think that's on the ramp. Maybe he was looking at radar. It's possible.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Double checking.
He's not that
Torji's
old.
Positioning.
Great defense here in the exits
Not
early.
to mention, you get that upgrade. To hell with the scout. You're sitting on the AK-47 now. Tied game early.
Zywoo giving us a map.
All right. I think everything's working, more or less.
Throughout this event in terms of rating. Difference is Zywoo is clearly pulling ahead in that race. And here he finds himself with more runway while Donk watching from the sidelines.
Oh,
man, and we talk about a master of the hybrid.
that's nice.
Hopping two
Hold on.
From AK-47 openings in the A site to a headshot through the doorway on mid at the start of the next round, and it is Apex to slide forth into that space, but giving it back over to the defense.
That feels like he so could have had that.
The chip damage there for Flamesy, and so that evens out the health bars between these two on mid.
That's a nice catch, man. You know, after getting that first kill, I'm recognizing Mouse that Vitality are going to try to make it worse. Ooh, oh my gosh.
Oh
right
my
underneath
god.
him. Oh my god, he missed it.
He's
entirely.
actually.
What's happened?
This is insane.
No way. We talk about how Robs is
What
just
a
so
play from
stellar in
Robs.
these
How the fuck
positions.
did he get away with that?
Is that pathing?
How does he find these kinds of paths? He finds routes no one knows of.
That's the secret wall that he rolled.
Vitality have a trailblazer in Rops, and you said it best back on Mirage. He's just the best at playing on his own.
Yeah.
Jimmy's blind. I don't know, like, he probably.
Sometimes with Robs,
There
it's a
might be no
single
way
player
for him to actually see that.
This round in RPG. What an adventure. Through the smoke.
But obviously, it looks a bit insane when you see it like that.
Doesn't even give Jimmy a chance to hold that bomb site back, so Vitality to go 3 rounds straight off of it. And I mean, you saw Mouse gearing up for the mid-fight, ready to try to pressure them back. Robs in Jimmy's head.
It's such a crazy play. I mean,
The old
trying to play
wives'
that
tale,
back and
wanking too
obviously
much
Jimmy
makes you
could have seen it
blind.
incidentally, but
Yeah,
Jimmy was
true.
also looking towards mid.
Gooning
looking over
does.
the smoke.
Maybe that is the problem. Oh, look at it. What a great camera angle.
He's so careful. He doesn't go any farther, right? Wraps the box. He stays exactly on the perimeter as hard as possible to see. Damn.
Still be worth it though, yeah,
underneath his
true.
nose.
The always elusive. I don't know where he learned those tricks. We know damn well he's got him up his sleeve. Oh, yes, the tactical mastermind.
That's the VP strat. Work for them.
They taped up the energy drink. Yeah, they do that.
Here for the record.
Block the sponsorships. Which I think is fair, you know.
Confidence fueled P90B rush. I don't think so. Vitality a little more finesse than that. Limited hardware here for Mouse, and taking an early look over towards long. Apex finds nothing. Nothing at all. So
He was hyped about it. Not often he gets stopped.
he will breeze out to the blue.
I was like, yeah, this is where you give it back, actually. He's like, I'm actually not done with this. I've got to spawn. He's just fully clearing things by himself now. And it's the right idea. There's not a single person here peeking, no one in pit waiting. I don't think Mel's understand exactly.
Yeah,
how
he
much
has
is
been
being
opening a
taken
couple of
from
times.
Because if you have
You know,
long
I say
control,
let
they get
him.
you out of it unless they fight you.
Cyber doesn't want to up anyway, you know.
Throwing nades.
Apex running around, though, would have been heard by Torji with his ear pressed against the wall. So now Brolin does double back to get some kind of eye on the A site. Thing is, you're still damn well ahead of any
Robs
kind of
is hearing
rotation.
them.
Utility blankets this. Apex
Not that it really
looking for his
matters,
first
I
kill.
guess.
Bomb behind him, and pistols inbound, but you'll catch him up along the wall.
Okay,
057
first kill for
frag on
Apex.
Brolin this time. He's been good with it.
Flames needs a kill of his own.
Quick glance down into their spawn. We'll find more players ready to be taken out. Apex, it's a double kill. Feels like he's had this round in the palm of his hand since the get-go. Vitality positioning thorns in the side of every piece of that.
Cyber says
onsite
he's right for
defense.
another AWPer. Yeah,
Only
I mean,
Spinks left up. I didn't see a moment here where it looked like Mouse would get a kill.
No, yeah, that back to being
Cyber will do
very
it
strong.
whatever he wants. If he wants to be a shotgun
Open
player,
the
he
door,
probably could.
Apex swings it open.
Clean
And
sweep.
another, man.
Ouch.
Yeah.
They don't get anything.
It's wild because you could see the quality of Spinks playing for Mouse, but sometimes chemistry doesn't work like that, right? He was underneath Vitality. He became the player that he is for Mouse under Vitality. Like, he developed so much in all of his lurk roles. Rops is always just a little bit ahead, you know, in his career in terms of accomplishments, the quality that FaZe were putting out in their prime. Rops is a part of that. You know, he was the move that really made it for them.
Ooh, Cyber with the.
And the best part is,
Oh.
well, that's best part for Mouse this round. Great find.
Let's go, Torshi. It's a very nice peek.
Close on that doorway, though, is Spinks.
And you could block that with dental floss. That's such a tight angle.
How constant has this catwalk threat been, though, for Mouse to have to deal with? The uncertainty that comes with it this time, because it's just Zershin leaning back on site.
They keep layering on mid, expecting the mid B to come out. They're actually right about it.
They don't even have a Molotov to get rid of Jimmy here, so
There's been some trickery thrown
they
forth by
can't actually
Vitality,
clear
whether
that
was
close
Rops that
position.
exit through the tunnels.
Oh wait, they do on Cyber, but he's in the wrong position, so
We'll take the fight. He's
sucks.
happy to get one, if even only damage. And this late,
Blocked
Jimmy
it, blocked
can
it,
do the
blocked it.
rest.
Wild blind. Perfect setup.
Yeah,
Jimmy
they didn't have the Molotov.
not able to get the double down. Spinks, though, here to return the
That's a
favor.
really silly play from Spinks in every conceivable way, but guess it doesn't matter. You know, it's all good.
Bomb is still dropped back behind him. Threats right there. Zershin keeps the pressure up. Time is ticking.
This was never the opportunity that they thought it was. With the setup that we just saw in mid and Torzy sitting in B the entire time, a huge part of the success here
It's
for
one of those.
Mouse is
That's
just
one of those
keeping
plays for Spinks
him
where it's like I think he knows the instant that he's done it. It's like, oh, why am I doing this at all?
Torzy did not shoot.
Classic.
Apart from that opening pick, stayed silent.
Do
in the
you
B
ever
side,
want to
waited for a
see a
contact.
woman? Some of you
They
wish
had
you
perfect
would.
support for him. It's interesting. I like that more than him playing with a rifle in the sight.
Yes, all the time.
Because he never has to
But
worry
you know what
about
can
the
we do?
mid-beat. There's two players there. Wow, that's a crazy
We just,
fight.
you know, we can't be pretending.
Oh, that's the shot too.
Wow.
Oh, he could
pretty
have
good.
absolutely died then.
All right. Okay.
The finest margins.
Torzy bringing this to the table. I'm watching. Flamesy on the long play. There is resistance this time.
The real problem with Seth is I see men so ugly, you know, that I also wish I wasn't. So, you know,
Stark contrast. Torzy goes charging into lower.
it's a hard life out here.
It's a full long control, and they think that this is weak, but every single time they've taken it, Robs again. Single player game. He's got tunnels by himself.
That's going to keep Jimmy on his toes inside of that B-bomb site. And currently, obviously, no helping hands. Nobody in mid. Mouse floating around in spawn.
It's nasty work from Robs.
But Jimmy gets the better of him. That's a deep cross. He was looking to throw out that incendiary and instead gets clipped. Now Brolin, just blasted
he's
off.
alone, man. That's it.
Trying to walk up forward towards the catwalk. Timing here for Apex. An instant headshot to boot.
They can collect some guns. Flamesy's low. They have a lot of utility. Bomb's not planted just yet.
Feels like a recovery more than anything else.
Oh.
Bomb's still not planted.
It's gonna
They're
feel
taking
really
their
bad to
time
try and
here,
retake this,
but
yeah.
They've already decided that they're not going to go for this. Not even close.
So off of catwalk yet again. This A site is the success story of Vitality throughout the T-half so far.
There is a pattern of IGL saying, leave me alone. Like, let me watch this at the moment. But the fact is, if Brolin, you know, where's he going to go by himself? Maybe the moment is here. He's just going to walk up. He's just
What?
going to walk up to Cat Bricks, hold
The
the
fuck
wall,
is that?
and then peek and unpeek once in a while. And then that's enough
What
to
just-
get
what-
information. So really perfect timing. I mean, honestly,
What just happened?
It's surprising here. You see Torzy running the lower tunnels. He's just not ready for the fact that they were taking long control. Why is Robson lower so early? And the same thing goes for that moment. Brolin just saw that Robs got taken out in upper tunnels. How can there be a catwalk
Yes.
cat play happening that fast?
Wait, what?
Probably expecting a
We're all
flash to
opening
come in.
triple case openings.
Oh, the triple gamble.
Okay.
It
Nobody
should be a
has any
sure thing.
FPS whatsoever.
that's how the math
Blue
works.
and more blues. And more blues.
So what have we learned today?
Never give up.
Oh, yeah.
True.
Not what I had in mind.
Those guys are so close to winning a knife.
What have Mao's learned off of these sudden pops out of Vitality that seemingly keep catching them off guard?
Yeah, that's hard to blame yourself for. I'd say really
It's
well
literally
played
like it's literally
Vitality.
50-50.
That's all right, you get away
Like
with
in
that
terms of the
one.
percentages, right? Like you can either win a knife or you cannot. So every case 50-50.
But Robs is a menacing presence in tunnels. If they want to keep trying to approach him, they might need 2 guys or even 3. Ollie, Sil, and Tony.
Again?
Yeah, but if you're getting 90% blues, it just means you're in store for like a lot of knives all at once, you know.
On the shots.
That's what it means.
ZywOo striking fear in the hearts of Maus, but Torji will still continue to try to get that scope on the right angle at the right time. Burn back once more.
Yeah, the diamond miming meme, exactly.
Here's a round where we get Spinks hard dedicated inside B.
This has two excellent layers. I mean, they got some utility back, but still limited vision on Cat.
Still smoke at the end of the tunnels. Molotov to make sure the back of platform is clear. It's just going to be Spinks to try to keep his head down. And
Oh, this is in the same position for Mouse.
Here, that's great. Now they've made both contact and they each get their kill. So B-Site hangs on for dear life. And that doesn't mean the Vitality are out of it. ZywOo trying to get somebody caught off by the Cat presence won't happen. You've got 45 seconds to figure out this 3v5.
That's a key late smoke, man. I mean, we've got a single flashbang, so this is where Torzi could absolutely shine. And Brolin's also in a fantastic spot. He could just move over to Goose if he wants to. They have a fully layered map, long control. He'll play a little more active.
Oh, Incendiary as well at 25. Really starting to put the pressure on now, but will Torji get his op on this angle, or does Apex strike a player who's throwing grenades off guard? There's a world here
Torji, this is not good.
The entry, second ramp player is able to hold. It's going to have to be Brolin with only 5 seconds before bomb has to get planted. Oh, and ZywOo into another clutch to do it with 15 health.
If they end up losing this round, we're going to have to blame Torji, unfortunately.
With 1 bullet needed, this is what he does. And as he scours that spawn, he sees you. He knows
Jimmy's going to get it, though.
and he hits his shot, but it's all a ruse. Set up for Jimmy.
Oh, that looks scary for a moment, but Jimmy's rotation is everything. That's an awesome move out of Apex. It looked like Maus knew exactly what Vitality were going to do at every single point in the round.
It's pretty scary.
They had both sides of the lurk covered. What's that? Robson Mezzi going down, right?
Honestly, this is a huge round, right? I think Mouse, this is pretty respectable.
Very close call. They even have exertion in a moment where there's 5 players alive. They not necessarily need 3 players on A. But you see, in the end, they do. They need every little bit of help.
You know where you're getting a grand final right now. It's absolute cinema grand final.
Absolute cinema.
Brolin says absolute cinema grand final.
He's channeling Carrigan a little bit.
The fight. Over towards Long, and we get Mezzi with the double kill.
Okay.
Another battle for this epic. Man advantage comes with it. ZywOo clips Spinks' wings as he thinks he can walk out top mid. Patience sprinkled across the map, but maybe not enough of it.
Oh, okay, Jimmy, get the double, and we're back.
Here on Apex, and he will catch him, turning his head for only a moment. But of course, Jimmy doesn't know that Flamesy's already got this positioning over towards site. Also awkward. Frag grenade with ZywOo's name on it. Jimmy's sticking around. Fire's gonna force him back. Still no presence inside B. Bomb can go running into plants.
How many kills have they thrown by pushing? Well, the problem is this time I think they kind of almost had to, you know? It looks a bit silly when you get shut down, but like they lost the fight over at long, so they had to do something in return. And it just got shut down, so it's kind of a classic scenario really when you're on the CT side. It's like you fall behind, you take more risks because you want to get back in, and then you fall further behind. Oh.
And now he's just scrambling out for that bomb. It's going to have to be the run out of Mezzi. He sprints.
He surely has it.
He sprays.
He could have definitely taken a better angle there, but it's all hindsight.
Great trade out of the window. Didn't waste a moment. And that's what you have to do versus Vitality. Don't you dare waste these opportunities.
Yeah, even after 8th and 8, it's already sick.
They have Mezzi holding tunnels. How come someone could walk out on ZywOo when there's nothing else to watch?
That is a massive round. This just got a lot more interesting, man.
A 2-on-3 B retake with an op in hand. That's what we just saw.
A no-scope for the retake. 2v4 in the bigger picture of that round. He said Jimmy's just kind of been quietly doing his thing, never really thrust as the star of the show. Brolin said this is cinema. Well, there's your action hero. Back to the long fight they'll go. Vitality looking to keep things simple as we get into the tail end of this first half. Xertion will not allow you to get down into that pit. Easy man advantage coming out from Mouse.
Mouse playing top tier CS, keeping up with the best team in the world.
Yeah, I would even say doing a little bit better right now on Dust 2. Kind of scary, actually. Kind of interesting.
Getting better and better every time this head-to-head happens. That's been the Mouse mantra.
Leth Sinor, nice. Thank you for the Prime subscription, man. I really appreciate it. It's super, super helpful. Appreciate the support. Welcome to the cult.
Now you know the rest of Mouse don't want to be the next one, but you
Ooh,
should have
okay.
known better. Missed shot finally out of Zywoo. Leave it to Spinks to be the difference. Flash comes out there along the wall.
Oh,
He's
no.
not going to get a multi.
Everyone switched to anti.
We've already seen the 2v4 come out from Mouse. Why not queue it up again? Same two pieces.
They can break the smoke, but Torzy's the one that needs it broken for him. Jimmy's over at long.
Taking his sweet time with it, but honestly, so are Vitality grouped up on that ramp. Torzy now trying to find a way to skewer. Quick
Yeah. Gonna need Prime subs.
That's gonna put Jim Pat into a dead sprint.
Throw them in there, why not?
Doesn't find timing yet. Then Rocks turns.
Okay.
Shuts him down and puts Vitality in the lead.
That's an excellent pivot out of Rops. Nice try from Torzy. Very brave of him to try to generate that opportunity, and especially in a spot when you know long control's taken, everyone was spotted. And that's just amazing try.
That's a nice shot.
Also there, good patience.
Felt like Torzy's just trying to throw up a distraction. We already saw that kind of shut down Zywoo in
Quick,
his 1v2
yeah,
attempt.
I don't know.
Jimmy has good long flank timings.
I actually think winning this round is super important to Vitality. Like, even at 7-5, I think Mouse has done a pretty good job.
It's going to be a limited one here for Mouse.
So,
7-5 lead on the line for Vitality.
not too sad.
Got to do it with the scout. It is Zywoo and Rops taking off. A deadly duo in 2025. Some call it unfair.
Yeah, felt like they were breaking the scene for a second. They never crossed paths at PGL. That allowed Mouse to get a chip along the way.
Vitality's absence offering
Oh.
great experience to Mouse.
Torshi, I love the fact that he's just so ready to take those fights, you know?
But this chance
Like, no matter
seems to
what.
be fading into irrelevance. Round 12 with Vitality comfortably up. Zywoo able to catch Spinks on the quick scope, and so mid may falter. But Jimmy's got a very tough challenge ahead. Zywoo already up on the angle. No pistol at a 2-0 start at a Mouse. That's what got this CT side going. Able to hang on. One of the more competitive halves that we've gotten. Denying that streak of rounds. But it's not this star-studded Spinks performance that we had back on Mirage.
7-5, you know, it's still pretty winnable for Mouse.
Even across the board. 7-5 Vitality as they'll take to the defense to try to defend their flawless Dust 2 streak.
Oh no, I won't remember anything, man.
Ooh, let's go, Studies.
Oh, it's an old one? Has to be.
It's train, it's forest, it's MIBR. I know the time range when it was.
I don't remember this clip. 100% it's not 2014, it's not 2015, it's not 16 because Luminosity was still exist at that time. So it has to be around like 2017, 2018.
It should be 2018 or 2019.
Yeah, it's 2017.
Missed the old train? Yeah, a
Let's
little
say
bit.
it's 2018, yeah? What major you had in 2018? Can you give me any guess?
I don't know why. I'll just say the E-League Atlanta 2017.
It's Katowice, yeah.
Face it major?
Face it major, perhaps? Okay, nice.
Wait,
Nice.
no, London. Oh my god, what am I saying? Wait, 2019 was ESL Katowice.
Unlucky.
That was the only one I knew from 2018.
Look how different the game looks.
Against Astralis, not against Nip, or Astralis, obviously.
100% they won this major.
Let's see what he does. I don't seem to remember this from the top of my head.
But it was in 2018 then. Has to be 19.
I think the guy has pretty good movement. There was Blast Paris.
I have no idea.
I don't know. Let's say it's 2018 Visit London again.
I'm not sure about this one.
Launder channel points by redeeming profiles of somebody else.
Maybe.
I guess you can, yeah. Like a black market kind of thing.
Of course, man, I don't know.
There was major in Katowice?
Got the year at least. Well, if it's Perfecto for Navi, there's not many options.
He's gonna kill 4 guys in London.
Oh, I remember that play.
I don't know. BGL Krakow 2017.
I think it just has to be 2021 PGL Stockholm major.
Stockholm, 2021.
This is PGL Stockholm 2021. Navi won this major.
So that's why they won the major. Only because of that play.
At least I know this. It's new
Good
generation,
memes.
you know?
Oh, I remember the play. Okay, yeah, it's a good one.
James overpass. Okay.
Clip, I actually do remember.
Missed the smoke and he's winning the clutch. Oh my god.
Oh, I remember
What
this.
I didn't say a Berlin major.
Yeah, this was I think fairly recent. Could it be 2022 IAM Rio major?
Rio major. I have my answer.
It's I'm telling you, everything what I remember, it's like 3 years ago. It's 2022 I am Rio major. That was
quick.
Vitality getting through that first half with a 2-round lead. Now showing us that this grand finals will feature a fight. And as the sun slowly sets on Lisbon, this best of 5 keeps giving. Who's here all night long?
It's the series that you've been looking for.
And we are in the middle of the road now. Map 3, anybody's direction. Train the unknown entity last.
I mean, if Mouse win this map, that's more maps than Vitality have lost in any series.
Right.
That's what they're looking to do.
Gives him a tease, then hits him with the gush.
Ooh,
Nice.
Clean.
Style points here for Xerxin. Flash interrupts the follow through. Apex unable to collect anybody on this hold. Pistol round would look good for Mouse, but doesn't mean Rops is going to let them have it. Little challenge off back sight. He gets hit in the head as well.
Didn't see that.
Yeah, link the profile. We'll do it. Fuck it.
Bullets around the sight box. Mezzi starts to climb up along the wall. He's not going to do what I think he is he? Waits to see if anybody gives them a sliver to work with, any kind of a thread to pull on here in the post plant. Denied, dude. Xerxin.
Excellent shot.
And the time to kill on this pistol round. 2 scalps for him as he sends Rops running for the hills. Pistol looks real good on Mouse.
Damn.
Convert it, and that lead is gone.
Here they are to make it close. Mouse will pick up 6th.
Yeah, I think this is a very winnable map right now for Mouse.
Is that Arkaram?
It is.
He's in there. He's got boots on the ground.
Isn't he supposed to be working?
Yeah, I think that is. Give this man a mic.
He's actually starting a party and everything.
Frustration.
You'd love that? I think it's pretty good. Like, I'd give it a good 50-50. They win it from here.
It's hard when they've been winning so much.
Vitality may bend,
But we'll see.
do they break? Armored Thomas for Zywoo.
I just want to see, yeah, me too.
Trying to abruptly halt the
But
momentum.
what if they take this and then they also win Nuke, and then we don't see Train?
Been keeping an eye on Flamesy here, Mezzi as well.
Oh shit! All right, most of it. That's a nice. So far, that seems to be working out. Reverse sweep from being Oh, 13? That actually would be insane. Just like the ultimate. I'll let you take the first punch. I'll let you like land the first punch. You know.
Down to a minute though. Mao's
But you only get one.
understand the seriousness of this situation. Don't flub it. Said he'd been keeping an eye on Flamesy. Well, he drops a smoke ahead of this 3-player push out through the doors.
They
Frag
found an
grenade.
extra as well.
I mean, that is perfect to set up a 5-7, is it not? Flash gets Flamesy off his post. He hears them coming.
Flash. Oh, does nothing.
Tries to get sent back in, but all's good. Mao's
That's
they
pretty
just
quick.
put on that slow squeeze. And even with the flashbang attempts coming out of Vitality, not enough
Get
to
them
disrupt
out.
this
Get
heavy
them
momentum
out.
of the full buy for Mao's. They follow through into this A site, dodging the threat of ZywOo's FAMAS. Him and Rops and Mezzy off to the save. Tied map, tied series.
Spinx's scoreline almost as impressive as ZywOo, and he's got 2 maps so far where he has impressed. Mel's won some fans back in Cluj, looking to win some more here in Lisbon.
There's no denying the value that that trophy hoist had to have had for them.
It would be a good story. I mean, you know, I don't know. Let's see how this first rifle round goes, okay? When it comes. I'm a little bit curious how Vitality want to play it.
The only thing they end up collecting is that Cologne trophy. Massive accolade. Not taking anything away from that, but they said it, you know, the win's always so elusive.
That was an overall unproductive year in terms of, they got so many playoff opportunities, lost a phase in both major playoffs, like really key chances they dropped. Even if they had good starts to tournaments, they just
Apex is flustered. I mean, he always is. That's kind of nothing new, I guess. I wouldn't read too much into that.
To a team that's also notorious for losing in playoffs? No.
Just don't lose this round, Mouse. Don't walk into some bullshit.
Make the team a winning team.
And I think that when we get that interview with Cyclone,
Robs is actually allowing them potentially to do a lot here. This could be so much fun. Unless he gets shot in the back, in which case the fun is over. Oh,
turns out it could
it's a
be
shame.
a good place for him.
But nice play from Broland to check all of this out.
That's how he gets away with moments like that. He stands in positions like that if, you know, they don't get cleared, then yeah, he's a genius.
Yeah, all right. So for every time he walks out on that site underneath Jimmy's nose, we've got to remember that.
Yeah.
Sitting 10-10. Vitality trying to emphasize that 8 defense, but
They've been good at sniffing this out.
Mouse?
Yeah, no one else here on the mid-B split.
I think it comes down to just constantly pressing up against the entirety of Vitality's perimeter.
Perfectly missed the flank timing.
Yep. Great presence of mind. Staying sharp as need be. ZywOo finally gets a chance to use that FAMAS. He's been carrying it around for 2 rounds now. And the
Look at Mouse really spending the time, really checking everything.
Through the starting moments of this T side.
It's pretty good.
No doubt in my mind, gloves are going to come off at some point. Things get faster. Things get gritty.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 2 leads in the series is just already remarkable here for Mouse, especially this late into the game. Really holding
Frenchman with a French gun, yeah.
How much more they can do. And they close this one out. Even though they 13-11 Mirage, it took a long time to do it. They had a really big lead. In terms of the ideas, I think they did start to get a little stale. There wasn't that much activity out of Torzy. There wasn't much mid-control. And Vitality nearly brought it to overtime.
Anymore? No, sir. ZywOo does move forward.
That was close.
Mao's move forward with the lead. 8-7. For the first time, Mouse can take a little sigh of relief and think, we've got an edge. This is the first time in the best of 5 they are leading now that maps are evened out. Not bad for a team that went down 13-0, huh?
Oh, no, not at all. Closer to
Yeah, this round is everything right now. Honestly, where the fuck is the rest of Vitality? Robson, Saiwu. Where is Apex, Flames, Mezzi? Is he Robson, Saiwu just playing on the opposite sides of the map? But man.
Soon to be tested will be Robs, announcing their presence with the frag grenade. There's more where that one player is positioned.
This could be. This is.
Right behind Spinks.
This kind of a defense is like.
These two are the new duo.
Yes.
Right?
All or nothing, really.
Has been playing really well alongside Robs.
Here it comes though through the smoke. Pops at the perfect moment. Mezzi actually dies though.
Oh, he dies first.
Ooh.
Shot's great from Zaiwu.
Nice little snapshot to try to keep some kind of defense in position, but Mezzi goes down with nothing.
Yeah.
And so everybody else that was exiting tunnels is able to turn their heads towards Robs.
Oh my god, could you imagine? What's up, Pete? How are you doing, man?
In front of him, that is a comfortable opening post plant here for Mouse, but that utility's gonna burn out. They throw down more and more. And there's more where that one came from. Spinks chucks out another. That's a weird one. Spinks misses the Molotov that would have kept them out of this retake, so now they're going to try.
Oh my god.
Shots missed. Torzi's.
They flustered Torzi out of his post plant. The fire leaves this door open, but they still don't get in. They try and they try, but it doesn't feel like a comfortable enough amount of time.
Had a semester prep thing and gotta make supper soon, yeah.
Extremely awkward. I mean, we didn't see what the volley looks like on the other side of that wall. Maybe it also had some effect in terms of how they could get in the window, but you can see there was full vision there. Torzi got mollied out, didn't hit a shot, but it's a 3v3 B-site retake. And it's that moment for Xerxin. He does get traded right away. So you see how important it is that
no, it's the right IP, right?
Placement is exceptional. Okay.
I like that you tried to throw him a bone.
Yeah. Yeah, the volley didn't do much.
It's the fact that they had 3 of them in the end, right? That window just set ablaze.
Oh no, open a case. Jesus Christ.
So critical from Xerxin. The moment that he gets vision. And I think Vitality need a little bit of this. Because so far these rounds in the last few have been kind of slow. They have been kind of vanilla. There hasn't been a lot being taken by the CTs initially, and I think Mouse are waiting for that to happen. They're coming in slow too. You know there's respect across the board.
Here we go, Jimmy on long.
Okay.
Vision on the jump across and peels back. It's felt like in the previous rounds we've had Mouse just slowly putting that dagger.
I hate to say it, but this is the kind of defense that I hate to see what Vitality doing right now.
Vitality, kind of a jolt to keep them on their toes.
Not a big fan.
You let your guard down, and a pack of Mouse players will come storming towards you. Could very well happen here yet again. Xerxin already trying to take space out through middle. No resistance for him to deal with.
So he's going to get Molotov away from this position. Oh, he's not. Okay.
Waiting for his flash. No.
Zaiwu Incendiary could be thrown out, but at a minute.
That's very interesting.
Oof, nice deep nade. Brolin's going to have to deal with that one.
Surely going to be mid to B.
Climb back up, doesn't he? But of course, Zaiwu this whole time can just stay posted on this exit, wait
It's
for
very
rounds to
persistent
take
play
their
from
chance.
Apex. I wonder if he's going to push up when they try and smoke it.
And try to drop in, but they're still waiting upper tunnel, so it looks like they're just gearing
Is
up.
he going to jump up?
All right.
Yep.
Apex has a smoke plunk
Called it.
on him. He takes up position in that forward piece of util. Obviously that
But it's still going to be the mid to B, like I said.
Mezzi up along the mid-wall.
Yeah, they are going for it. He calls it.
He's so smart, Apex. He's actually so smart.
Now Rops is able to double up with Mezzi. This time both succeed. Inside CT, things get weird only for a moment. 12 seconds,
Yeah.
not enough for Spinks to go grab that bomb. So
Hey, you could see that. I don't know. You could see that whole round.
with a hope and a round win, it has gone up in air.
Yeah, that was a round that was basically all smoke here from Vitality. I mean, from Mouse. Excellent. Oh, after time, be careful, Spinks. You don't want to take too many duels.
That is.
He'll survive.
It's a really nice play from Apex.
Zaiwu's also watching the outside of the smoke. They kind of know exactly what's happening that entire time, and Apex has the fallback as well walking into it. Because of the time left over, that play is perfect. If it was early, like a minute on the round, Apex takes a huge risk by walking into the smoke because once it comes up, there could be more coming back from Cat. But in this spot, there was only one thing Maus could do.
Yeah, maybe it was a weird play, but that is the kind of stuff you have to do to try and win this map. Like that's why I didn't like this setup to begin with for the defense here, because I just hate the bog standard kind of setup.
Definitely looking a little bit quicker already in a foray out through mid doors. ZywOo approach, an easy pickup on Brolin.
That is a very aggressive move from Maus.
On site because odds are behind Brolin there is more, and if that's the read Vitality have, they are absolutely correct.
Oh, he baited that
missed
so
shots
hard
from ZywOo. Did he run back?
Yeah.
Gets Xerxon to give chase. 5v3 established off of Vitality's offer. And in a round where Maus wanted to go a little faster, they have been absolutely cooled off.
They look a little timid right now. I mean, they try to do this walkout, but there's not much else besides
it's one of those
individually looking for that one duel in CT spawn.
I don't know. It's just a round that looks so stupid when it doesn't work because they just got shut down in the middle, but it's actually not that dumb for Maus.
Yeah, but you're in the lead and starting to run into the superstars of Vitality. You know, Rop's allocated over towards that B site, supports Mezzi from outside of the bomb site last round, gets his double kill. ZywOo in with a double kill this time. That's the duo.
Yep.
The engine of Team Vitality in back-to-back rounds.
If you don't want to see a quiet map, no pressure upper tunnels, mid walkout, nothing else for Vitality to look at except cover their angles. You might try a mid walkout on the justification that you think it's 3 long. Something like that. Information. Sure. If they get the kill, they can maybe run wild with it, even though Mezzi's on the other side. But if not, the whole round is gone. This one feels a little uninspired for me, for Maus.
Okay.
Because you could be slow. You could be slow as Jane, but look at any rounds that they have, and you're going to see them working somewhere. Perfect time to get attack in for Maus. Cyclone right over the shoulder of Brolin at the moment.
Do you disagree with the need to kind of change up the timing in this round, you know, playing out through doors a little quicker?
I think you gotta, you know, you're always trying to juggle rotations, right? That's fundamentally what you're trying to do on T side, to generate unfair fights. That was a fair fight. And in this spot, I don't know what info they had. Sometimes you got a really hard read on a setup. The only thing we saw that round was Mezzi naded mid from the, you know, outside of B that round.
Yeah, there is a lot of things to improve. I mean...
Series dead even.
You know, Brolin has definitely surprised and impressed in terms
but
of
the
his
issue, I think,
ability and consistency. And
it is just very hard, I think, still to find consistent, you know, great sort of games across all 5 players, you know what I mean?
Right when Jimmy takes to the front of the doorway. I mean, that's exactly what Flamesy was
It's a cool thing to aim for having 5 players that show up every match, but it's probably also... It's also a little bit of a wild idea, you know? Like, if you can get there, fine, but... The acceptable goal is probably to try and find a way to say, okay, we need like... We gotta find a way to get like 2 out of 5 shining every time, and then the rest can follow along, you know? We just can't ever have games where like it's 1 out of 5 and then that person has to try and carry everything. That doesn't work.
Posted up on a further catwalk angle, fell back. Maybe felt that.
But you think about like how many teams in history have ever had like all 5 players just consistently playing well across like every series. It's like so rare to do that.
Again, it's so late in the round, it's a guaranteed play. If he's there, the smoke's fresh, it's early, he can't play a spot like that. This is a problem for Maus.
They try to jump through that with 30 seconds extra. Spinx will catch a kill out towards long, but it is nothing but a ticket to go for the save here. This is Vitality with a 10-9 lead.
Yeah, this is it's getting a little bit disappointing now. Maus, they need to wake up. Obviously, they just had that Cyclone pause. Idea came through. Nothing came of it.
Save could get denied. Better to die before time expires. Apex gonna take a swing at this. Torji can't afford to miss a shot, so he won't. Hanging on to this backline, 2 gun save for Maus. But again, disruptive is Team Vitality.
I mean, at least you can always do something. You can always draw out utility.
Quickly, somebody tag and Sif. Undefeated coach, alright. Get him in there.
Map control early like it's
I kind of wonder, I mean, like...
just like Vitality do here, but right now they're playing them like they're the tease.
I feel like there are some...
Vitality have no choice but to sit around.
There's some potential criticisms you could have of the way that the Vitality team is structured. The problem is, like... I don't even know if I... You know... But you could say they don't have necessarily the kind of... You know, the kind of crazy out-of-the-blue impact player that, like, you know, like a Torshi or a Brokey or somebody like that. But I mean, I would probably just argue that they don't have to have that. Like, it's not important to have that because, you know, they have solid players they can rely upon. It's not like they don't have players that could play like that or that aren't good enough or whatever, but they just play like a much more measured kind of Counter-Strike, you know?
Not around that this defense wants to offer back over. We hit a minute, and Maus hit the reset button.
The VP P90 rush, B rush, yeah, fuck yeah.
The primal instinct is to go
That's
for
a position.
simplicity. Group up, and here and around where you're low utility, it makes perfect sense.
It's gonna be tough to get out this doorway.
That's an excellent supportive smoke. Potentially sees one in the back. No, he doesn't. But he's above.
Sees the pistols, but not the uppercut.
Nice shot.
Had to be a quick response, and he's able to get one. Once Apex is able to take catwalk, ZywOo can turn back towards long. And off of these two flashbangs, should be able to peel players off. That's assuming they're around the corner. Collateral.
Spinks. What the fuck just happened?
Spinks out middle with the other gun.
How did he get so many of them? Were they visible from middle that long?
And ZywOo's re-peek fails. He gets, I think, a kill and a half off the first shot.
Okay, so that's just so quick. Oh, and he gets that one and then spins. That's just absolutely insane. I want to see my dad stop abusing alcohol. Wow. Maybe if you're a, you know, maybe if you're a better child, he wouldn't have to drink so much.
Into that one, all eyes on Maus, trudging towards long, and it's a triple kill out of Spinks.
What a day by Spinks, man.
Yeah, Spinks is having himself an absolutely insane day in the office.
Back-to-back top performances for Spinks in this BO5 between Mirage and now Dust 2. That is a round to remember if Maus are able to snag this third map win. And again, they're going to try to change up with a bit more timing. You've got two players inside of this B site. Things are feeling a little bit thin. Quickly trying to jump down into the spawn.
Thin is putting it very mildly. Round is over already. Maus
This one's up tempo quickly into the mid B. This time with
on the verge of picking this one up. There's not a lot of money on Vitality.
You have Mezzi trying to run out of the door. I think Apex basically hears everything on the cross. They were expecting something.
Yeah, but B splits are always going to be strong when the CTs are not playing for information. Which is why I hate this default kind of defense Counter-Strike on this map. You have no info. I mean, it was worse by the fact that they had one player here, but even if they have two, what does it matter? He's so likely going to get traded anyway. Is that a rat holding up?
All right, man.
Just that guy expecting Smooya to have a last second stand in.
And just like that, back in the lead.
That one from your individuals, when you don't even get to the stage where you can talk about a retake, there's absolutely nothing to discuss. It's an instant save. You lose two B defenders. This round, there's no one watching mid B. Now, the other options they had in the site are try to delay, obviously. You could have Robs take that peek. That's the safest one from the outside of the window. I'm not sure what Mezzi is going to do after he swings the door, if he was thinking he's early enough to get out, but he's so far behind on that. A couple of important deaths from him here on the CT side. And Maus really showing their entry power.
MP9's the limitation here in the 22nd. Torzy wants an early eye on this B site.
Okay, 3 out long. That's fine.
What adaptations can we expect out of Vitality?
But now they fall back into this
Sets him up on long, leaves ZywOo there. Comes
slightly
running
default
back
D
to try to
setup.
take over middle doors.
One thing I'll give to Brolin, he's here sitting 7 and 14, but towards the end of maps, you'll see sometimes, just out of nowhere, crazy 2-entry move on T side to bring his team back into things.
No, definitely. Just a flash of what he once offered as a non-in-game leader. It's still within him.
It's a big set that he's so selfless. I think that was the best compliment that he's given Brolin after switching to this role.
So many teams praising Apex as the IGL to beat. And you've got Brolin at the moment, I think, conditioning this B defense to set them up for another clean catwalk execution. If they're going to try to split back into this A site, you can see the K9 starting to sink into this A site. There will be no resistance for Xerxes.
Again, to me, this just feels like slightly sort of rolling the dice again for Vitality, right? Like, they might end up being right, or... Wow.
Timing backs turned. Flamesy can't manage. And now they will find no resistance on the way to
Who's the
that
longest
A-site.
career in Counter-Strike across all games?
You have been outpositioned by Brolin.
Yeah, entirely.
Probably Fallen or
That's
something.
it, the A split and the conditioning as you talk about.
I don't know, how late did he join?
To get map point.
Fallen or Carrigan? Yeah, it's gotta be Carrigan. I think Carrigan played before Fallen anyway, so...
Not only 2 maps in this series, maybe 2 maps in a row. The odds were 4-1 before this.
Maybe if we want to throw in Sonic, if we want to count that.
The history between the teams, how flat they've been, how many matches they've had in the last 3 weeks. This is their 4th head-to-head. Their previous grand final, an absolute bust. Not one map of
It's unfair if we throw in Sonic, alright, fair enough.
Stockholm.
Wow.
We head to Lisbon. They put themselves in this grand finals without Cyclone. He shows up. And now they've got Vitality where they want them because this T side has been varied. The timings have boiled down to a T.
The moment,
That's just so crazy.
Flashes and ZywOo as soon as he pulls out a piece of utility.
That is the face you make when you get timed.
And, you know, I kind of still want to gloss over it because the A split is justified anyways. 2 players there, but if you got that first kill, how would they expect someone to be behind the door? They're hoping not.
Jimmy on the op, lets one ring out. Ooh, goes back in. Careful now. Loses a third. What does this positioning up inside the tunnels mean?
I don't know. Bomb's still back at spawn.
You know, B-site's been beaten.
Yeah, I mean...
Often than not, you give them one doozy of an A commitment.
I mean, we can always talk about, like, how, you know, could you win this fight or that fight or whatever, and that's fine. Like, sometimes that is what it comes down to, but the thing you're supposed to be able to do to stop that from being the only thing that decides these games is,
I mean, between him and Flamesy,
you know, having more information, which they just permanently don't, Vitality. Like, they just have no clue what's happening on the, and that's an issue.
Waiting for a chance to strike. Mezzi only one. Spinks up next, dead at the hands of Robin. Trade frag back from Torzy, now finds himself alone. And he will cross that door.
Okay.
He has been the hope of Mouse in recent times.
Let's go, Torzy.
They once called for his head.
I want to see him win this, actually. That'd be so much, especially now that he's low. Yeah, let's go. Oh. It would have been sick.
To keep this game going.
Yeah.
24 rounds, dust 2.
Yeah, covered it. Had to push in that quickly. Torzy nearly scoped up again for the window. The full distance once again. Vitality playing from behind once again.
In a way, this is such an insane defense from Robs because he's just sat there while his teammate is dying.
And Mezzi.
You know, Mezzi's dying at the back of the bomb site. Robs is like, I'm not gonna peek. You know, you die. And it kind of works because they're probably not expecting it. You know, it's hard to see that he wouldn't try to attend that fight. Is TC back on complexity? I don't know.
They have allowed Mouse to walk forward on their own terms, regardless of destination. We've had a couple rounds where Flamesy tries to challenge into the long doors, but the round wins for Mouse. have turned Vitality timid. The opening double off of Mouse chucked away. They will leave that as Torji's responsibility.
So many people in the middle, but what are they doing? Like, this is... They had 3 people in Vitality, but they all somehow find a way to fight one at a time, you know what I mean? Super well played for Mouse. Like, I'm not criticizing that at all, but I don't like this CT side at all from Vitality. Like, if you're gonna do that, then be ready to fight, you know? Yeah, this is a hard reverse sweep. Damn, guys. All right, I'm gonna get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Firmly back in the driver's seat for the first time in the last 4 head-to-heads. Mouse have a map advantage over Vitality. Tonight could be the big night they've been dreaming of.
It could be a big night for Mouse, to be completely honest. They're playing some wonderful Counter-Strike. They're keeping their composure. They're giving it to Vitality, and they found a way to fight their way back into this game. I think there was another stellar performance coming out of the entire team. Great calling from Brolan, great individual display. We can continue to talk about Spinks, who's on a tear right now. There's a lot of positives right now surrounding this Mouse lineup.
Brolan is an elite IGL. The mid-round there was crazy. The way that he was conditioning them on the T side was sublime. I have to give so much credit to him, Cyclone, the game planning, and of course the execution from people like Spinks, people like Yimpat and Torzi, who came up big in the latter stages of that one.
It's just so poetic that Spinks, once again, top fragging on the side of Mouse, respectively as well. Going up against his former team, he must be feeling so content right now. For the first time, he's able to have that advantage over his ex-team.
I mean, he seems locked in. He's playing some really solid Counter-Strike. He's not overextending. He's not overdoing it. He has a great balance to when he's aggressive, when he's pushing it, and to when he's falling back and playing a little bit more assertive and maybe a little bit more calculated and defensively. Right now, Vitality have been put to the test. Again, a game that could have gone both ways, but like we saw in the group stage, you know, I feel like Mouse were the better team. You talk about the game plan, you talk about conditioning, you talk about the calling from Brolan. I had the same feeling a week ago in Copenhagen when they were playing in the group stage. I felt Mouse were the better team. They didn't get the win this time around, though. It's different.
It's crazy that in an arena, somehow they've calmed their nerves versus a group stage game where they were on the precipice of victory and then they actually fell short. So huge progress in such a short span of time for Mouse.
Yeah, it's crazy to look at the scoreline, right? And it's flipped on its head from that going down in the group stage. We still require the full 24 rounds, but this time it is Mouse to be taking the cake. Let's go back to the first half, though, because it was quite back and forth, admittedly. Jimmy, though, with a great clutch in round number 10.
Yeah, he kind of kept them alive right here. Again, Vitality in the first half felt like they were the better team, you know, off to a good start on the T side. Then Jimfed coming into an unwinnable 2v3. You have the bomb down right here. You have all the positions you want if you're Cyber and the boys. He misses a shot. Flamesy gets the trade, and then Jimfed, quick thinking, smoke on the bomb, knows that Messi may be far away, and he's just sticking it right here. I don't want to blame Messi at all. I just want to give it up to Jimfed. That is quick thinking on the mark, instantly picking up the smoke, even getting the kill, and you can see the reaction from Apex right here. Visibly unhappy. This was a round Vitality should have won. Had they won the first half 8-4, maybe it would have been different, but it's these small nuances, these small instances where Jimfed, he kept them alive in that first half.
Yimpat played himself into shape at this tournament. I would say that. I think that the Mirage defenses that he had, the retake there, I feel like he's shown that X-Factor potential, and he's kind of been lying in wait for a while, just waiting for his moment, but this seems to be it, and he's seizing it.
Let's dive into some of the T-side rounds for Mouse as well, because I think this goes to show the kind of masterclass that Brolan was pulling out. We talk about round number 19, where Flames opened things up with a crazy opener. It looked like he was kind of on the T side of things. Then we dive into round number 20. How does Mouse answer back to that?
Well, again, keeping that composure, good calling, good conditioning. As you said, round 19 didn't go their way. They even lose the first duel towards Flamesy right here. Not sure how Torsi's getting the kill. We see Flamesy right here. Torsi stepping out of the smoke, getting a nice kill. Zywoo in a good position at this point.
This is kind of an awkward position for Zywoo because it looks like they were setting up for some kind of play earlier, but the lurk from Spinks, like, what even happens in the span of seconds here? Like, getting 3 kills all in just maybe 3 seconds time, all headshots too. Like, that's the X factor power that Spinx is bringing into this one.
And the fact that he gets the third one right there, instantly on towards the guy rotating from the B bomb side, that's crazy. ZywOo in that position as well. He gets a kill, he takes the other guy down to 20 HP, but Spinx completely changed the course of that round.
It's a split-second decision-making, right? Which,
Yeah.
you know, we would always give the benefit of the doubt when you're coming onto a big stage like this, maybe not being able to pull it off as fast as you might have liked. But Spinx, no questions up here on stage.
I mean, it's just snap, snap, snap for Spinx. Like, he just popped all of these heads so quickly, and it was just off of going dry. And I think that it's worth going into round 21 off of the back of this because of Spinx going in dry. This was a theme of MOUZ and how they wanted to take space in this T side. It's like the opposite of if I want to go down a water slide, doing it dry. But Brolin, for some reason, said that's how I'm going to roll this game out. And I think round 21, along with a few others, we could have picked the way they were taking cat control, the way they were moving through mid. They're not flashing. They're actually just peeking into these angles.
Yes.
And once we get into it, we can see just like this is catching Rops, this is catching Vitality off guard. They were so unaware of all of these things because a lot of people also say, like, Counter-Strike seems like it's been simplified almost to a point where it's too efficient. It's like you flash every angle, you molly these people off these spots. But I think that MOUZ have actually really thrown a wrench into this kind of formula by just going off of these poppy plays so much faster. Like, they're already in front of the smoke when it's landing practically. They're not throwing all of the same support utility in every single one of the rounds. They got Cat maybe two times in that half without throwing a single nade. Like, that's efficient when it comes to utility.
You loved it, you hated it, you loved it when it worked, you hated it when it didn't work, Maui.
It's gambly.
It's the simplicity. Sometimes Dust 2 is a very simple map, but as long as you do the as long as you do the simple things to a high level, you can get off with a lot of different stuff. I will say though, if you want to be a little bit critical towards Vitality, when you're playing against a team that is offering you those opportunities, that should be heaven for ZywOo. That should be heaven for a guy like FlameC as well. When people are walking into your crosshair, you're not affected by Molotovs, you're not affected by smokes, you're not affected by flashes. ZywOo had their up a lot of times on the CT side, but he didn't really put a fear into them. He was playing a lot defensive, he was playing a lot back. We saw Torsi in the first half at least trying to push in towards lower dark, try to be aggressive in middle. ZywOo was playing a little bit too late back for my taste. He was waiting for them to come to him, but the vast majority of rounds he was just left behind a smoke or left in a situation where he couldn't get anything done.
And it's also that Rops couldn't get the double op going. Usually that's Vitality's answer if people are doing something like that, but the economy was so in flux. And the fact that that round 20 we showed where they kind of won with a scrappy buy there, that kind of ruined Vitality's economy. So in those last like 21 through 24, you couldn't see that second scoped weapon come out for Vitality, and that probably would have been the fix, honestly.
Yeah, let's kind of compare and contrast the AWPers on this side of the equation, right? Because Torsi, I feel like obviously, I mean, nobody really from MOUZ was showing up on map number 1. What was the story for Torsi on this Dust 2 for your money?
I will say that sometimes he pushed it early and sometimes he gave up some deaths on the CT side, but he tried to make it happen. You'll see a couple opening picks here where he is the aggressor, where he is trying to make the difference. And this no-scope retake, I mean, that's the Torsi X factor. I just love in general that Torsi has kind of kept shades of his old gameplay where he was with MOUZ at the beginning. People were incredibly critical of him because he was too aggressive, kind of dying a lot like, say, Ultimate is today for Liquid, for example. And then he's kind of reeled it in, sophisticated it. He's become a modernized version of himself that's just so much more balanced.
The stats don't do him justice right here. I think he had way more impact than ZywOo in this game. And I say this because I feel ZywOo were offered more opportunities than Torsi. As you said, he had to create them himself. On the CT side, pushing in towards lower dark, pushing out towards top middle, trying to make things happen, trying to force the issue a bit. I felt ZywOo, when he rewatches this demo, when he rewatches this game, he's probably going to feel a little bit let down by himself in the sense that there were so many opportunities for him to be on catwalk, to kill a player walking into his crosshair. But he was always out of position almost, and it sounds a little bit atypical for a guy like ZywOo. Yesterday we praised him on the CT side of Mirage vs Spirit for always to be in position, but it's like he's playing it a little bit too defensively today. I want to see him be more aggressive, and I want to see him dictate the game slightly more.
I mean, I know that people don't want to hear anything bad about ZywOo ever. Like, they can't handle it. If you say one negative aspect about him, they just go into a frenzy online. But ZywOo's numbers in terms of entry attempts always goes down once you hit the playoffs. He always starts to let the other players on the team get a little bit more aggressive. And so this is kind of an example of that. I don't think this game was ZywOo's fault, though. Like, again, like, that's the saving grace. Like, it was the fact that, to me, Brolin, Mao's calling was so in tune with knowing that because he is going to take these defensive positions, he's kind of playing on other people's contacts sometimes, and that caught him off guard. One time he got caught off with a molly. Like, the timings were also really good for Mao's too. Like, in some ways, Mao's were very fortunate to catch ZywOo off in the ways that they did.
And the reason why I'm saying it, and it may sound, you know, wild for people to hear that, but coming into this grand final, coming into this game, ZywOo only attempts an opening in 17% of the rounds. That's not necessarily too high as an AWP player, but he won 80% of those throughout this tournament. So 4 out of 5 times ZywOo is actually winning the attempt that he's going into. And it makes you wonder, what if you push the envelope just a little bit more? What if it was
Yeah, we've got a real game, guys. Let's fucking
25
go.
and you won 4 out of 5 of those? At that point, you're changing the course of the game. So that's what I want from ZywOo. Take charge of the game a little bit more. Take the responsibility on your shoulders. I know Robs can help you. I know Apex has a plan for you. But sometimes just show up and be the superstar that you are. Because in this game on Dust 2, he had the opportunity with the way Mouse were playing.
Just to kind of poke that bear a little bit, because as you said, we can't put it all into ZywOo for a loss like this. It was incredibly close, but that's where we look at Vitality and go, the success that you fostered previously has been able to show those adaptations and actually put them into play. Just for context, this is the first topsy-turvy map we've seen. This was Vitality's map pick coming into this best of 5 series, the second one at that. Anything else that you're looking at and going, maybe a little bit too lackluster from Vitality?
I feel like they were just behind. They were behind in terms of Mao's was sometimes hitting B, going towards like the mid to B play, and they actually put ZywOo at B on some of the rounds. Like, there was a span of, I think, 4 consecutive T rounds where Brolin just always hit the bomb site with 2 people. That's a little bit lucky, but there might be reads there too. So this is one of those things where it's like, until we get into the mind of Cyclone and Brolin, we don't know what the tells were that led them to always hit these unstacked bomb sites.
Hey, what's
and
up?
oftentimes actually avoid ZywOo.
Davin, how are you doing?
Well, Miles do find themselves 2-1 up in this grand final series, and now one more map could separate them.
You've been enjoying the final so far?
Here in Lisbon, that's going to be going down on Nuke after this break.
I'm definitely excited. Damn, all right, let's go. Yeah, my stream is a lot of throwing grenades and watching games and also analyzing games. So it's pretty nerdy stuff, to be honest. But if you enjoy that kind of stuff, then, you know, we play a little bit of piano every once in a while, you know. A little bit of piano, a little bit of everything, you know. Just try and keep it chill. Yeah, not for Elise, but... Furry lies. Sounds like a real modern take, the 2025 version. Nuke. That is... It's potentially pretty spicy, you know. I would have said all the maps, this is the one where I thought maybe Mouse would have a bigger chance of winning, but how come it was only Robs and ZywOo who are really playing that Dust 2 map, and how the fuck come the CT side was so bad? That defense, I just don't get it. But it's not uncommon, so I'm gonna just go ahead and assume that I'm in the wrong, but I really feel like it's one of the things that triggers me a lot these days. Yeah, thank you. I mean, it'll be. I'm actually. In a way, I'm almost nervous to try and get back to casting. I feel like suddenly it's been so long, you know. But that's good. It's good to be nervous about those kind of things, I think. How would you set up the CT Silent too? I think you can be more aggressive than, you know, than people currently are. You have to take some risks. So have a couple of small tricks. You know, it doesn't have to be anything super crazy, but just like, you know, in that last round, they had 3 people in the middle. That's fine, but then they just weren't ready to fight, you know? If you want to do a 3 mid setup, fine. But you have to do something with it.
Na'Vi or the Mongols, and I think we decided to go with the Mongols.
Yeah, we did. We did decide on the Mongols. Yeah, no, we Pimp Snake decided to go with the Mongols as number 5. Yes, this is the first playoffs that they missed. Actually, I think it's since Shanghai, actually.
Yep.
So, all in all, I mean, they've won on stage at this point. They've looked incredibly competitive in group stages. I would say that it was an off day for them when they lost to G2. If they played in that quarterfinal game instead of G2 against Maus, I think that would have been a much more competitive series. And that's how our power ranking works. It's more just about what we think the current form is of the teams based off of the last 1-2 months of play. We're not going all the way back to historically or anything like that.
Yeah? Yeah, I'd agree with that. You know, Na'Vi was the other team we had in contention for that one, but Na'Vi is not hot right now, you know, so for a power ranking, I think there's too many question marks attached to that team.
I think the one thing with Na'Vi or Mongols is I actually think the individuals are hotter right now for the Mongols.
Yes.
Like Mazinho's been banging out bit. 910 has been looking more consistent than wonderful. Senzu is actually just, there's no even comparison for me one-to-one with Na'Vi right now. That's how well he's been playing. And Blitz, fragging IGL. Dare I say it? Dare I say it?
The fragging IGL. I hear the only one in existence, apparently. Okay, so that means that Na'Vi are out of contention for your top 5 at the moment. Who comes in at number 4?
We agreed on Eternal Fire, and I think the reason why we agreed on Eternal Fire is that we don't necessarily think that they can win trophies or they are favorites whenever they go into the playoff, but they're part of the playoff every single time. I think they have a stability to them, they have a level to them that you can never count them out.
Okay.
But, as I said, coming into the second
Power ranking, Eternal Fire number 4 in the world.
Trophies, Mari. I don't see them as a team surpassing 4th, but just the fact that we have them in our top 5 right now in itself is massive credit to this team.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, the fact that we have 2 domestically created or just national teams in the Mongols and Eternal Fire kind of shows that there are still teams that are still not just staving away from the international temptations, you know, just getting a mixed roster from different regions. And so for Major, for Jota, I feel like he's been the big story for me. I feel like they have been really just showing that Anubis, probably the best team in the world at it.
Yes.
And also on top of that, so many different X factors in terms of who
Man, I tried to tell people about Jota last year.
To poke that conversation just
Nobody wanted to listen.
They're kind of our, I guess, gatekeepers of the top 5, top 4
Classic
at the moment.
experience,
But
really.
we're saying this in the context of not winning a series in an arena, right? Like, would that be enough to, I guess it depends on the other 3, right?
Yeah.
Would that be enough to push them up?
I guess it's more just like, with power rankings, the way I see it is if you put all of the teams in like a big double, triple limb bracket, who's going to be 2nd and 3rd or 4th? You know, where are they actually going to end up in that entire bracket?
Yes.
And so,
Oh, damn.
yeah,
Thank
no,
you for the,
sometimes they don't even beat, say, the
Mass,
Mongols,
thank you for the donation on PayPal. I forgot that I didn't have a PayPal link, but I do. That's so appreciated so much. Thank you.
Coming in 3rd, then? I think
It all counts.
interesting right now.
It all
It's
counts.
interesting. I think Maus is making a great case right now to not be in that conversation, to be completely honest. It was between them and Spirit, and I think we both agreed that currently Spirit is the 3rd best team in the world, at least according to our power ranking. This tournament was a great example. They played good, and they can definitely, you know, the difference between Spirit and EF is I can see Spirit winning trophies. I can see Spirit winning tournaments based on Dunk obviously being as good as he is, but it's not like they give me this sense that they're.
How much do you attribute Mouse playing like they are going out to Broland?
And right now, some of them are hot, some of them are a little bit more hit and miss.
It's more than that. Like, I don't think you can attribute it to any sort of like one person in that sense.
Currently number 3, but definitely closer to number 2 than they are to EF.
It's a lot of it is about like team chemistry and having like a shared goal that everyone can commit to and that everyone is like, you know, excited about. It sounds so nebulous. It sounds so weird when you put it like that, but I think it goes a really long way to have that kind of dynamic in the team. But I mean, the fact is that Brolan, obviously, as a leader, like, it's such a hard role to just get slotted into. And the fact that he's done it and just kind of made it work, like, even if he's had help from Cyclone and Sip and so on and so forth, like, it's still very impressive, you know. But I would never put it on, like, one person, you know.
Well, I mean, it is a power ranking, and with the current state.
But I think they have, from my point of view, they have some insane chess pieces that make the team really dangerous.
We kind of did, yeah. But let's be completely honest, no one saw that coming. I don't think Mouse saw that coming. I don't think Supnik saw that coming. I don't think Brolan saw that coming. Nobody even believed, you know, within the team that they would be this good this early. And Spinks even said it himself during the group stage in Copenhagen. He knew they were going to be good. He just thought it would take a lot longer to get to that point. So, fact of the matter is they kind of cheated their way into this position. They're now the second best team in the world, according to me. And they're one map away from beating Vitality in a big major grand final right here, best of 5 series, against a team that we...
Ted Honors, it would be kind of insane, wouldn't it? Imagine that.
So, it's hard not to put any positive words towards Mouse. I have my huge admiration for them, and I'm just curious to see if they can keep it on going.
Yeah, it really just feels like what's separating Vitality and MOUZ was almost mindset. They play such similar brands of Counter-Strike, but it almost just felt like MOUZ had little brother syndrome when they were in the server versus Vitality. Like Inferno was the case in point example of that. But in reality, they have players that can totally stand up to the Vitality side. And I will even say off of that, Singular does too, sometimes even more creative game planning than Vitality has. So I'm really impressed.
Vanish, what's up? No, you're always welcome to ask anything, really. Is there any specific reason you haven't commented at big events this year? Old TSCO, just getting back at the watching and you were my favorite caster. Well, first of all, thank you. I mean, the boring reason, unfortunately, is just that I just haven't been hired for any events. But I mean, there's not really any reason, as far as I know. I've asked around, but I just haven't had the opportunity to. I think the Counter-Strike market in general right now for casting is in a super weird spot, and it's affecting a lot of people, and not just me. So yeah, in general, I would say it's kind of a hard market to survive in right now, and that sucks, you know. But I do have some jobs that are going to be coming up, and that you know will hopefully make things better. But it's kind of a crazy. I don't know. My 12 years of doing this, it's probably never been this crazy, in my opinion.
Which could be argued to be the best and strongest map within the map pool of MOUZ. We were a little bit surprised they didn't go for that as the first pick in this series. Now they get us as a 4th map, leading the series 2-1. If you wrote the script for MOUZ, I know the 13-0 on Inferno, probably they would not have liked that to happen. But if you told them you're coming into this grand final, you're leading 2-1, and the 4th map is Nuke, they would have said, yes, let's go. That's the perfect scenario right now for MOUZ.
I feel like MOUZ are in such a prime position. It actually shows that.
Just don't leave us for Valorant. Nah, I mean,
us by going for Mirage and actually
to be honest, I've never really played Valorant either. But
so hungry. This is what I mean
even if I thought I could, like even if I thought like, ooh, there's a job waiting for me or whatever, like I feel like doing something that you don't love when you're doing something like casting is going to be a really bad idea.
They need Nuke, which we know they have a wealth of plays that they can go to, and then train.
Yeah, I'm sure things will get better. I mean, I think the whole esports market is in a weird spot at the moment, and you know, it's just affecting everybody, to be honest. So yeah, sometimes it just is about survival. I think for the next, my guess is going to be for the next 2 or 3 years, at least in Counter-Strike, there's going to be a lot of bankruptcies and, you know, a lot of downsizing and a lot of pressure on people in general. Yeah, I mean, hopefully you just survive, you know.
Spinks is very, very adept at just filling in when he needs to be, and Yimpad has actually somehow turned into a really...
It's just life. I mean, it's not even just life in esports or casting or whatever. Like, I'm sure a lot of you guys are in a similar position in whatever job. Like, I feel like a lot of people I know way outside of esports are in this kind of weird position where it's like there's a lot of lack of security. Like, people don't really know if they have a job or, you know, if it's going to last or whatever. It's kind of a mess, isn't it?
In the middle of the rounds, and we do know Robs to be a player that can handle that kind of pressure by himself. So Robs will be tested in this game. There will be a lot of ramp action. And
so yeah, just
try a different, you know, a few different iterations.
Heard your voice on tier 2 streams. Yes, yeah. So that's true. I've been casting a little bit of the CCT stuff, which was
I don't know what it is in Vitality. Maybe he has more
super fun actually. I kind of hope I can keep doing that. It's a really cool place to kind of like stay in touch with everything, you know?
Is putting in so much effort in this one. But one of the nights when I was
Is there any team that's ready for tier 1? I mean, I would say that James, the Paravision team that James is having currently looks pretty solid to me. BC Game probably pretty close to getting there.
Don't ask me why I'm back at 3 a.m., but I'm asking that I'm telling you that he was there.
I still feel like Bait is a team that could get there too, to be honest. Kind of close by.
Let's just refresh our memories though of the last time Nuke was played between these two very familiar foes. It was back in Stockholm, and it was.
But it's hard. It's really hard to fight down there. Like a lot of teams are, you know, dangerous in that space. At least you can't be replaced by AI. Well.
No, but
let's see about that, you know.
I think there's a different aura around Mouse, a different kind of belief in their own abilities.
They're gaining aura.
Yeah, they're gaining aura. They're getting there. They're getting there. And I also think the Mouse that we see today is a better team than the Mouse we saw at Pro League. And that's the crazy thing about
I won't rule it out, you know. Maybe there could be a casting AI soon.
Mouse would be in this position. So it's not unthinkable to be like, listen, in 2 weeks' time since Pro League, surely they're a better team now. They had a little time to practice. They have more game-oriented practice. They also qualified for the
Need to copyright your voice. Yeah, that's true. That would be the really big play, wouldn't it? Just copyright my voice, then lease it out, then just retire but still work, you know?
Has been leveled out to a point right now where I would say heading into Nuke, Mouse are the favorites to win this grand final. Right here, right now, leading the series 2-1, knowing Nuke is coming up, knowing how they can play Nuke, knowing how Vitality struggled on Nuke yesterday as well. Mouse are the favorite to win this grand final.
Damn. Okay, that's the pimp take right now. That Mouse are the
casting both streams exactly.
I think
you know.
That I can't believe I'm the one pulling it back to what common sense or reality here. I feel like pimp. I buy the narrative. I do think that Mouse are improving every single time. I think the rematches every time they're coming with new ideas. However, Vitality CT side on this map, man, I feel like it's so impenetrable at times, so hard to bust through these bomb sites. I feel like ZywOo is in all the right places every single time. So
just a little bit of Anders everywhere. Yeah, it's a good idea.
That is usually so shrouded by the fog of war. This guy seems to peer through it every single time. So I'm still gonna side with Vitality. I think they're gonna even up the series here.
Man, we got a split desk for this one. When we're looking at kind of the CT side for Vitality, though, we always talk about the outside position on Nuke. How do you feel like that's going to be playing out between these two teams?
I mean, we know Mouse love to.
You're sick of the word AI already. It's everywhere. Yeah, it's true. Hard to know what people mean when they say AI right now.
I've seen Vitality adjust a little bit. They're well aware that Apex, as an individual, cannot play Yard. Like
but I mean, the same thing happened with, like, you know, crypto and blockchain and, like, you know, it's just, you know, just one of these things. A lot of stuff, yeah, that's definitely true.
Potentially separate Mouse from lifting the trophy here in Lisbon. It's going down on Nuke.
Portugal, is the unthinkable happening? A team survives a 0-13 scoreline to win 13-11 back-to-back. This is a best of 3. It would already be over in favor of Mouse. That's already more than anyone's done to Vitality in the last 15 games. And now they could potentially take down a top 3 team in playoffs in a best of 5 and win the damn event in their honeymoon.
I mean, a best of 5 grand finals is once upon a time a rare treat. In 2025, it's become a mainstay feature. And so has this crowd, so has Lisbon. I gotta remind you of those boring quarterfinals. Lisboa, this is what you waited for! This is your grand finals! And it's uncharted territory because Maus lead with a map in their back pocket. That extra buffer going into Nuke. Come on. Can you believe your eyes? Robs can't. Whole pack of players comes at him. He's diving down to sight. Already tries to post up. ZywOo lets them
Let's go, guys. That is lightning fast. Okay. Oh, that's gonna suck so much. You actually got the kill you needed down here. Oh, but never mind. Everyone's making mistakes. Wow. So Torshi and Exertion did not need to fight ZywOo there. They already had the kill down at B. They probably could have just run and planted. But then Vitality, they run to B-bomb site without the bomb even being planted. You know, just running down there.
13-4.
Okay.
As Pimp tried to characterize this game, this one's a little bit different, right? We already see it in this series.
They're beating the odds. They've ended a streak for Vitality. They picked Nuke.
God damn.
And now they win the pistol.
That's actually huge. But what an interesting pistol round. For two teams that I don't expect to make too many mistakes like this at all.
On both sides of the map.
They definitely just did.
Absolutely nothing. Completely uninspired play. Apex, in terms of the calls, there actually weren't that many CT ideas. I was criticizing Mouse for slowing down too much. Vitality were never coming at them. How many times did they go for a cat pick? Get into lower B control. Try to duel in mid. Almost never. Mouse were giving them respect. Vitality were doing nothing with that. So now we come on a Nuke. Who's playing to win is the question.
Round like this won't be much. We saw what Mouse did back on Dust 2 the moment they won those pistols, taking things nice and slow, really leaving no margin of error out there to be capitalized on by Vitality.
Because they were expecting Vitality to come at them, and it never happened.
Fight simply not there.
And Spinx is better in this series than ZywOo.
Damn right. Back-to-back impactful maps, and off to the 2-1 start. ZywOo gets his number. Looking for a little more outside. Got to be cautious with that FAMAS out on the field.
Okay.
You can tiptoe your way around that outer yard until you meet the point of most resistance. No denying it will be ZywOo with that FAMAS. This is a cheeky reposition here to try to go 2 players lower. And honestly, with this move from Mouse, it is the right idea. Vitality, they're still not working with a lot, but they put what they have in the right place. Showing a little skin here. Robs tries to fall back, gets that deagle kill in.
Don't worry. Oh my god.
Further damage done, and then the Vent player capitalizes on it. All 3 shredded flesh.
Oh, that's hard to watch, man.
1 versus 2. The amount of clutches we've seen throughout this grand finals and the amount of them that go the way of Vitality.
Let's see if there's a chance. I mean, getting up to out of the vent is not possible. The amount of time you have to
10 seconds left. There's no chance.
Extra seconds. He would have to grab that bomb.
Definitely not possible.
But that is not going to happen. This is Vitality getting a whiff.
Whew, okay then.
And I ask, is it the FAMAS kill in hell that pushes this back downstairs into the waiting hands of Robs?
Yeah, 1 kill like that can definitely influence a whole slew of rotations. Every little bit matters. Vitality answer early. That's nice.
Yeah, I mean, for so much of this, I guess, to be fair, like, the timing on that smoke is just so crazy. Like, that is really sick.
We've got so much frustration here. After seeing the last game, you know that this could end 13-11. Getting ecoed early, that could be the decider.
Question is, could it still be a 13-1?
Yeah,
you know,
I guess that's also possible.
But actually, is the blowout nature of that first map a possibility again?
But who? You know, I mean, 13-1 in favor of Mouse?
I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's very hard to reduce this game and figure out exactly what's going to happen next. I mean, that's 13-0 into 2-11-13. It's just like, when does that ever happen? It doesn't.
And ahead of this grand finals, we were talking about a Vitality on a 15-match win streak.
I just feel like Spinx is just, he's discovered perpetual motion. He knows, he knows how to keep going no matter
It's not
what.
possible.
Right. And I don't think
thermodynamics won't allow for it.
Right now. The 13-0 is a team loss. Everyone couldn't do anything, you know? They even said that in the break when they were trying to get it together. Spinx had a lot to say about it. And it seems like for good reason.
Okay, right, let's go.
Messi trying to keep his head low. Players out around him, finds the scout and turns.
That is just absolutely huge, isn't it? Just stay alive, stay alive. Oh.
That's got to be Messi. Left a lot to be desired throughout Dust 2, but you've given Spinx a gun only momentarily.
Wait, what?
Popped out by Apex. Now ZywOo from above. Roland's Tech 9 denied.
They didn't even get the bomb planted.
Vitality will do what Mouse couldn't and convert early.
13-1 still possible, it looks like.
Interesting.
We come into this 4th map of the grand finals. ZywOo still highest rated player with a 1.26. It is Spinx nipping at his heels 1.20.
And think about that though. Like that's with a 13-0, right?
Yeah.
Like
Hell yeah, I mean, I'd love to see Train.
When you count up the rounds, Vitality have won more rounds than Mouse, even if they're down a map.
Y'all can crunch the numbers, but that rating from Spinks, one of the 3 maps, 0.48. You're dead on. His other 2 maps have been just star power. But the question remains, will it fizzle out? Can he do it thrice?
If Zywoo could do it 3 times, yeah, of course. That's an easy yes.
Thrice.
All aboard the train.
Nothing here to work with. Mao's gonna have to take a beating at the hands of Zywoo, perhaps.
Now he brought him up. He's everywhere outside. Right place, right time.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Ooh, that'll give you something to think about. Obviously layered and at a distance.
Come on, guys.
Advantage here for Vitality to go up 3-1.
I'm gonna have to test out that run boost. So I think we could do the run boost on Nuke. I actually think it's gonna be sick.
For the confidence of the Vitality
Look at that's how we're gonna change the meta on Nuke. I'm telling you.
First map in this series. Dominant over on Inferno. Who and how do they tap back into any of that?
Getting through the CT side is step 1. And Mel's actually score better on their T side versus everyone they played. And they played a ton of Nuke, man. Their record is tainted a touch by 2 losses.
Next stop train. Well,
at the beginning of the year. But apart from that, it's been mostly success versus almost everyone. Again, except for versus Vitality. They taken out Eternal Fire, Spirit, G2, Spirit again, G2 again. A lot of very strong Nuke teams. And this is the searching that you want to see.
Ooh. He's gonna catch you, but he can't kill you. He'll take your teammate instead.
Don't let him throw that.
Sorsy.
And this shows that it's upstairs.
Sorsy just sitting up there on a pedestal. It's a nice recovery, but Apex then offers up a
pretty
bunch of
dangerous.
health, going for that squeaky spam.
I swear the most important tack pause is the one in between.
So we're gonna get a kill here.
Around in behind red box. You got players
Yeah.
around you.
Oh my god.
Now the pressure from top silos a little too much.
Okay.
Spinks versus Zywoo, dude. That could be the head-to-head we talk about tonight in this potentially
What just happened?
deciding map.
That's an unlucky timing for Zywoo. This happened before. Mouse have been able to punish off of it.
Yeah, so Exertion ran.
Signing back up for that outer
Is that really to try and fake it out? I feel like it. That's such a risky play to try and bait Zywoo into the peak. Like, that's the kind of thing where even if you succeed, you die, you know? But it worked.
Jimmy's got the cover offered.
This one was silent.
Here we go. Apex up next. Brolin watching main. Bomb plant busy. But Brolin covers at the perfect moment.
Yeah, he just made sure there was no smoke push.
One player makes the difference. At a world of difference.
That moment, Zywoo gets spotted. Looking to his side in case Exertion's going around the other way. Exertion luckily is able to jump out of dodge. And Mouse are the ones who go into a timeout. This map is win-win. If Vitality win this, we get Train as the deciding map in this best of 5.
Yeah, that is a bit of a W, isn't it?
3-1 over Vitality when no one's even beat them in a best of 3.
Yeah.
Look at this timing. It's totally insane. Like, I don't understand what's happening out there. I guarantee if we replay that engagement with Zywoo like another 10 times, he wins every single one of those.
Took 2 players and a bunch of dedication to go hunt down Zywoo last round. But they pinched him to perfection and reopened the possibility of rocking the boat on their own accord. Og on the field. A second scope for Vitality. Mouse just behind the smoke, able to cross into red. Zywoo has yet
I mean, Zywoo's been playing really good this final.
but that is 3 players making the first crawl.
Oh my god, I totally cursed him. But he actually has been.
Damn well beat down those secret stairs already. Zywoo just guareteeing that
It's no joke.
actually wrap around towards the garage.
Robs with the Carrigan build.
But they're adding up, man.
And as of late, those small mistakes haven't been a feature of Vitality. That's why this win streak exists.
Oh, Brolin came back to check just as he left, and then he switches the angle.
Oh my god, the timing here is just completely insane. This is actually a hard flick for Zywoo to hit, potentially. Alright, he's gonna be just having this not hard at all. I lied.
Down and lower. That's gonna indicate Apex is here to support it. Better keep that head down, though.
Looney Tunes, yeah, I know.
Around this B bomb site.
Just cue that Benny Hill theme.
Sitting outside of the squeaky door, he's going to take a look into this A site and could damn well open up a route through that vent into A. Mezzi leans back, offers up a bit of contact, and here comes the support out of heaven. Zywoo waiting
He's so
for a chance to
crazy.
strike. Him and Mezzi draw that line in the sand, and Spinks nowhere to be found. No bomb control, which means no tying round. This is Vitality to maintain a lead.
Yeah, perfect cohesion right there.
Super weird round. Super weird round.
Getting up to heaven super easy. And the verticality on this map.
You've missed the whole final. What happened to Vitality? Well, they won the first map 13-0. But then they lost the next two maps in rather interesting fashions. Spinks, yeah, it's a big part of the answer. Spinks went super nuclear. Zywoo and Robs on this last map on Dust 2 are really the only two players doing anything, unfortunately, for Vitality. So a bit of a struggle.
Just letting people do things. Here's that moment again. Oh. Thought this was just going to be another tragedy for Zywoo.
Yeah, we're living in interesting times.
Got to give him the credit there. Holding off the second side of it. No doubt in my mind he'll have his hands full all map long when it comes to
Vitality will also be the best three. Yep, true.
But Mouse will continue with Yard first.
Yeah, he'll be critical because it's really a team agnostic feature that everyone comes out like Squeaky. You have to be aware
Fuck,
of timing.
I'm so sure now that you could do this run boost.
Or the Heaven player can't even rotate.
Yeah.
It's important that he stays alive and stays aware.
This justifies the BO5, yeah, exactly. This is the one time where it actually is worth it.
Like such a good test for players like him. You know,
Every other time you're like, oh no. We just have to trade maps and then we're playing another best of three, basically. Not the case right now.
That is the hardest part. Yeah, it's the focus.
How do I convince people this run boost?
No action.
It's the same style of play that's demanded of you. But the 0 to 100 that happens in that bomb site is something Mezzi is going to have to stay damn well aware of.
Maui really underscored this. You know, right place, right time for Zywoo. He's finding lots of openings, opportunities specifically.
7 rounds in, 9 kills deep. Stays real passive on this hell wrap. Kind of welcomes Torji forward, and it looks like he's going to find him.
He's actually so aware. He's like, he knows he's going to get peeked again. Ooh, that's an orc as well? I guess he's going to throw it away for the orc. But
sizing up different approaches, trying to find that weak link anywhere on the map. And Vitality content to catch them in their net.
Oh, we saw such great rounds in the middle on Dust 2 from Zywoo. It's just that towards the end, you know? It's like, towards the end of games, I keep trying to bring up this newfound X factor that Zywoo.
Yeah, we do need that. Maybe we need like a
finals that he's been pulling out. You still sometimes want to see him. He's having a great game on Dust 2. Where are the risks towards the end?
Oh shit, you're right, Seth. I'm sorry. That is
Wow, they wanted all of it.
They pay the piper.
Uh-oh. Well, that's a way to win a round.
What you want.
Right, every push gets crushed.
Get around.
You know, we saw that poke and prod coming out from Vitality on Dust 2. Only a couple rounds on the CT side. And one of the features that allowed for Mouse to really start working the map entirely was that Vitality shelled up. Vitality goes swinging in this one.
And Spinks is right in the side because, well, they stuffed the confidence move out of
that
Vitality.
is
Yeah, it would have been
huge.
6-2. Versus a team that didn't have a lot
Putting
to work
Sue on fraud watch? I mean, we may have to.
This is everything that Vitality have economically invested. You have suddenly made this round twice as important if you're Vitality.
Yeah, that was the great risk. They had money to work with. Ooh, what a find out of Mezzi, however. this gets uncomfortable now for Mouse.
Mezzi was disgusting back on Inferno with the amount of smoke spam kills he was able to find. Like,
Oh, look at this
you know,
move.
if we talk about the strengths of each Vitality player, that kind of feels like his key.
That is pretty big for Apex, not gonna lie. And Robs is so forward that they can't really go around by them.
Has gone for the boost up, so you've got two guys
So I'm gonna go ahead and say this is an unlosable position for Vitality. It cannot be lost, ever.
Comfortable 5v3, but the entirety of what's left of Mouse is grouped up. Additional map control though for Robs. That's going to feel real good if
They're
you're
gonna save.
Vitality. Definitely feels desperate here for Mouse, trying to rock
I
this
don't
one
think they're
back
fighting
out.
for it.
The long save at this point.
Yep.
35 seconds, and they just don't feel like there's any way in. And to be
True
honest, they're
that.
right. Apex had pushed outer already, long ago. Too much map to recollect. Too many players still alive for Vitality. And even though it's not 6-2,
Nah, man, that's...
they'll have it 6-3 here.
You needed Vitality to do something they just weren't gonna do. Sick play from Apex outside though, and the timing, because they just threw down the wall of smokes, which they weren't really ever gonna use for anything like that, but it's just such good timing.
And they are even on CT. So it's an excellent test passed here for Vitality.
Pretty fucking sick.
Here in map 3. They're the ones who are embittered to be here. They're the ones who have not been suffering losses.
Oh
in
shit,
general.
my guy was ready for it. He knew the camera angle and everything.
You know,
That's an instant meme
the
gif.
most difficult. They haven't had to go there.
You asked Vitality, all they wanted was another repeat from Stockholm.
Yeah.
3-0 sweep, no double digits, just dancing your way to a trophy hoist. They would have loved to have pulled that one off this evening. Not the case. We are in the trenches. And I think if you're Vitality, that's still okay, because you've been there before. You just haven't been there recently, and you haven't been there with Robs.
Yeah, very true.
But remember where Robs comes from. As if FaZe Clan don't play these kinds of games.
Another team paid by the round.
It's all just about him being able to tap back into that side of himself while donning the black and gold. Stuck behind these smokes for the time being. Two players outer. Looking for a route to contest.
Okay, this is low-key kind of sick.
Interesting.
Oh.
Roland, he's gonna get caught. Apex.
Oh, you just
What?
tested it. You just tested it. Perfect. I mean,
Hello?
the smoke is in front of Mini. That's looking for a wrap. That's just great timing out of Apex.
What was the team yesterday that was pushing... Who did we spot? Who did we watch yesterday playing new?
Not able to get the second one. It's an Apex multi-frag. Mezzi continues to hold, trying his damnedest to maintain A site. Torji gets this route open, hoping that Jim.
There was a team yesterday throwing a new kind of smoke on new.
Fade Vision found fire in front of the hut. It's gonna cut off that second team. Jimmy down with nothing. Flamesy wraps around that doorway. Vitality.
Okay, I mean, it's a lot easier when Apex is cheating, you know?
Move from Rops. He says, you can't have this A site. We still
Surprised
have
they
more
don't do
players
that
than you.
more.
You've got more to watch. I'm coming in. 7 rounds now, CT side.
Was it EF? I can't remember.
Yeah, you just tested. It's possible that Zaiwu saw him, because he was also opping back there, so
Maybe.
who knows? He might have yelled something.
Yeah, maybe. Still, just the fact he keeps it that clean, we're going in. This one's looking aggressive, already out on the 8th floor with flashes. We've got Mezzi again, stellar. He holds, supported by
It's just so well played from Mezzi.
Yes, outer fumbles in this flying Tech-9 headshot that catches Apex.
It's just one of these moments again where like you're so bored on that A-bomb side so much at the time, but then suddenly it's like, oh my god, everything is on fire.
Nade chips away at both again.
They didn't pick up the bomb.
That's not ideal. It sits down in front of Mezzi. What's the route here? They're trying to boost behind these boxes. This is an angle that could catch you off guard, but Zaiwu just quick to the trigger. Torji does the same.
Do it again.
1v3 for him, but
Nah.
caught by that outer angle. Vitality, it's an 8.
This is excellent out of Vitality. Excellent from Mezzi.
Hell yes.
Anchoring.
Okay, Seth, that's probably
There were problem with the
probably the
last
kind of casting
iteration
call we
Vitality.
can't make,
Why
you
so
know?
many of those games? There were just too many players.
I mean, we can say it here, but
Seem to go full pacifist in really important games. And you know, you replace Dupree with Flamesy, and Flamesy asked.
It is hard sometimes to like moderate yourself when you're doing casting. Sometimes you come up with something in your brain, you're like, ooh, I wish I could say that, but then you can't, you know.
And it just felt one too many players were too young to all conquer it at once. So you got a lot of inconsistency. And then when Robs came in, it felt like, all right, it's perfect. Everything is totally solved now.
Nah, it's fine by me, you know.
Mouse have actually done an admirable job of exposing some of that as well. It's something no other team in the world has done so far.
Yeah, while so many others struggle. Little moment of glory here for Mouse. Good flash to cover that garage cross.
But Apex and Big Garage.
Yeah, he's still just sitting on it.
Secret.
Yeah.
Zywoo catching Torji out. It's a lot of pressure
What the
here.
fuck? How does he not win that Apex?
Threat to yank on.
That's crazy.
Zywoo still scouring the field. His teammates are dying everywhere else. Flamesy's
Oh, it's so awkward. He's jumping. It's the funniest. Look at it. That happens so often. When you're there, you have to keep jumping so that they can't shoot you in the feet. It's so funny. What's up, Jonas? How are you doing? Hard to observe around. Yeah, it is. Guess the drawing.
Let's see. I have already an idea in my mind.
Okay, are they going to cheat and write what they're trying to draw? Like the other guys.
Start ahead, brother.
Nope.
That's a car or what?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
stuff.
Let's
He's
have
like
a problem.
autistically
This
drawing
is
the
inside.
bells
You
on
don't see this.
Inferno.
I just drew it, so this is inside. Yeah, you have any idea?
Nope.
Any map? Look, I put this up for you.
I can't understand your writing, bro.
Says Clover.
Clover.
Do you know where is it?
Ooh, a truck.
I mean, it's a bigger. It's not a car, like it's a truck. Okay, wait. I don't know. This was my idea. How you don't know? It's one of the spawns.
I see. Is it not Inferno? Is this spawn?
Yes.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Stickman. White picking. Donk.
How is he holding that
Ding.
pen?
Boost. Run boost.
You got
Am I
it.
insane?
Let's go.
Congrats.
Or is he insane?
Give me something hard, Adam.
Something. This was hard, bro. Okay.
He's holding it like this? Like, why wouldn't you do it like this? Am I crazy?
This is gonna
That's
be
an op, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Something like this.
What is that?
It's fine.
Brother, what the?
It's not. It doesn't look like this.
Submarine.
Just drawing a flashlight for no reason.
Yeah. Op.
Reload.
What skin, bro? This is insane drawing.
What?
This is a dragon here.
The Dragon Lore?
Yes.
Of Dragon Lore?
You can't say dragon. They're cheating at the drawing game. It's ridiculous. Just an absurd situation, isn't it? Hey guys, we're gonna make a game where you have to draw, and then people have to guess what you're drawing. But I'm just gonna turn up and say it. Favorite team to watch in 25? Listen, I think it's important, all right? Don't make the don't play the game if you're gonna cheat. That's all I'm saying. Exactly. Where else are they gonna be cheating? Favorite team to watch? Damn. Big Clan. Stop. No. Damn, that was me for a second.
Those 13-11 wins were ground out by Mouse, but then Vitality have
I
certainly
think Mouse is pretty high up there at the moment.
all match long, and that was
Vitality probably is too. I don't know. Might be actually. It might be like a team like Mongols or something like that. Might be one of the more fun teams at the moment. Yeah, I'm gonna say Mongols.
Let's go, boys. Let's fuck it. Let's go straight.
Good fucking half, boys, but now we keep fucking going.
Now we're talking. Now we're
Keep
fucking
fucking
talking.
going.
Yeah.
Fact is, a huge part of their success for Mouse was those upper hits, and Messi got in the middle of that.
True.
Time and time again. Feels like it's got to be his best half yet in this best of 5. That's a welcome sign after his, we'll call it lackluster, Dust 2.
Oh, the soggy Dust 2 from the UK.
All right. Wet like beans on toast. Silent second pistol.
Oh, this is the setup they got in the mini. Now this is the tough part here.
Yeah, get
for Mouse.
that right. Fire at the.
Did NIP beat Fnatic in the other game that was going on?
Oh, first 2 kills belong to Mouse. Heaven reload needed, but it's bolstered by a second defender. This is not a comfortable one. They're gonna go
So smart.
Oh, excellent, man.
And the CT comeback begins.
Yes, it does. It definitely is staged. This is a really solid, a lot of solid pistol setups out of Mouse 2 in this map, actually, which might be an indictment on them when you look at the total score. But in general, based on how these games have gone, we know how much that matters. We always get the Sphinx cam after the pistol.
Good energy.
Make sure to catch his reaction if Vital. I was gonna say if they win the forest buy, but no, not even, huh?
Just Rops on a deagle, no plan.
All right. Waiting for the gun rounds, Vitality.
Lisbon, scream if you want, train.
You know, on a technicality, Vitality 100% win rate on that map too.
Yeah, that too.
Definitely the least tested.
Let's see who won. Fnatic and NIP. It was NIP that won. 39-38.
Here we are getting into the depths of this best of 5. But that would be to write off Mouse's defense on this map. Their second pick of the series, and it doesn't look like one that they're going to lose to just these unupgraded pistols. It's a slaughterhouse outer. Mezzi may be looking better, but not when he's alone. 4 rounds the gap.
And this is already better than their last.
Is that the girl?
On Nuke. Last time, Mouse
They should put a crowd mic near
4
her.
rounds. It was another stuffed T side. The only team that could figure out how to beat their T side. And Vitality didn't have to show much of their T side.
Yeah.
When they switched over,
There was like one in the Spirit game yesterday for like the first 3 or 4 rounds. Like every time Spirit did anything, and I mean literally anything, she was screaming like, "Woo!" I was like,
one full gun round.
Valve should buff the kill bonus for the shotgun kills.
This is what they waited for. Guns in hand.
That's a risky thing to mess with, but it would be fun, you know.
Insta-dink. If you're Apex, you're not feeling lucky.
Oh.
Damage. That's all that's needed.
Because death looms. Dunked on.
I haven't still understood. They're booing when Apex dies, or are they? Like what's happening?
This T side. Go ahead, call from the sidelines.
Here's the other player who plays alone, his counterpart to Rops, Jimmy here.
Just the MP9, so.
Oh,
Good night.
He was almost done crouching. That's unreal from Rops.
It didn't look like he was seeking the fight, but it damn well came to him. We'll see if Xerxin wants to sign up for some fisticuffs. We've already got him climbing through that window. Xerxin's got to peel back slightly, waiting for the reinforcements in the form of Brolin right behind him. Then that smoke spam gets a bit of damage in. Rops ready. Second headshot to his name here in the 15th round of play. 3v3 evened out. Time hits 30. Fire hits sight. Vitality are gone.
Is there another game plan that can work? I don't think so.
In here. Oh, damn, that's damage.
They're going back down.
Torsi's already on the top.
What the fuck?
That is scorched.
How did they win that? Torshi, like, he's got to be so confused. I'd love to see his reaction.
The audacity. The desperation.
They were playing snakes and ladders, jumping on each
Yeah,
other's
gaming
heads,
poll, that
coming
sucks.
up and down the vent.
But a good reason to get in the Counter-Strike, you know? Max 7 on Cobblestone. He obviously did it on Nuke as well, I'm sure you know. I truly don't know how they didn't lose to that coming out. That's such an insane situation.
Mezzi won't die the same way as Apex. They concede it. What a way for Vitality to win the first gun round.
And there was some internal conflict right there. They coming back up the vent in that fashion is not something that they obviously planned. It's literally both players saying, my sight's not the one. And yet they still somehow get it because of the 1 kill out of Mezzi. It's nice to be able to say you did that, but...
Wait, what?
Dude.
Wait, he just airlifted him up.
It's just so crazy.
He wasn't on the ladder, so. I'm sorry, but considering the situation.
Does he have more accuracy?
No, he's walking. He's on someone's head. He wasn't even on the ladder.
Mental.
Detectives dissected. We'll fixate in on the action because I don't think this tempo is going to change up much. Forget about it.
Yeah. CS:GO's next was
No way
yeah, the shotguns, but like his intuition for playing around smokes was just so insane.
Wrong, he's a smart guy.
It was so much fun to watch. What? I feel like that's it. Like he had that shot. We'll have a prime. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support.
Whether that's Jimmy getting popped over towards ramp.
Does he get found out?
Being first death this time. Xerxin trying to figure out where Flames he's got off to.
Very tricky.
Miss Pasha, yeah.
Sticking
Who
around, but now he's
doesn't?
been found out by his countryman.
Great guy.
The hunt is on. But there are many corners to turn.
Hello.
The chase is real.
He keeps missing him.
Oh, he's got him.
Okay.
Good on Xerxin to figure that out, but all the
Hmm?
while we go down to B.
Yeah, it's a spread lower.
Spinks could swing that door, and suddenly Zywoo gets a duel.
What the fuck?
Apex has allowed players across. That is back. It's turned to Apex. He emerges. Oh, yes!
That could not have been any better.
Vitality up to 11.
I don't know what to make of that, man. He could have died. Ooh, no one even cleared it.
Pasha playing as well was just great.
Be decon in that position.
That's
I think Spinks was there.
Yeah. That's Apex standing in the middle of the highway, and the cars just pass right by him.
The goat of Frogger.
He is French after all. 3 players to run off to the ramp save. Vitality clearly not wasting time to try to push us into the unknown that is Train.
Kills are just
Pasha would have landed the
I
old
hate
shot.
to reduce it to that a little bit.
I remember, like, I think it's Fallen or somebody else at one point who said it was so hard to play against Pasha because he would like walk into a corner and then he would like almost do like a stutter kind of step, and you know, it's like you think like there's no way, like he's what is he doing? You know, he's too far out to be jiggling, but not far enough out to be committed to the shot, and nobody knows. Like then you just die somehow, you know, because it's in a way it's such a bad peak, you know.
He's been racking up those 2 players.
But he's the only one doing it, so you're not expecting it.
And I'd argue a little more important to keep Mouse outside of arm's reach. 6-round gap here on Nuke. It's all about endurance in the best of 5s.
Yeah. Yeah, his movement was so bad it was kind of good. Yeah, exactly. It's like a drunken, you know, kung fu or whatever it is, drunken master kind of Counter-Strike coming at you.
I mean, it obviously didn't get close at Pro League, even though that was the 5th map, because, well, it was a 3-0. I would love to know.
Feels to me like we're going to find out.
Yeah.
Obviously another desperate one for Mouse, just banking on the Torji hero op. I wouldn't put it past him.
That's going pretty hard.
This is a Vitality that got
Pedo
them
Dolphin.
on the 15
That's
match win streak. You look across that
wild.
scoreboard, everybody puts up. When push comes to shove in this best of 5.
Guess we're just saving the ult then.
Vitality tap back into what has gotten them here. And I don't mean here in Lisbon, I mean here in 2025. Their 3rd consecutive grand finals, hunting that 3rd consecutive trophy hoist. The untouchable streaks that they have put forth since Bounty. Round 12, a guarantee. Torzi will sit back and try to hang on.
I really want Cyber to hit the shot on Torshi just for the pure lols.
Pop his head.
Oh. Did Torzy shoot? Looks like he
Yeah,
might
I heard
have,
that back there. So now Zywoo, you know Zywoo, he'll be a little more cautious. You can chase me through the site if you'd like. He'll take you down.
I feel like there's a non-0% chance that could happen, right?
Do you not try to charge that?
Apparently Dolphins are pretty aggressive when it comes to that stuff, so...
Can't stop the Woo. 7-round gap now here for Vitality. Trying to wipe their mind clean of what happened on the last 2.
going to be the most confusing final after when we look at the box scores.
No
the
way.
Kills to the rounds 1 to the 13-0 followed by 2 11-13 victories for Mouse into an end potentially on train.
Another fast
this has
one.
been a saga.
Tempo is straight in.
Oh dear.
One and done out of Mezzi, trying
Oh
to
my
get him
god.
in.
They got down.
Certainly looking
Oh, he's
much more awkward,
so
but
close.
also
He's just so unbelievably close, isn't he?
Apex gonna keep him a little frazzled, and as that
Oh my god.
distraction's offered up, it reopens the door for those other players once stuck in smoke.
Apex is on another level on this
Recover.
nuke.
It is a man advantage for Vitality. Ooh, Apex.
Shooting people
How do
through
you
the
live
smoke
through
and
all that?
shit.
Gonna get found out. He was trying to fake it as if he could have gone down secret. Could damn well still be the route for Vitality. B looking prime for the taking.
Train it is, but
And that's the bomb.
it's
Into
pretty
lobby,
likely.
and now control of the scene.
Smoke is just big enough, but I mean, how are you going to get out here without Jimmy throwing a couple of shots through?
They're going to go play for that bomb. 3 strong in lobby. Can Zaiwu scoop it up?
Interesting. He actually heard the drop.
Can he grab
out
it?
of heaven? I think he uses that to his advantage. It was Jimmy who left the post. Oh, he got the kill.
Oh no.
Oh, it's still on.
Down to 10 health off of that one.
Oh,
Flames
no.
repositions fast. Jimmy's going to find him. Zaiwu's created this possibility, but you've got a Torji up on the ankle. And we've seen the killer headshots coming out of Zaiwu
Stop.
so far tonight.
It cuts noise for a second. Are we talking about any utility?
Apex
It looks like
sexual impact.
One and only.
He's got a molly.
That's
Beauty
just
of
such a
Zaiwu is he
ridiculous thing
somehow
to say.
pieces together all of these near unwinnable moments, and now he's put that bomb down. Missed shot by the op. And for all Torzi knows, he is over in decon, but it is a route for Zaiwu to reposition.
Imagine if that door underneath was open.
And Jimmy's gonna find that that space is clear, but Torzi could get caught off before Jimmy finds all that information.
Oh
Where's
my
he
god.
gone?
Oh, he got underneath and got away.
Zaiwu's on the
Oh
right, and
no.
blindsided by Jimmy.
That's he is.
That is a predator on the
It's such an elusive. Did he say predator?
If he figured out how to get out of that.
Careful now. Guess I'm getting. You guys are making me nervous.
He could have taken that, like just out, straight out to the ramp, but I think he doesn't know where Jimmy is, number 1. And I think number 2, he plants backside, so he wouldn't have been safe to try to defend from there. Crazy scenes if he gets in the control side, because how do you figure out that he went there? They would have spent so much time clearing out dark.
Even though Jimmy leaves ramp, which kind of creates this possibility, the fact he's still aware of Flamesy coming out from heaven, takes his sweet time down into that lower site. Six rounds to overtime for Mouse, with a buffer in their back pocket. Map wins that have been so elusive.
That is the big test, you know. If it's okay for Twitch, we're all gonna be fine, you know.
That situation too close for comfort.
One and done, not ideal.
Yeah, not ideal, definitely for the CT side. This will let the T's roam free, as you can see.
Spinks has that open angle out from main, though.
Spinks is talking a lot right now. That's what you want to see. How do you get this back under control? I mean, you have Torzi in a great spot.
I have seen a damn near same crossfire between Spinks and Torji, where we saw Spirit actually creep down beneath him and Torji get owned. Spinks cannot let his teammate out to dry like that. And maybe that's why he makes it so evident that the threat is outer. Now, of course, Jimmy added to this equation could bode real well for Mouse to hold it back. We're down to 30 seconds.
So I was giving up a lot of footsteps. They don't know Torzi's over here.
There's a kill back from Jimmy. That's a big one. He'll double down. Apex able to answer. Then Spinks activates. We get this late walkout out from Hut. And Rock's down with nothing.
Nonce,
I mean,
yeah.
I guess that's the solution. Call a third
It's
party
a
over,
classic, isn't it?
He can't
Classics.
actually peek without committing to getting a kill. If someone's holding him, he doesn't even have much of an angle. You can't.
The problem with nonce is that it almost is like a.
So, yeah,
It does sound like something you just say to, you know, it's like a lovable way to call somebody a pedo. I don't think it's, you know.
But Torzi also starting out by that box is exactly what caught Zaiwu off guard. He told Jim Pat, someone's walking around beside me. You might have a chance to peek. 1-for-1 outside's not enough. And now Vitality will start have to digging into their timeouts.
All the time. all the time.
All those bodies on his screen, and Jimmy still gets 2. Spinks was waiting to strike. Apex wants this one done with. Wants this to roll forward towards
I think nonce is like yeah, it's basically, I think it's like, it's slang for people who aren't fit to go in the yard in English prisons. Because they're gonna get beat up. I can't remember what the actual acronym is for.
Spams a couple shots and repositions. AK outside finds the entry.
He gets away. He knows he's too outside.
And he gets back into the cover. All of a sudden, with Apex getting that, you're gonna think.
Okay, Vitality. Yeah, there we go. I mean, this is a weird round.
That's another rifle added to the collection here of
Not a normal quarter. Yeah, there we go.
Apex with another. He takes this round into his own damn hands.
Okay, so not the most likely round to win here, but I mean, if it gets the job done, get us train, I'm all for it.
May have those 2 tight wins, but this one seems like a foregone conclusion. Train is what will be needed, barring a masterful clutch. Zershin takes a glimpse down.
Essentially an impossible clutch. Damn, guys, let's fucking go.
To try to push us to a trophy lift in Lisbon. An unknown entity remains.
A gear shift from Vitality as they bite back on Nuke. We go the full distance in this best of 5 grand final as Train will decide who hoists the trophy here in Lisbon. But one thing is for certain, Jacob, ZywOo, he's back in the server.
Yeah, we gotta give it to him. Called him out heading into the 4th map right here. Hadn't had the best grand final so far. A couple of maps where he lacked.
That is pretty sick.
We kind of prefaced the fact that Mouse would apply a lot of pressure towards him and Apex on the yard area, and they shut that down. They played fantastic Counter-Strike. We saw Apex in the last round as well on the T side, getting a triple kill. Overall, those 2 were the spearheads for Spirit. Sorry, not for Spirit, for Vitality. And fact of the matter is that they were able to shut down a well-playing Mouse up until
wishful thinking, you know.
So many ideas from Brolin and Co that were just thwarted by that duo that you mentioned, Pim. Unfortunately, Mao's just running out of steam, not giving himself enough runway. So many rounds that they're going to look back at, so many close rounds at that, where they really had opportunities to put themselves in decent position, but yeah, man, ZywOo's just rotations were everywhere they needed to be once again.
Understandable that Cyclone's going to be straight on in here to be talking to the in-game leader, right? Because we preface this as this is a known identity, arguably, for the side of Mao's. This Nuke, it's looked incredibly comfortable for them.
All right, one sec, guys. I'm going to get some drink. I'll be right back.
But I want the viewers to pay attention right here. Very calm, very collective. They're having a conversation. You know, the 2 leaders of the team arguably having a conversation about, okay, what are we doing now? How are we approaching the teammates? We obviously go out now, we have a talk, we get ready for the next map, but let's just align ourselves of what exactly it is we want to focus on. And just for the viewers at home to understand, when you play a map like Nuke where nothing really works out for Mouse, it's a very fine balance between talking about, okay guys, what went wrong on Nuke and how do we prepare for Train? Specifically for Nuke, you know, if there's certain areas like, let's say Jimfat died a lot on towards ramp, there's no point in telling Jimfat 24/7 that you died too much on ramp, or you shouldn't have done this, or you shouldn't have done that. No point in destroying his confidence. That's something you deal with tomorrow or the day after when you review the game. So for those 2, right now, they're probably having a conversation around, let's figure out what can we zone in on? What are the learnings we can use from Nuke heading into Train?
While the ideas are fresh, that's when they oftentimes can be a little bit raw in terms of emotion, so it's important for the Mao side to just kind of move on from that one, just like they showed us they could after Inferno. Didn't bog them down into Mirage or Dust 2, still showing that this is an incredibly competitive series, one though where Vitality, Mao's, in some ways, they're both going to untested ground, so this is going to still be very, very much up to who just boils it down at the end.
This is such an exciting end to this best of 5 grand final series. But let's go back to the beginning of this map of Nuke, because Mao's, they win the pistol, and it sounds strange to say it, Maui, but if they'd have won the second round off the back of that first pistol, we might be looking at a totally different scoreline right now.
With how close the game got to at the very end, if there was just a little bit more rope for Mao's to work with, I mean, you get the 5v4 advantage to kick things off, and you're taking all of this space, and look at this. It's a 5 versus 3 to kick it off, but they just get stumped. ZywOo is there from the lockers, and Robs, he's able to peel away with this smoke and And there's 35 seconds left. This feels a little bit ill-advised for me from the Mao side, Pimp. I feel like with that much time left, I've seen so much composure in mid-rounds, especially 5v3 mid-rounds, that you wouldn't have expected, or I wouldn't have expected Mouse to just say, all right, we got it, it's just a deagle.
No, it's a glaring mistake. You know, it's a calling issue, it's a spacing issue, it's a time management issue as well. Going down secret with 40 seconds left, knowing that Rob's potentially could have had a smoke. You're right, you could have waited for it, or you could have rotated up towards the inner bomb side again. So I would almost say, you know, it's the first big calling mistake or first glaring mistake that Brolan has made, but it's just very expensive at this point in the game. You know, on Nuke, that a lot of these rounds, I know scoreline wise it wasn't necessarily a close game, but they were very competitive rounds within the game, so it could have helped Mouse at least to have a bit more leeway and maybe, just maybe, made the game closer.
But in terms of what they were able to
Damn, who's excited for Train?
On that T side of things, it was only 2 more rounds, both in isolation. Then we move on to round number 10 coming out of Vitality. What was so impactful here in that first half?
I mean, again, Vitality is showing us why they're playing good Counter-Strike, and I think the whole team came together right here to do a good job. Exertion arguably should have had another kill right here. It's a good first pick on towards Saivu. He fails this duel a little bit, and then you see the instant response coming in. Now, Torsi enters back, a good trade back and forth, but Vitality just apply the pressure. Rob's coming out of heaven, constantly being proactive. A player pushing in towards lobby and Flame C, constantly being proactive. That's kind of what it felt like watching Vitality's CT side. They were constantly moving around. Now, if you were watching the game just looking at the minimap, which I wouldn't advise you to do because it's a boring way of watching Counter-Strike, you would see all the CT players constantly be moving all the time. Where sometimes you watch a team where it's very static. Not the case for Vitality.
They were just so active. I mean, Zywoo's moving a lot, Rops is moving a lot, Apex, of course, has to move a lot. I feel like every single player from Vitality has been given so much freedom. The one guy
And is that where you cut your hair?
Isn't given much freedom.
That short, so with the headset. I don't know. I feel like weirdly, I feel like I still have the indentation in spite of the fact that, you know.
Yeah, it's pretty
But also, no, it's just to hide the fact that, you know,
the CT side, though, was that the same story?
I feel like if I cut it really shortly,
Yeah, I would say
it
so.
looks less
Again,
like I'm going
Vitality
bald
showing
and
that
more
they can
like,
finish off the half in a great sense. We
you know,
spoke
it's an
about
intentional
maybe just
choice.
one more round for Mouse would have helped them to make the game more competitive. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. A new setup.
Do people like the new Train?
The fact that he takes all these duels, the fact that he
I feel like
continues to
a lot of people
refine and
don't.
refine and
I think
refine.
it's okay.
He's hitting
I
Exertion
think
here
there's
as
some
well,
problems
into a new
with
angle,
it,
into a
but
new
I
fight.
don't
You're
think
able
they
to
are
start
like
popping up.
irredeemable. You know, they'll be fine.
Mouse could potentially win the round. Saivu comes in towards heaven, pulling out the deagle, and look at the confidence right here. He knows he has to help, he knows he has to have a presence, and the fact that they were constantly giving fights towards Mouse where they had to not only focus on one duel, but 2 duels at one time.
Important to note that in the 12th round, they know that it's just going to be a full-on force buy from the Mouse side, and so Zywoo, he's not really too worried about ops on the other side, barely even worried about AKs. You know, he's fighting against Tech 9s, Galils, and so it's not really, to me, even eco-fragging, it's pragmatic. It's like, you should be taking these fights with the op, so to see him just swing out for all of those as it's not just stat padding, it's actually...
You like the old Train more?
Doing everything we asked him. You know, Dust 2 was a different case. He didn't
I mean,
go
I
for
probably
those
do too.
duels, wasn't proactive enough, you know, didn't really, I guess,
I think they knife for
towards Mouse,
sides
didn't
on the
use too
5th
much
map, don't they?
utility.
Or
This time around,
I actually
though,
don't
he was
know.
the one facing them. He took charge
I
of
don't
the
know.
game exactly like we asked for.
Now I'm smiling.
They never
just
show
a
that. No,
little
they
bit
don't.
Because we've got round 15 queued up, and my only question is, what the fuck was happening down in Benson Ladder in this round? Like, what actually was going on? This was wild.
Take it away, Maui.
I mean, this is a round where I feel like the mid-rounding almost got away from Apex here. I mean, early on, it takes a lot of damage as at 4 HP, so 4 versus 5. And Mao's rotated, honestly, quite well. The only little mistake you could say, Yimpat, you turned to his radar, got caught off by a player peeking out a ramp right there. Rops is able to hold the line, goes 1 for 1. And now they know that there's a presence. Vitality knows there's a presence from Mao's downstairs, so they want to go up. But then Flames goes down.
Family show for
the ladder.
you know.
Like, this is one of the most ridiculous
I like
moments,
it.
and he is full moving. Okay, like twice now in the playoffs, in pivotal rounds, Vitality players are full-on sprinting, and I just think it's a feature of the game. It's just a feature of the game at this point.
Torsi couldn't believe it, right? He spots the player go down, Vance. He's communicating to his teammate, be ready, they're coming down towards low, and then all of a sudden Flamesy pops up, full running, instant headshots Torsi as well. Don't blame him, you know, that's just the game getting unlucky for him.
Just absolutely insane scenes, but that does leave us waiting on the doorstep of what will be the 5th deciding map, and we've all been hoping it would get to this ground. It's going to be going down on Train for the first time ever in a best-of-5 grand final to decide who is going to be lifting the trophy.
Damn. found a sick house I want to buy. Noob Lord, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Am I going to cast for... I am going to be casting more Counter-Strike, I promise, in the future. I've been hired for some events. It's going to be good fun. We'll do it again. We'll, you know... We'll definitely do it. What's that beside the speaker? Is it an audio mixer? Yes. This is just a like a sound interface. And it just makes sure that I can plug in the speakers and the keyboard and also my headset and the microphone, which, you know, just takes care of everything. Basically, that's what it's for.
Night may be falling here in Lisbon, but the atmosphere is absolutely electric here inside the arena. That is because we get a fifth map, and that map is Train. The first time we've seen it be a decider in a CS2 grand final. And this one is somewhat uncharted territory because both of these teams have...
Yeah, I'm trying to learn, you know? Trying to do the best that I can.
Something's gotta give. You know, one of these two teams will end up losing, one of these two teams will end up winning. That much I do know, Maui. Apart from that, it is a little bit of a new experience. I know both teams have played it 3 times. Obviously, there's been a lot of practice for both teams as well. One thing is playing the game in group stages in less significant games. Another one is putting it to the test in a best-of-5 grand final where it's a trophy on the line. I am super curious to where they're gonna come out, how they're gonna come out. We don't know yet where they're starting as well, so it's kind of hard for us to anticipate that. But in terms of the know-how, as we said, both of the teams have never ever lost the map.
That's pretty much a lot. That's kind of a lot of what we're working with on this one. I mean, not seeing this played in the playoffs at all for any of these teams. Really, I mean, the first time we're seeing it in the arena in general, and the limited times that these teams have played it, they're beating teams sometimes that they're just kind of better than. And so I'm not really judging their game plan super carefully. Like, I think Vitality beat like 3D Max and MIBR on it. So even though I can see, oh, okay, cool, they have the smokes down to take A, I'm not sure if they've been pressed by a top 5 team to really know, like, when push comes to shove, what are their favorite strats? What are they really honing in on in terms of like weak spots? So this is going to be, in a weird way, like a map that's, to me, like, who wants it more, and mostly who wants Pop Dog more. I feel like that's been the one point on this entire map where that whole contest dictates so much of what happens in the round. So I expect both these teams to go body after body into that area, And honestly, if it comes out favorable in the trades, it
Could you imagine if they had the kind of train smokes that I was showing you guys the other day? How come piano sounds nice and calming? I don't know. Yeah, Jan Tiersens are the... I actually...
I mean, Mao said it before, a lot of people at home maybe watching right now haven't seen a lot of train, and the way the map have changed from how it used to work is that it's much smaller, much more compact. So when you look at the two AWP players on each side, Saivu and Torsi, whoever is the better AWPer at playing it up close, whoever is better at being almost like a Fallen or a Brokey-esque AWPer where you go toe-to-toe, you almost push your AWP into the face of your opponents, that's one way to find impact. Now, we have been, I wouldn't say critical towards Saivu, but we said that he needs to take charge of the game a little bit more, and the reason why we're saying that is because he can, because he's the best player in the world. I need to see that here on train as well. You cannot
That's one of the Jan Tiersen tracks. But I can't remember the rest of it.
Behind walls on the map, because it's so compact. Now, I know Torsi can do it, because that's the way he plays Counter-Strike. It's his bread and butter. Can Saivu do it? 100%. Now, will he do it? That's what I want to see.
And I want to see if Mouse can punch back if he does try to do it. The trading for Mouse throughout the entirety of this event, in fact, the last 3 tournaments has always been so good. They're so good at dogpiling, when they sense a weakness, when they're able to split up.
Yeah, I wanted to learn how to play that.
I want the flashes in for Mouse, and if they are able to lift the trophy and just stop Vitality in their tracks in what seems like a formulating era, then potentially we're going to have a 2-way race, maybe even a 3-way race going into the rest of the season, and I don't want anything more than
It'd be fun to compose like something, but you know, I need to be a lot better, you know.
No, it just puts focus on Torsi from the get-go. You know, the second he can get an AWP in his hand, I want to see him be up close, I want to see him be up front, I want to see him be disrupted to whatever Vitality is coming with.
Well, it all comes down to the 5th deciding map. That map is trained to see who will be hoisting the trophy here tonight in Lisbon.
Every time someone says train, an angel
Drill
gets
beat.
their wings. This is a beautiful day.
Yes, sir.
Best of 5 grand final.
Okay,
Mel's
who the
doing
fuck is ready?
already winning 2 maps versus Vitality, and now we get to end on train.
It almost feels too good to be true, but here we are again. I'll reiterate, 3rd time in Lisbon and 3rd time's the charm. The greatest grand final this place has offered, and one that offers something new, something special for Lisboa. Mouse and Vitality, the distance. This is why we play best of 5s.
Yes. The distance. 2 undefeated teams on the new map, Train.
Why are they dressed like waiters?
in a million years expected to be able to get
Presumably just what it feels comfortable, you know? I'm gonna go ahead and say.
Getting to map 5 seemed like a total fever dream, and here we are.
Okay.
And not only that, but
Oh shit, he's got backup as well.
Swinging out into the open there for Ops. He's got
Hello?
on both ends.
How is he still alive?
They're just unfamiliar.
Oh my god, he just lived forever, but the bomb is down there now, so it doesn't even matter. What a way to guess.
You guys are coming up so close on pistol rounds. They are so good.
Jimmy just having the least Finnish experience of all time. Some guy laughing and screaming and wanting to high-five him. He's like, what the fuck is this kind of human interaction that I've never experienced before?
I missed out on Mouse's train games. Even I didn't prep this far.
All right.
But for Vitality, as soon as I saw them play 2 maps, I thought they
Look
were
at him,
the best
like-
train team in the world. We've seen great tactics from almost every team. I think Spirit's pop dog setups are excellent. I think G2 were really good at taking upper control. I think Vitality are much more balanced. The first team to figure out you don't want to commit too hard on T-con control, but instead just threaten it over and over again. We're going to get fast adjustments and improvements, and there's going to be a lot of improvising as well. This map is fresh for everybody, and that's the most exciting part.
My question is, are we going to get something new?
Yeah, that's actually a great
We actually have to keep a really close eye on stuff.
Was a
that
hard
might
watch
just
as a Finny, I know. I'm sorry.
things off
I'm
guard.
sorry, Nikkei. I know, it must have been.
Me? I'm the most excited. Not much to get excited about in the second round. Waiting out that smoke with pistols in hand. Bomb about to be found out by Brolin, supported by a pack of players right with him.
Brolin has a chance.
It's a lot of money.
Known as the best train caller in the world, bar none, if he wins this match.
Yeah, all right, this is what it comes down to.
Definitely on the line, absolutely.
Well, I'll say back on Dust 2, I was incredibly impressed with his T-side calling and the way that he just had Apex chasing ghosts throughout that second half, so he's already kind of got a tip of my hat. We'll see if we end up getting that out on train. We waited for the last map. Got to remind you guys, we've got a new sponsor for this Blast event. That's Underdog. Deposit and get up to $1,000 of bonus cash when you use code BLAST.
Gotcha, Doug.
None of this is possible without the sponsors. Don't you ever forget it. Ooh, fast run out through T-Con with the double nade towards B-ramp. That is quite a bit of gusto. Flamesy ends up killing Xerxin, but Brolin was right there behind him.
Okay.
Going up above for a second. Brolin's not going to see anything. The lay of the land as it stands. Zywoo's in the most interesting spot. He comes out instantly domed as Brolin. This is where you lose a lot of control. CT side, you've got no one pushed up E-box. Jimmy playing Icon by himself. And that smoke will not do anything. They're already on the inside.
It is a lot longer than I expected too.
Which only, I think
most of us said it was probably going to be a 3-1 in favor of Vitality, but here we are.
Nice timing on the peak here from Jimmy.
Yep.
Clears Apex right out of that one. Opens up the door for Mouse to rotate players over. Icon smoked.
That second kill would have been everything here.
Yeah, I would say. I think it's been.
There's a player who's low. I don't know if Mezzi showed any feet.
Some of it has been a bit. I feel like the CT side for Vitality on Dust 2 for me is just disappointing, depressing. Who's chat favoring? I actually don't know. That's a good question, I guess.
The players are within reach.
I am probably still going to be favoring Vitality on this one, but.
It's because it's not. T's aren't too far away. Desk really wanted to highlight Torji and the importance that he will have throughout this first half. Really a point hammered home by Jacob. Not given a chance at the retake though. He sticks around a bit longer to find an exit. You know, every kill, worth it. As long as you can secure your own life with it. They bring it down to the 2v2, but they will concede Vitality's first round win.
Vitality on the board.
Sneaky positioning here from Flamesy, but
yeah, that's something where I think Vitality didn't participate in as much with the extremely explosive outer calls.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. All right, there's a trade believer here for Vitality. You know, with them angling the T-Con train, that has really opened up how
what a play.
much room you have on T-side to really get crazy, especially, and the nades coming back in as well. You don't even have to line them up anymore. It's so simple. You never miss, basically. And that's made it very chaotic. But I like this move from Brolin, calling out that they're actually not going to bust down outside. Late grenade on Flamesy right at his feet.
That's, by the way, a 5-man setup at the A yard.
Into pop talk they go, and with Xerxin getting the one, he is stuck in with Rops. Nowhere to run in that case.
That was really disruptive.
Torsi allows one out. T-Con turns away. His flashes sail over top. You know there's more players in there. You see this stream of utility coming outwards. And there's actually no movement behind it. Robs is into the B bomb site all the while.
Yeah, eventually, you have too many players chipping in to put together a site defense, and you realize there's a weakness.
Oh, dude, this guy is
oh, he missed it.
He's so smart, Robs. It's unbelievable, isn't it?
He will strike down Spinks, open up the B site. Torji
Mezzi,
a little bit more
why?
elsewhere, but bomb to be planted here by Apex. Robs continues to hunt them down.
Stream of utility, 2 flashes.
Around Apex instead with a health advantage. Has to try to piece together this clutch.
He can play this from upper if he wants to. This smoke is fresh though, so he's going to try to use it.
They're going to work forward side by side. He still doesn't know about both, so the number's unconfirmed. They'll take to the high road. They come running over top.
Oh my god.
Man, he gives up his position. Missed shots originally here from Apex.
Oh no. Oh my god. How the fuck is he? That's just so insane. How did none of the bullets connect?
Any damage works right there, but he can't get a bullet in.
Not even one bullet.
For Vitality is all.
Yeah, they pulled off that retake. Tac pause coming in. Let's see if there are ideas.
That's just insane. What just happened?
From Mouse. And this tournament is up for grabs.
Or stuff.
Really
Yeah.
in on Nuke. It was hard to really believe
That's crazy.
them taking that map, but here on train, this is this is dragging Vitality more into the mud. We're far away from this.
We need to talk about
They have
feelings.
real streaks on. This is very untested.
Ooh, okay.
This is a map where a tiny bit of innovation could win you the entire map, and the only way to learn from it would be after. You watch the demos. Oh, That's how they did it. You could pull off one gimmick, one golden gimmick, 5 times in a row and win.
Listen, I have like...
You've got to be vigilant at all times.
I have like 10 gimmicks on this map, okay? I have all the gimmicks.
Vitality want to get these reps on train in. You just don't want to do it in the 5th map of a best-of-5 grand final.
Production. It's not bad. That's really well played.
Counter-Strike waits for no one. Put up or shut up.
Would his effectiveness as a coach improve if he drew on angry eyebrows? That's almost certainly true, yes. Like, I'm going to say like there's a 95% chance that it'll get better instantly.
Nonetheless, there it goes.
That's their smoke.
That's all they've got. That and this flashbang.
All right, it's time to frag.
It's going to have to be gold. Problem is, a lot of bodies here. Kills
Oh, so no armor? Did he get aim punched? What?
Galil and the AK shreds through all 3 players within that site. Torsey takes a little
It is a good idea.
Loses 60 points of
How the
health.
fuck did they lose this so quickly?
Vitality keeping it simple.
That's believing in the call if I've ever seen it.
Ouch.
One trailing smoke and I think one flash off the plate and they just join up and explode. So again, okay, another punish here. Again, the interesting part about this map, Pop Dog, and it's about how you scale up into the cutout with a teammate far back. We saw Robs in that position previously for Vitality, and Mouse tried to disrupt it. They still won the round, but it took a little longer. But when it came to Pop Dog itself, Vitality had a very, very good setup.
It's a predictable boost here. Spinks fighting for his life. Too many players.
As long as they get them all dead, doesn't matter how many they lose.
One smoke, one flash. They clear out that bomb site. They hunt them down like dogs. Mouse have no money, but they're still gonna buy.
This flash right here. This one flash from Atax, single smoke on the exact.
I mean, not to mention just the instant headshots. Get it out quick. Flush out the frustration. His purchase really banks on Spinks maybe going above and beyond, fast to the tempo yet again, hit by nades.
No
they
kill
signed up
there.
for that forward fight, and Flamesy the first casualty of round 6.
Yeah, just quite literally a bad spray, and now they'll immediately go emergency protocols into lower, and no one's here.
Nothing B at all. No kit on the play. An additional rifle picked up, but you know damn well Vitality have their hands on this bomb site.
And they don't know how to throw any grenades here either.
One kill is enough.
I think you do. I mean, I think you test it definitely. When it comes to the B site, that's way more retakeable. They don't have. They have some good utility, even if they don't have a lot.
Yeah, but they don't know how to throw any of it.
So I want a deep angle awaits
Like this, like I'm telling you, nobody knows how to throw any retake grenades on the B-bomb side. It's not happening. They don't need them apparently, so I guess that's good news. That's just absolutely insane. What a fuck up from the T side.
Hunger from the scout. Rocks them.
That's totally unacceptable. Nobody need, yeah, true. They don't need grenades.
That's that Tornado coming through, tearing through the site. Oh, and that's the thing, man. A site, historically,
inexplicable.
Almost impossible. Only Zipix could pull off a clutch on the A site back in the day, right? B site, however, there's not that many good spots to stand in. There are some good angles that you can hold. Some of them, though, are quite obvious right now, right? Right underneath the Z exit in the B site.
Guy didn't use AI.
On default, you can delay
What a
from
loser.
there a very long time. But everywhere they stood was clearable, and the shots were hit.
The fact that you smash Zywoo like that, I mean, he's coming into this last map as the MVP of the Grand Finals. He's posted up. He's ready for your retake. He's got that M4 on the angle. Smashed.
Using his own brain, I know.
For this shit, man.
Who does that any longer?
He's got nowhere else to be. Flames is going to try it again. Stubborn on the exit. Frag grenade's got his name on it almost every single round. Xertion a little cautious about it. Tries to clear, but Flamesy ready. It's an instant headshot. Player up in Pop Dog's got backs turned to him. Brolin, what more can you do? Smoke on one end looks to help out, but his teammate's dying elsewhere. Site cleared out again.
It's messy. It's a brawl. That's what it always was going to be.
This defense evaporates in the presence of the outer hits. Vitality have found success, at least in this endeavor.
Yeah.
You get Flamesy out.
It's gonna work out well, Seth, I promise, you know. Setting you up good, well in life.
Map of this grand final. Scout down, 4 strong. Vitality
Yeah, it's Elon's AI.
There's just not a big sample to go off with both these teams only playing 3 maps. But in those 3 maps, you have Mouse scoring way higher on T sides, struggling on CT, but that might mean nothing with the...
We just don't know.
Yeah, we just have no idea. And then you put these teams up against each other. They've never faced each other before here. There's only so many hours in the day to prepare for a series like this.
Yeah.
Look at the scores at the top here. We traded back 5 rounds now.
This is live and unscripted. Just remember, Cyclone took a plane this morning to get here.
Yeah, that's true.
What preparation does he do on the way in?
If he's ever read a book, yeah, I kind of doubt it.
So many rounds at this point as well, back and forth. This is 6
Who cares?
consecutive round wins. And again, when we don't know what's in store for us in the second half, these teams don't, we don't, you don't.
Oh, man, timing. Small timings.
All these early momentums will matter. Molotov destined for Spinks. He peels away,
Line
losing
that up
teammates.
nicely.
Again, that backline falters. He sits on 38 health. His bomb will be planted. No way to really contest this. There's no utility to do it. It's going to yet again have to come through with just the most killer of shots. And last time Vitality didn't have grenades to help them in this post plant. Now they're going to go ahead, take the fight into their own hands. You've got Apex on the scoreboard.
Oh,
and also trying to keep
that is close.
pressure up. He will deter them from the retake attempt. Vitality will tie this game.
Yeah, this one's a little bit too much. I think there was a great lineup on the Molly for Rops, actually, coming out of lower. It's a tricky angle.
The thing that really confuses me about
He's prepared.
Elon, like, never mind if he's red or whatever, like, I just... How do you have so much money and then you're still worried about, like, internet points, you know?
Most simple one, right? You try to overcook a T-side
In terms of,
at the end of the day,
you know, will people laugh at your jokes on the internet or something? It's like so insane, isn't it?
No one's even testing you in officials. Then you're only doing yourself a disservice. And I think, like, we saw a good example of that with Vitality taking the outer site with a single smoke and a single
Yeah,
flash.
but even
That's
if you were
entirely
talentless or whatever, it's like, at that point, why not just say, ugh, I just don't care, you know? Like, I'm just gonna enjoy my money, buy shit, sell shit, just in, you know. Why not just not care? Like, it feels like it's the ultimate defeat is having the money and the power and the position, but then also being chained to, like, the opinions of, like, random people on social media, you know what I mean? Like, that feels like the worst position to be in.
But down he goes.
Nice trade. The only good gun here.
Famas. That one threat out on the field. Backs turned to Apex. And he's going to mop up the easy ones. Get that scoreline back up and running.
Hey, Jimmy's never easy, okay?
Try to topple what's left here. Vitality on the brink of a lead. Dies out to a USP. But it's all good. Flamesy continues to rack up frags outside.
1 round lead.
It just feels like
Can't help but feel like it
insane
means
situation, you
nothing
know?
right now.
Wingmans for life.
Always kiss your Steam homies goodnight.
3 straight Vitality. Finally, something you can hold on to with both hands, but...
Oh, I was not ready for that.
Fast into Pop Dog, goes Brolin yet again, but once more, it is just a clash.
That's a sick grenade.
Jimmy gets the better of the front runner.
That did so much damage.
Third player in with a kill, dropping the util, delivering that bomb is Rops. You've got CTs shrouded in all these smokes. Hidden, out of vision. Zaiwu, having gone forth to kill Brolin, doubles back towards site. It's him and Apex to try to join up.
Is it possible they heard there was so much going on, but we have Spinks sort of running by upper?
I don't know about that. Time will tell. Right now they're fixated on backside because no matter what Spinks is doing, the real threat is the ones that are closer. And you damn well know that they haven't gotten too far off. As these smokes fade, they continue this foray forward. Apex off that top rope kills Torji. Back exposed towards T-Con. Bomb scooped up.
They're going to go in her.
If they can exit out through Z, this could be massive. The timing is missed.
Yeah, it's essentially deathmatch on that A-bomb, so that's kind of crazy.
Free sight. They go for that plan instantly. Don't clear a thing. Planning for back CT. How do they play it?
First the flash to Z.
Double push.
They're trying to get off this site. Xerxan arriving ahead of Spinks, trying to join up simultaneous, but that angle almost
Oh my god.
They've seen both bodies, but the health is so incredibly low.
How do you win this if you're Apex?
He's got an HE, like, if he throws it onto the diffuser. Why is he running?
They seem to have lost track.
Why was he running? I don't understand it.
They get away, and they plant that bomb, and they'll give them a bit more cash for the follow-ups. But that is Mao's on the hunt, on the chase.
Yeah, I think this one's a little too close for comfort when you look at this score so far for Vitality, especially with the close situations that have gone to Mouse.
Man.
How many retakes are Vitality going to get in the second half?
I don't think Elon wouldn't have run right there. I think he would have been silent the whole way.
For sure. Like that, even that angle, man. From this perspective, I can't even believe Spinks could see anything. For him, it's clear as day.
He gets a ton of damage too on them trying to exit.
So he finds his timing in the end, at least.
Yep, they may have missed it on the Z exit, but they still
Minus Apex plus Elon.
Unraveling the post plant. This continuation of the A clash seems to have come to an end, but that doesn't mean that the bodies aren't there for Maus. Something different as we get to the tail end of this T side.
Yeah, Ivy relatively untested, up-trained on it.
Nice deep angle as well on the other half of Icon. Susceptible to being smoked out, clearly. You can try to play around with the timings, drop those own nades. Just missed it. Apex isn't the only one here, though. He's got a whole pack of players behind him, bomb included.
Has Glaive retired though? He's playing in Ents, right?
Something going on B again. It's pieces in the right position, but it's opening kills Vitality.
They're working.
Brolin's got nobody to worry about behind him. Not that he'll know it. He tries to slide into this duel and gets straight up bested by Flamesy yet again. You've got Spinks getting some success elsewhere. A saving grace, perhaps.
Crazy.
Cannot be forgotten the amount of damage that was done on the two
Absolute
players
crazy.
that have all the kills so far for Vitality here in round 11.
Retake is still possible, man. It's a little bit difficult from where they're playing. With the amount of money, it feels like they don't know about the health bars, I guess. Flamesy and Apex may be getting away with this one. No test.
Man, that frag grenade on Spinks could kill Apex and Flamesy.
Oh, yeah.
They were both bottled up inside of the site, now splitting it in order to maintain. And Mao's obviously money low, trying to invest into that 12th round, looking for the tied half.
Damn, we've got a close game.
What comes up next.
You hate Shroud too.
This game's fully loaded.
Damn.
Hey, Launders.
Yeah.
Listen to the tension in here. This is some goddamn edgier seat Counter-Strike, is it not? The uncertainty of a win.
We're learning every round. There's sure to be some funny interviews to come out of this.
I feel like so far they're playing Train much like everybody else has been playing Train for the minute, so...
to hell with the interviews, man. I want to see the pop-off.
Yeah, it's going to be enormous.
Hard-fought
And whoever
battle
loses
like this
is going to be embittered, man.
Oh, crushing defeat in Lisbon on the line. So they bolster up this final buy. Mao's getting what they can.
I think it'll be interesting to see Vitality on the CT side though. Like, Robs is such a fun player to watch if you watch the demos of them playing the map.
Of his health gone, but he will still at least take up this forward position. Can't really hang on to it. Torsi trying for an even slimmer angle. Saw what happened last time.
Yeah, Mezzy
Nice boost up from Brolan.
Enough to jostle some rotations.
Oh, interesting.
Wow, this is a sweaty angle.
Oh,
Something
really?
new.
Not new, but okay.
It's so weird looking. I wonder what this
But I mean, you're never going to get spotted.
Look here.
You'll never get noticed. Surely ZywOo does not see this, and so even if you see him going for the swing, you've got the element of surprise. Gervin guarantee.
If it was anyone else.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure ZywOo has definitely run into this before, but it's still hard. It's very hard to peek.
Oh my gosh, he's
Yep.
only ZywOo, baby.
Try all you want. That's the double kill they need.
Oh man.
We have seen these ferocious outer yard hits come through time and time again. And one more for
Well
the
played.
road. Flamesy, a key feature of these attacks.
He's crushing them like beer cans right now, running through this.
Spinks with nothing to lose in this. Has to give it the try.
I can't believe he cleared that.
The first one falls in the 1v4. He's got a flash to try to get himself out of this choke point. And they will try to pelt him with util. Bullets whiz by, now dinked
That's a good question,
down into
Lossie.
27 health. Vitality making the absolute most of this T-side in a world of uncertainty where they have been pushed the furthest for the first time. They will have that 2-round edge. Everything on the line
Now,
here in Lisbon.
there's a lot to talk about for the second half for Vitality. One, Robs pushing the B ramp is kind of a bit of artwork. He's also being supported in the C connector by ZywOo throwing grenades for him, like into the brown holes. And then also sometimes he is being helped out by Apex also flashing him in. So like there's a lot of aggression that could be coming out from Robs, which is really cool to see. So just take a look at this in a second, guys, if we get to see it. It's really interesting. I think Vitality also have, they're also one of the teams that has, yeah, Vitality support player, yep. They also have, so Flames, I think it was they were the team that started to push through the smoke that lands by the diagonal train. So they're pretty good at flashing people through that smoke. So Flames is going to take the peek into T-main. And I think they even have now a couple of interesting IV pushers too. So they are like, they can do so much on this team. They also have Robs is going to be supported sometimes by aggressive pushers into Pop Dog. Up Dog, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, down dog for the yoga minded. When you reflect on my career, what are the favorite moments? I don't know. There's a ton of them, to be honest. I think all of them have to do with, like, you know, sort of fun tournaments where people are having a good time, where like everything kind of works out, and you're like, there's no drama, everyone's friends with each other, we all show up for the after party, you know, the finals is great, everyone's in a good mood, you know. Just say like 3 or 1. I mean, I think some of the E-League moments working with Turner Sports was really sick in the US. And maybe like the finals where Astralis won in Atlanta was pretty damn sick. Cologne 2015 I think was pretty impressive. MLG Columbus probably also. Still think the Krakow major, like for all of the problems that it ran into, the crowd in Krakow was insane. Like really insane crowd in Poland, so I really enjoyed that. Favorite event to date? Damn. Hard to say.
Best of 5 in Lisbon. And we've got to check the temperature one last time. Who's cheering for Mouse? And who thinks Vitality take this?
Okay.
There's a few out there. What a sick last map with the uncertainty of not knowing what's
Okay,
in store.
this is such a hot look at the counter. 3 people push this side. and they wanted to push into Pop Dog as well. So they essentially had a 4-man crush towards Pop Dog, and they still lost it. But an absolutely, it's very impressive for Mouse to have made it out this far.
Right there for the taking. Taiwu's got his back, supported from the train. Jimmy and Brolin push this clutch down to
Super
Rops.
sick.
Rops started this series with back-to-back clutches on Inferno, a key feature of that 13-0. A map that had 4 clutches just to Vitality's name.
So Vitality actually had a direct counterplay to fight Mouse where they ended up, and they still managed to punish that and fight their way through. Super sick, super well played.
But look who comes back even to check on this. Rolling the same guy to get them out. Look at the angle that he has.
Rops.
Oh.
That's kind of funny.
Oh, that's the Gervin guarantee, folks.
Or is it Brolin? No kit for this. Trying to bait him out down to the ramp. Jimmy's on 40 health. Keep it clean, Rops. Keep it clean. Trying to frazzle.
Why does he know? Why does he know?
You had your chance, but the time is still clearly in Brolin's hand.
Just go for it.
The clock will decide this. You can afford that whiff. Time decides.
I mean,
but let that be a reminder.
just humbling them a little bit, you know? Just as like a little bit of a reminder.
Don't you dare miss again.
One kid in that.
It kind of went unnoticed. Like you, it's really. I'm just gonna repeat myself.
Boys, it's last half of the fucking day, okay? Yeah, let's fucking go. We need to give what we have left, okay?
Yeah.
We need
Nice.
to keep what we have left.
Give what we have left, I think. Hard to hear when you're in the arena.
Gang of guys that have risen through the world of Counter-Strike together.
Yeah, Vitality had like a direct counterplay to what Mouse were coming up with, and they still lost.
That had to cut their captain to try and rise to the very top of this Counter-Strike world. Biggest match of their careers.
Yes, absolutely.
The biggest win. 7 rounds away. Give what you can, give what you have left. 5 maps deep in this grand final. Scout.
Oh my god.
Where'd he come from? Apex started this game 0-5.
He was still moving, right? It looked like he was still sort of crouching into that move.
Pistol win's great and all, but you cannot afford to fail the conversion. And I'm looking at this buy. We're talking double Thomas and the Scout. And that is not chump change for Vitality. They forego the utility, which means Mouse will have a bit of an edge with this.
Was that MLG? I don't know. That's a good question.
Smoke for inside sight as well. Scout kind of limited in this moment, but it's already gotten its first. And if it serves
Scout tag right now is absolutely critical.
Then maybe Flamesy's the hero of this moment. Round 14 could be his. Mezzy burns. We've got this flank out from the B site. We've got this wrap around onto A. Flamesy's been able to reposition. Backs turn to
Oh my god. It's insane.
Robs nearly shoots his teammate right there. But they end up joining perfectly. Catalyzed by that scout shot from Apex.
Put on ice. Flamesy with the excellent wrap around that bomb site.
Train's actually a map where you probably could repopularize the auto sniper. There's so much or shoot through on Train, it's insane. The whole map is made of paper.
Got small sample size, but Vitality, who are more comfortable on CT, Mouse, who are more comfortable on T, now here to prove who is the best Train team in the world at the same time as lifting the trophy. This is the last half.
Every time this head-to-head goes down, it gets better and better for Mouse, closer and closer. But still unable to take that last step over the finish line. What does that do to your mental? How many times did they have to get up and dust themselves
Make auto
off
snipers
and
great again?
try
Damn.
again, be ridiculed out of the server. Gut-wrenching last round for them to have to stomach on top of that. And I think we saw the effect of all those clutches in the first map of this grand finals when they fell absolutely flat.
No, in terms of the B site, no one's better than Robs right now.
Apex looking at his teammates' monitor.
Yeah.
Zertian's able to get out. Apex, that's awkward.
Oh no.
He's not fully focused.
Oh my god. It just doesn't matter.
He doesn't lose grip. He doesn't lose
That's so
focus.
sick from
And his
Robs.
aim never gets worse. What a moment for Robs. He doesn't unpeak, go back to utility because he can't let someone go underneath him. That screws up all the rotations for his teammate. He doesn't even acknowledge the fact that Apex dies. He says, I have one job to do. I'm going to do that right now. Look how he takes this fight.
Yeah, Galil is insane.
Else jiggle him.
I agree.
That's full trust that his next teammate coming out of Z is going to cover the ramp. I don't think anyone else could put up that hold, to be honest. Down to Glocks here. Torzy said we have to hold on to what we have. Sounded like they were just on their last pair of pants.
Well, especially phase towards the end, Robs just looked so, you know, it was pretty weird to watch. Whereas now it just looks way more comfortable and like he's doing a lot. He's doing so many more things too.
Those high hopes coming into train.
Honestly, like, what did that mean? You know, like, it sounded like what we have sort of emotionally, you know?
Weirdly, that actually does make sense, Hats.
How much will do we have left?
I heard we have to give what we have left.
Oh, we have to give what we have.
That's
okay.
what it,
that makes way more sense.
Right? Yeah, but still unclear.
That clears up everything.
We have to hold the bag high. Empty the tank, boys. Don't read too much into this one. Glock's trying to challenge an outer yard versus rifles. Yeah, I think not. Nothing. Vitality to double digits, sitting pretty on a 4-round lead. It's a CT side to lean on. It is a huge recovery from Apex. 0-5 to 12-10. And barring Mezzi, 4 of the 5 pieces of Vitality, as they have been in recent months, have had key components to this final map of a grand finals.
Yeah. Agreed.
This is why Vitality continue to win. This is why Vitality are put on this golden pedestal in the Counter-Strike world in this moment. Because by God, you can barely find a flaw. And 2 13-11 wins may have got you here.
Yeah, they're chock full of individual brilliance. They're very
Fist bump counter and put in the coaches. It's a good point, Fred. Well, it's actually not a bad idea.
Right now is a total sandbox for creativity.
I might steal that idea and pass it on as my own.
I would hand over all those compliments to Mouse as well. A young team that are building everything together and have got to the point that you can consider them experienced. But not a team that I would expect to be, you know, not innovating on a brand new map like Train. A team that I would look to see what are people going to try next.
If there is a
That's what they did with Ancient.
Maybe it could be Mezzi, and maybe that bodes well for this Mouse approach on Ivy. Looking a little flustered suddenly. This contact was not predicted, but Torzy unable.
Honestly,
Apex to quickly trade.
really hard timing there for Mouse. Like that. That probably works like 9 times out of 10.
That was a damn near blind side of the player's insight as well. Vision into Icon.
That was awkward. It was actually because Apex asked for a grenade, I think. In that moment, Mezzi turned around. But he still got it together, got his kill. Oh, clinical. Surgical here from ZywOo.
Table punches, counter on Nico. Yeah.
Hope is fading. And 2 members of Mouse remain.
A done deal, you say? It's looking rough, I'm not gonna lie. By the way, welcome to the stream. Welcome to anyone who is joining in general. I hope you guys are, you know, enjoying the game.
Oh my God, clean approach. Flamesy, we've already seen the impact from a similar position. He is locked into it yet again. 2 versus
If you guys
4.
haven't gone to check out my YouTube channel, you should do that.
Gave us a reason to
Hit the command as !YouTube on the Twitch stream. I'd appreciate it. It's not the most, you know, it's not really a big channel or anything, but I make content that I like, you know?
Before he even got the chance to play on OG.
Exclamation mark OF.
Where he played the most creatively, put a lot of pressure.
That is,
wasn't even given the best roles ever, and still.
I've got to lose some more weight before I go down that road. I'm not gonna lie.
A great source
of innovation.
If I get a little bit more shredded, okay, we'll consider it.
So is ZywOo, and it feels like the Vitality presence has become too overwhelming.
Some people fancy the weight. Yeah, that is true. That is true.
And I think Vitality,
like a little bit chubby and hairy. It is a look. It is a look.
Cyclone has given all he has to offer. Problematically for MOUZ in this next one, though, money is still low. They may have to play for overtime.
Oh, man. That's brutal.
Not a position any of them want to be in. Not after this hard-fought battle.
Think of how much worse this could have been. This could have been 3-1 with Nuke being the only real interesting map, so I'm not complaining, you know.
Vitality said, you take a map streak, we create another. This series
6-11. Look at it. I told you, Robs for the aggression.
This one looking lopsided yet again.
He's so
no hesitation this
good at
round
it.
In a very convincing position. They're nervous about it, but he peeks into
Oh no! I completely cursed him. Jesus Christ! I'm not even casting the game, and the caster curse still works. How could that be?
And they still have enough pieces of utility to maybe pounce on this bomb site. Is ZywOo gonna have to be a hero? Because right now his closest support would be Flamesy back on C.
Yeah, MOUZ have to squeeze water from Stone. They've got one piece of utility on each player. Jimfat on just a Deagle. A lot of time left over, and they've got material advantage. How do they convert this?
A little bit of a ruse yet again, thrown out towards that outer yard, trying to...
Oh, there's a fake coming in as well with Zershin, long
trying to keep
con.
some kind of attention, missed shot.
Oh yeah. Oh, ZywOo. That's not easy to do.
It's not the A site, but it could be his yet again. Cover fire. Jimmy dead. Bomb plants down. Zershin's
oh, you're dead.
Party. Wrapping around that Z side means he will be far removed.
Oh man, it was too early. It was too early, man. Zershin actually had enough time to make something happen towards Ivy.
That's
they couldn't,
12.
They couldn't stay coordinated. That's 12. That's tournament point here for Vitality. Every single round now. They actually put together a pretty interesting idea that we haven't seen. The late play, they
yeah, I mean maybe it is over, but still, this is where you wanna carry the energy. You know what I mean? The downside, they've got their backs to the wall. The positive is they can make history by winning 6 in a row. They've already done the impossible and made it back from a 13-0 scoreline, and now the world is ready. They're waiting for MOUZ to come alive once again. Something like that, you know?
Maintain control of these positions so well.
You've got to keep you got to keep believing, you know? Oh my god. Oh, that's rough. What?
He's gonna find the kill in the back line instead. Apex stays honed in on
oh, he knows where he is. No, they're so drawn into the fact that they know there's a person out there that they just want to kill, that they just keep fighting. Oh, but Robs.
And Robs is the most elusive. The esteemed Estonian.
Oh wow. That's interesting to see. Jimmy. He had no fear whatsoever. I kind of low-key love it, you know?
The first of 6 for MOUZ.
Reads the rotation perfectly. Close calls all the way down to the very end.
Like, he could have been tempted to try and play much later in the round and just try to be like, oh, I'm gonna hide and I'm gonna play for time and I'm gonna try and stop the defuse and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, I'm just gonna... Like, if you let Robs play tricky Counter-Strike like that, why would you, you know? Jimmy's not ready to stop the gooning. True.
Vitality should grasp onto last year.
Roland not saying a word in this moment. I wonder what the idea is, if it's just a known quantity at this point.
Maybe that could be like Jimmy's chant, you know? It's like, don't stop gooning to the funky beat.
They've got something set in stone.
Turning a page at the start of 2025 is Vitality. Looking to tap into a new peak is MOUZ. money comfortably in their back pockets in round 20.
Only thing that can defeat Jimmy is Twitter porn.
Establish control of yard.
I mean, it's a great place to find porn, to be honest. I feel like he's just, you know, just shows you that he's plugged in. You know, he knows what's up.
No map control to speak of, just readying a split outside, and honestly,
It's kind of based, to be honest.
We saw what Vitality did with very low util.
Can we see some new stuff, guys? Hello?
These two teams have been titans meeting at the finish line, neck and neck, all the way to the very end. Vitality looked to gap them as they crossed the line.
Yeah, Boo, I know what you mean. That's a real reality moment. That's a real, like, it's a place where you're like, oh my god.
It is a shiver down their spines in a sense of desperation. Caught out is
The Chromecast button, yeah.
over towards T-Con comes a hope. Shut down by Flamesy and Apex.
They should add...
Push the absolute limit here in Lisbon.
They should add like a share the Slack direct from Pornhub. Just do like a Slack. There's got to be like a Slack sharing API. Somehow that'd be funnier. Like no authentication, you just click the button and just instantly posts. Like it doesn't even ask you any more questions. Ah.
For Vitality.
Waking up every single day with an ever-growing target on your back.
GG, guys. Yeah, but you know what's still fucking cool for Mouse, isn't it? Like that's still very impressive.
You have to adapt or you die.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe Kanye's like the first. He's like the first Neuralink like kind of thing. That makes sense actually. Maybe Elon put Neuralink in Kanye's mind and he just connected straight to his Twitter account. And he has no idea he's sharing all of this stuff. Like, he just doesn't know.
This team is on their march to the major. We are witnessing a reign of terror. Your blast open, Lisbon champions. Team
Sick. Yeah, maybe hats, but the thing is, it's a little bit out into the future. You know, you can see that they're not indestructible. Like, in spite of the fact that they're doing good, this is not like I don't think this is like an indestructible team. Yeah, no, thank you guys for all the company, man. I appreciate all the support. People have been very kind in subbing and donating subs and all the rest of it is fucking awesome. So yeah, shout out to you guys. I appreciate it, and I will see more of you hopefully soon. Like I said, I'm going to be doing some more casting, so, you know, let's see how it all plays out. But,
Grand finals, 3 consecutive trophies.
I'm going to find a way to send you guys somewhere else.
Just talk to me about the work this team has put in.
So,
behind the scenes in order to make this a reality.
Let's see, who can we send you guys over to?
I mean, I'm really proud of my players and also my staff. It was a long month, to be honest. We are fucking exhausted. But we wanted to prove we could win again, and we did it. So, yeah, it's three tournaments in a row.
Who's currently streaming?
A good start of the year, but,
I guess we're just going to go for JW then.
Next step with Grand Slam in the major.
Go say hi to JW for me.
Now, Dan, I know this one was probably tougher than you
and I'll see you guys next time. Big shout outs. Thanks for the support. Join the Discord if you haven't already. And have a good coming week.
Yes, of course, we lost two map 13-11, but the other map, I think there were like no fights.